Chapter 175. The Alchemical Furnace of the Semi-Holy Artifact. Is this yet another gesture of goodwill? In the outer square of the eastern Xin domain, Ling Xuangshuang gazed at the numerous formidable guards of the spirit clan that had suddenly appeared, her delicate face immediately etched with confusion and disbelief. Are you staging a rebellion? Is this how you greet a member of my family? The leader of the guards, a peak-stage cultivator, felt a jolt of surprise upon recognizing Ling Xuangshuang's identity. Yet his expression swiftly turned cold. He commanded his subordinates, "Impudent! How dare you impersonate our clan's young lady? Seize them and throw them out." Despite recognizing Ling Xuangshuang, the leader felt compelled to act according to the elder's orders. Whoosh! As the leader's words fell, the surrounding guards, all at the combined stage of cultivation, immediately charged towards Ling Yin and the others. Upon hearing the leader's pronouncement, Ling Xuangshuang furrowed her brows tightly, even if she had been slow to react. She now understood that a disturbance had arisen within the clan. However, she was no longer the naive girl she once was. As she witnessed the onslaught of guards, a cold glint flashed across her eyes. With a mere flick of her hand, puff, 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 the numerous guards, who had been rushing towards them, suddenly spewed blood and were sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground, unconscious. The sudden turn of events left the leader of the guards dumbfounded. With just a wave of her hand, she had effortlessly incapacitated over 10 cultivators at the combined stage. What kind of extraordinary power is this? Take them to recover, Ling Xuangshuang said nonchalantly as she passed by the leader, heading directly towards the inner sanctum of the spirit clan. This outer area was merely a segment of the spirit clan's assets, not particularly valuable. The truly precious alchemical resources resided within the inner sanctum, along with the elite members of the clan. Why, yes, my lady. The leader, having witnessed Ling Xuangshuang's terrifying prowess, immediately shed his pretense and bowed respectfully. Alas, with the sudden return of the young clan leader, the clan is bound to undergo yet another significant upheaval. The leader shook his head slightly as he watched Ling Xuangshuang and her companions depart, dismissing further thoughts as he led the guards away. Meanwhile, in the inner sanctum of the spirit clan, within a grand hall, Spirit Leopard, you have assassinated the clan leader, usurped power, and tormented your kin. You shall meet a wretched end. An elder, his cultivation sealed, pointed an accusing finger at the elder in the alchemical robe above, his expression seething with hatred, as if he wished to obliterate him on the spot. The position of clan leader has always been reserved for the capable. That old fool is perpetually ill and utterly lacks the vigor to manage clan affairs. Besides, living in such a state is itself a torment. What is wrong with me providing him with a release? Ling Bao, the esteemed elder of the spirit clan, cast a derisive glance at the aged figure below. You speak nonsense. Are you truly oblivious to the reasons behind the clan leader's transformation? Had it not been for the leader's selfless sacrifice to save you, would you even be here conversing with me today? To call you an ingrate would be an understatement. You are nothing short of a demon spawned from the depths of hell. Your fate is doomed to be tragic. It is a shame that the leader placed such trust in you, bestowing upon you the clan's authority, only to find you have betrayed him in such a flagrant manner. The elder's voice, filled with unrestrained fury, echoed through the air. Had his powers not been sealed, he would have likely erupted in violence against Ling Bao. Enough! Ling Bao's countenance darkened as he absorbed the elder's words, and a palpable aura of murderous intent began to emanate from him. With a swift motion, he unleashed a devastating attack aimed directly at the elder. Yet, the elder faced the impending assault without a trace of fear, instead shouting towards the heavens, "Ancestors, come forth and witness the plight of our clan, besieged by treachery." Just as the attack was about to strike the elder, a petite figure materialized before him, effortlessly intercepting the onslaught. "Is that you, my lady?" The elder's quivering voice betrayed his astonishment as he gazed upon the unexpected savior. Ling Xuangshuang turned to him, offering a gentle smile. "Seventh elder, it is I. I have returned." Simultaneously, Ling Bao's eyes fell upon the sudden appearance of Ling Xuangshuang, causing his brow to furrow slightly, his expression darkening. However, it was not long before a cordial smile graced his lips. "Ah, the young lady has returned. You could have informed me beforehand, allowing me the honor of receiving you." As he spoke, Ling Bao moved closer to Ling Xuangshuang. Yet, in an instant, as he made his advance, Ling Xuangshuang pivoted sharply, unleashing an unexpected strike. Faced with this sudden aggression, Ling Bao's expression shifted to one of surprise, and he swiftly countered the attack, successfully neutralizing it. After so many years, I am astonished by your rapid progress, Elder. Your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the great ascension, nearly rivaling that of the clan's supreme elder. Ling Shuangshuang regarded Ling Bao with cold eyes, having learned the truth, and she held nothing back in her confrontation with him. Nevertheless, she felt a flicker of astonishment at his capabilities. Ah, my lady, your words are misguided. After all these years, is it not normal for my cultivation to have advanced? It would be strange if I remained stagnant. Once more, Miss, you have made remarkable progress, arriving at the great ascension stage, have you not? At this moment, the spirit leopard stood his ground, a sinister smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his expression dark as he fixed his gaze upon Ling Shuangshuang. He had anticipated her appearance, yet he was taken aback by the level of her cultivation. I have come to understand everything, so tell me, how do you wish to meet your demise? Ling Shuangshuang's face was etched with a profound murderous intent as she stared at the spirit leopard, the flames of her Dao rhythm swirling around her, transforming the very air into an unbearable heat, akin to being ensconced within a furnace. Is this the Dao rhythm of fire? The spirit leopard, observing the terrifying aura surrounding Ling Shuangshuang, felt an unexpected shock wash over his previously confident countenance. It seems that during these years, the young lady has encountered significant fortuitous encounters in the outside world. However, relying solely on the Dao rhythm of fire, I fear it may still be insufficient to pose a threat to me. As he regarded Ling Shuangshuang, the astonishment on his face gradually faded, replaced by a cold smirk and an intent to kill. Simultaneously, as his words fell, he slowly produced a pill furnace of semi-holy quality. Chapter 176. The arrogant true sacred Taoist temple. Do you wish to take me away? Gazing at the semi-holy alchemical furnace, suspended above the head of the spirit leopard and exuding a faint aura of Tao, Ling Shuangshuang could not help but furrow her brow slightly. Although her clan possessed a semi-holy alchemical furnace, it was not one of this caliber. From whence did you acquire this semi-holy artifact? Ling Shuangshuang inquired, her delicate face clouded with frost. In truth, she already harbored some suspicions within her heart. With such rapid ascension to the pinnacle of the great ascension stage, coupled with the possession of a semi-holy artifact, it was evident that the spirit leopard had the support of a mysterious power. I might as well tell you. This item was a gift from the Tianyin Taoist temple to my spirit clan, the spirit leopard said, a subtle smile gracing his face, before adding, and I have already pledged my allegiance to the Tianyin Taoist temple henceforth. Behold, this is the path I have carved for my clan's advancement. It is indeed a true sacred Taoist temple. The spirit leopard beamed with pride as he recounted his deeds. However, unbeknownst to him, upon hearing this, Ling Shuangshuang could no longer suppress the murderous intent within her heart. In an instant, she transformed into a streak of light, charging toward the spirit leopard. To prevent his escape, she also set up several pseudo-holy level formations. I have already stated that even if you comprehend the fire Tao, you cannot hope to match me. As for these pseudo-holy formations, they are even less of a threat. The spirit leopard sneered, showing no mercy as he urged the semi-holy artifact in his hand, lunging toward Ling Shuangshuang. Once he annihilated her, the entire spirit clan would truly fall under his dominion. Who told you that I possess only the fire Tao? In the blink of an eye, Ling Shuangshuang had reached the spirit leopard's side. With a graceful wave of her hand, she unleashed an assault imbued with the essences of fire, gold, wood, and thunder, a total of 4 Tao auras, which struck solidly against the semi-holy alchemical furnace. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as the semi-holy alchemical furnace emitted a mournful wail under Ling Shuangshuang's strike. Furthermore, the spirit leopard, who held the furnace, was subjected to immense shock, spitting blood as he was sent flying, severely wounded after just one exchange. F4 Tao auras. How is this possible? From a distance, the spirit leopard rose from the ground, his eyes filled with endless astonishment and dread as he gazed at Ling Shuangshuang. To comprehend 4 Tao auras at merely the Great Ascension stage, such a feat was utterly inconceivable in the Eastern Xian region, and indeed throughout the entire Eastern Xian Dao prefecture. The spirit leopard was engulfed in disbelief, feeling as though the world he had long established was crumbling around him. Even those exalted true sages, before achieving sanctity, could only hope to grasp a single Tao aura, which was already an extraordinarily monstrous existence. The spirit leopard fixed his gaze intensely upon Ling Shuang, harboring suspicions that she had been possessed by some celestial being. Simultaneously, he began to falter, realizing that if she had merely comprehended a single Tao rhythm, he could easily overcome her with his cultivation advantage and semi-holy weapon. However, confronted with 4 distinct Tao rhythms, he understood that if he continued to fight, he would surely perish this day. Boom. With that, the spirit leopard wielded his semi-holy weapon, forcefully shattering several pseudo-holy formations set by Ling Shuang, and prepared to flee. Buzz. Yet, just as he intended to escape, more pseudo-holy formations descended upon him, enveloping him completely. Break from me. The spirit leopard attempted the same trick again, but this time, no matter how he wielded his semi-holy weapon against the formations, they remained as immovable as mountains, devoid of any ripple or disturbance. How could this be? A mere pseudo-holy formation. Why can't my semi-holy weapon breach it? Naturally, the greater mystery troubling the spirit leopard was why Ling Shuang's formations had suddenly become so formidable. But in the next moment, he looked up to see Lin Yin in the sky, a cold smile etched on his face, fixed upon him. It is you? Upon recognizing Lin Yin, the spirit leopard immediately grasped that the formations were his doing and exclaimed in anger, "Who are you? Do you intend to meddle in the affairs of my spirit clan? Do you not fear offending the heavenly flame Taoist hall? They are a true holy power." However, Lin Yin dismissed the spirit leopard's threats, even too indolent to respond. The heavenly flame Taoist hall. Is it truly formidable? Thank you, junior brother. After nodding in gratitude to Lin Yin, Ling Shuang flashed forward, wielding the reincarnation pool entrusted to her by Lin Yin, and hurled it fiercely at the spirit leopard. She had no desire to squander any more time with him. True holy weapon. How could you possess a true holy weapon? The spirit leopard gazed at the reincarnation pool, which seemed to overwhelm the very fabric of the world around him, and felt utterly bewildered, teetering on the brink of tears. Initially, he thought it was quite remarkable to possess a semi-holy weapon bestowed by the heavenly flame Taoist hall. Yet this young lady appeared with a true holy weapon upon her entrance. Master, save me. At this moment of life and death, the spirit leopard could no longer afford to hesitate and immediately called for reinforcements. Whoosh. In an instant, a figure appeared above the spirit leopard, and upon assessing the situation, he too summoned a true holy weapon to counter the reincarnation pool. The reincarnation pool. The individual who intervened was none other than the semi-holy elder from the heavenly flame Taoist hall. Recognizing the reincarnation pool at a glance, a smile graced his lips as he remarked, "I have heard of the great battle between the East Flame Prefecture and the Demon Clan, where the Demon Clan's true holy weapon, the reincarnation pool, was claimed by our unparalleled alchemist, Master Lin." As his words fell, the elder lifted his gaze toward Lin Yin and spoke in a calm tone. "It is evident that Master Lin Dan is indeed a rare and extraordinary talent." Upon encountering Lin Yin, the elder ceased to pay any heed to the spirit leopard. Should Master Lin Dan harbor grievances against the spirit clan, I would not hesitate to assist him in annihilating them. Observing the elder's self-satisfied demeanor, Lin Yin furrowed his brow tightly. "Are you affiliated with the heavenly flame sect behind the spirit leopard?" In response, the elder merely smiled faintly and replied, I cannot be considered a person behind the scenes. It is merely that the spirit clan sought to submit themselves under my sect, and I reluctantly accepted. Allowing them to concoct elixirs for the disciples of the sect is a commendable choice, even though we are not in want." Upon hearing such derogatory remarks, Ling Shuang could no longer contain herself and coldly retorted, "My spirit clan has never expressed a desire to join your heavenly flame sect. This is solely the will of that spirit leopard." The elder, however, did not even turn his head as he indifferently replied, "That is an internal matter within your clan, of no concern to me. What I do know is that your spirit clan is now under the auspices of my heavenly flame sect and must act according to our stipulations." Hearing this, Lin Yan's frown deepened as he could not help but exclaim, "Is it true that the so-called true holy sect is so unreasonable and domineering?" To his astonishment, as soon as these words left Lin Yan's lips, the elder chuckled once more. "I forgot to mention, Master Lin Dan, you must accompany me back to my heavenly flame sect." Chapter 177. Lin Yin takes action. Half-saint? Merely this. What nonsense is this? Upon hearing the words of the half-saint from the Tianyin Taoist hall, Lin Yin was momentarily taken aback, almost amused by the absurdity of it. Such tyrannical behavior from the Tianyin Taoist hall, do they not fear annihilation in the future? A faint, disdainful smile graced Lin Yan's face as he intercepted the Phoenix Maiden, who was poised to strike him, and said coolly, "However, esteemed elder from the Tianyin Taoist hall, I must express my disbelief." The half-saint of the Tianyin Taoist hall, upon hearing Lin Yan's words, also chuckled and shook his head. "Ah, I do not wish to conceal the truth from you, Master Lin. In this Eastern Xiandao state, no force possesses the capability to eradicate us. Thus, let us refrain from discussing such improbable scenarios. I suggest you obediently accompany me. Rest assured, once you join our Tianyin Taoist hall, you shall be granted a position as a disciple, along with access to an array of alchemical resources. Whatever you desire, we can procure for you. All you need do is concoct pills imbued with Tao patterns for us." Upon hearing the half-saint's propositions, Lin Yin merely shook his head, his demeanor unfazed. "I apologize, but I have no interest in your Tianyin Taoist hall." With that, Lin Yin turned to leave. However, the expression of the half-saint darkened, and he spoke coldly. "I have shown you leniency, recognizing your exceptional talent. I hope you do not mistake my kindness for weakness." Seeing that the elder had dropped his pretense, Lin Yin turned back, his voice icy. "If you are hard of hearing, I suggest you seek treatment for your ears." As his words fell, Lin Yin, accompanied by the Phoenix Maiden and others, vanished back to the Spirit Clan. During Lin Yan's confrontation with the elder from the Tianyin Taoist hall, Ling Shuangshuang had decisively eliminated the spirit leopard with swift action. "If you believe that the presence of that illusory figure can contend with my Tianyin Taoist hall, you are gravely mistaken." The elder's gaze followed Lin Yan's retreating figure, his voice turning frigid, as if he were about to strike at any moment. Below, Lin Yan, who had just stood beside Ling Shuangshuang, furrowed his brows tightly upon hearing this, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Master, do you require my assistance in eliminating this old fool?" The Phoenix Maiden, noticing Lin Yan's tense expression, spoke with a chill, ready to act. However, Lin Yan stopped her, his voice calm yet resolute. "There is no need for you to intervene. I shall handle this myself." With that, Lin Yan swiftly appeared before the half-saint of the Tianyin Taoist hall, raising his fist in a direct assault toward the elder's face. "How audacious! You dare test my patience? Do you think your Tianyin Taoist hall is truly formidable? If you push me too far, I will not hesitate to bring your ruin upon you." In response, the elder's face broke into a cold smile upon witnessing Lin Yan's audacious attack. "Impudent! How dare you lay a hand on a member of my esteemed Taoist hall? You must be seeking a swift demise." Regarding the pinnacle of cultivation that Lin Yan had manifested, he felt a slight shock. However, he dismissed it, perceiving this as a golden opportunity to capture Lin Yan. Yet, in the very moment this thought blossomed in his mind, a flicker of dread immediately swept across his previously mocking countenance. Suddenly, a fist imbued with an almost uncountable array of Tao rhythms struck directly at his chest. With a muffled thud, a gruesome hole appeared in the chest of the half-saint from the Tianyin Taoist temple. "How is this possible?" The half-saint elder, propelled backward, stared in horror at Lin Yan while summoning all his strength to mend the gaping wound on his chest. "Why can't I heal it?" However, the next second, terror gripped his heart as he realized that the power he had harnessed, suffused with a hint of Tao rhythm, failed to mend his injury and instead intensified the suffering. What manner of force is this? It can sever my power and corrupt my wound? Fear welled within the elder as he sensed a profound aura of death emanating from this mysterious power. If he did not eradicate it swiftly, his life could be in peril. With this thought, the elder's resolve to retreat solidified, and he cast a wary glance towards Lin Yan. He was a half-saint. Who would have imagined he would be bested by one in the great ascension stage? If word of this spread, it would surely invite ridicule from all corners of the world. Without delay, the elder's figure flickered as he attempted to depart. "Do you think you can escape?" Observing the half-saint of the Tianyin Taoist temple turning to flee, Lin Yan smirked coldly, convinced that allowing him to strike would not grant him the privilege of escape. With a hum, Lin Yan raised his hand, summoning a peak-level pseudo-saint formation that instantaneously enveloped the half-saint elder. "Humph, a mere pseudo-saint formation thinks it can hinder me? What folly!" With that, the half-saint elder brandished the true saint artifact he had wielded earlier, launching an assault upon the formation. However, the result left him utterly bewildered. How could it be ineffective? He gazed at the formation, which merely rippled with energy, his face a mask of disbelief. This is a genuine saint artifact. How can it not breach a pseudo-saint formation? The elder, unwilling to concede, swung the true saint artifact again, relentlessly battering against Lin Yan's formation. Yet, with each strike, his anxiety deepened. Despite the relentless assault, the pseudo-saint formation remained unyielding, not even a single crack to be seen. The elder stood frozen, scrutinizing the artifact in his hand, beginning to question its authenticity. Old man, do not squander your energy. If you were truly a saint, perhaps you could breach this formation, but as you are now, you simply do not measure up. As he spoke, Lin Yan leisurely ascended to the apex of the grand formation, casting a serene gaze upon the semi-saint of the Tianyin Taoist Hall. What manner of formation is this? The elderly semi-saint raised his gaze towards Lin Yan, his heart brimming with confusion. Do you wish to learn it? Then go below, and let the king of hell instruct you. With the utterance of those words, Lin Yan unleashed a sword strike toward the old man. As the terrifying sword intent surged forth, the surrounding space began to shatter inch by inch. The semi-saint, upon witnessing that radiant sword light, initially contemplated utilizing the true sacred artifact in his grasp to defend himself. However, in the blink of an eye, puff, the sword light effortlessly disregarded the obstruction of the true sacred artifact, severing the elderly semi-saint's head from his shoulders. Thus, a generation's semi-saint met his demise, his spirit extinguished. Swish! After vanquishing the old man, Lin Yan casually beckoned, and the true sacred artifact of the Tianyin Taoist Hall soared directly into his hand. The myriad transformation formation sensed the aura of the true sacred level grand formation and entered a state of comprehension. Chapter 178, Unexpected Gains. An ancient array leading to the immortal realm? Upon the instant, the genuine holy artifact from the Tianyin dojo fell into his grasp. A familiar voice resonated within Lin Yan's mind, emanating from the myriad transformation array. To his astonishment, not only had he obtained such a genuine holy artifact, but he also experienced an unforeseen boon. A smile of delight graced Lin Yan's face, yet it quickly transformed into a contemplative expression. Indeed, a genuine holy artifact. If it is indeed a genuine holy artifact, it must undoubtedly bear the inscription of a genuine holy level array. With this thought in mind, Lin Yan promptly inquired, Xiaowan, why did you not comprehend the genuine holy level arrays inscribed within the reincarnation pool and the Nirvana sacred hall previously? In response to Lin Yan's questioning, the myriad transformation array voiced its grievance, quickly replying, Master, at that time, our level was insufficient to grasp such advanced arrays. However, rest assured, I have comprehended the genuine holy level arrays within the reincarnation pool and the Nirvana sacred hall as soon as my level permitted. Now, I merely need to comprehend 6 more genuine holy level arrays to ascend to the genuine holy tier. Upon hearing the words of the myriad transformation array, Lin Yan finally understood. Do not worry, it won't be long before I acquire the 6 genuine holy level arrays. As his words fell, Lin Yan returned to the side of Ling Shuangshuang, and under the guidance of the 7th elder of the Ling clan, they proceeded deeper into the small cave abode of the Ling clan, heading towards the location where the clan leader's remains were stored. Simultaneously, as Lin Yan and his companions ventured deeper into the Ling clan in the boundless heights above, figures appeared from 2 distinct directions, casting wary glances at Lin Yan and the others as they retreated. Fortunately, we did not act impulsively, otherwise the Tianyin dojo would have become the scapegoat, one figure remarked. Indeed, we believed that Lin Dan was merely exceptional in alchemy, yet we did not anticipate his combat prowess to be so formidable. To counter a half-saint at the Great Ascension stage, such an extraordinary feat is likely unparalleled in the entire Eastern Xindao Prefecture, another added. Let us hasten back to the dojo and inform the Holy Venerable. We should abandon the idea of forcibly taking Lin Dan and instead strive to cultivate a good relationship with him. As these words were spoken, the figures from the Qing Xian and Wu Tian genuine holy dojos transformed into streaks of light, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, above the Tianyin dojo, several imposing figures suddenly appeared. Gazing at Lin Yan's departing silhouette, their eyes filled with a chilling dread. What shall we do? This individual's true strength exceeds our expectations. It seems only a genuine saint can subdue him. Let us inform Saint Tianyi. He is currently engaged in exchanging insights with Dao Shuzi at the sacred sect. Perhaps this is the only way to fulfill the mission entrusted to us by the Holy Venerable. After exchanging glances and nodding in agreement, the figures swiftly vanished from their location. Within the Ling clan, the Phoenix Maiden secretly transmitted her thoughts to Lin Yan. Master, it appears that the individuals from the Tianyin dojo remain undeterred, intent on taking action against you once more. The members from the other two dojos have wisely retreated. Yet those from Tianyin seek out genuine holy assistance. Upon hearing the report from Lady Huang, Lin Yan felt no surprise whatsoever. During his previous confrontation with the semi-holy expert from Tianyin, he had already sensed the presence of hidden individuals, yet they bore no ill intent, and thus he chose not to reveal their existence. It matters not. Let them search, for I too wish to test the limits of my current combat prowess. Ideally, several genuine holies would arrive, allowing me to eliminate them all at once. After receiving Lin Yan's response, a smile graced Lady Huang's face. The fact that Lin Yan could defy a semi-holy at the Mahayana stage left her utterly astonished. After all, such a terrifying achievement remains unmatched even among the beasts of Ling Mountain. Perhaps following the master is the wisest decision I shall ever make. With this thought, Lady Huang produced a thunder calamity pill, tossing it into her mouth like a sweet, savoring its flavor. Before long, the group arrived at the location where the body of the Spirit Clan's patriarch was sealed. Upon arrival, they were met with an overwhelming chill. Father, your daughter has returned late. Unable to contain herself any longer, Ling Shuang rushed toward the crystalline coffin, tears streaming down her cheeks as she beheld the figure of the middle-aged man encased within. Is this truly a crystalline coffin crafted from 10,000-year-old ice? Lady Huang's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the massive coffin. 10,000-year-old ice? Lin Yan's expression revealed his confusion. Sensing his bewilderment, Lady Huang promptly elaborated. This 10,000-year-old ice is abundantly found within the towering ice mountain range of the eastern Xiandao state. It is perpetually shrouded by the icy essence of water, and even cultivators at the Mahayana stage would find themselves frozen solid if they lingered too long in the outer regions. Only those at the tribulation stage may tread the central areas, while the depths remain a place even genuine holies dare not venture lightly. Furthermore, it is said that at the deepest point of this ice mountain range lies an ancient teleportation array leading to the celestial realm. The celestial realm. The ancient teleportation array. Lin Yan's heart stirred with excitement and longing upon hearing Lady Huang's words. To think that such a celestial realm truly exists in this world. It is said that the crystalline coffin, forged from 10,000-year-old ice, possesses the ability to preserve the physical body for millennia without losing its life force, and to condense the power of the soul. As Lady Huang spoke, her gaze inadvertently drifted toward the Spirit Clan's seventh elder. Her curiosity piqued regarding how the Spirit Clan had managed to procure such an abundance of 10,000-year-old ice. Observing the inquisitive look from Lady Huang, the seventh elder of the Spirit Clan smiled and explained, "To be honest, this item was a gift bestowed upon us by a genuine holy. In those years, the individual who had yet to attain true sanctity, when gravely wounded and on the brink of death, was preserved by our offering of precious elixirs." Upon hearing the seventh elder's explanation, the Phoenix Maiden nodded, realizing the esteemed value of alchemy. "Junior apprentice, I entrust this to you." Beside the crystal coffin, Ling Shuang rapidly regained her composure, turning to Lin Yan with a face full of anticipation. Previously, upon receiving the news of her father's demise, she had nearly lost her sanity, her resolve shattered. It was Lin Yan's assurance of a means to resurrect him that restored her clarity. Observing her, Lin Yan revealed a gentle smile, reassuring Ling Shuang. He then approached the crystal coffin, scrutinizing it carefully before speaking slowly. "Might you possess the formula for the soul-condensing pill?" The soul-condensing pill? Although it can gather the dissipated souls of cultivators, its efficacy is limited to those of the integration realm and below. The seventh elder, upon hearing Lin Yan's words, felt a profound perplexity. Furthermore, the soul-condensing pill is of the 8th tier, with a high degree of difficulty in its refinement. Even their clan's few 8th tier and 1/9 tier alchemists have a low success rate in crafting it. "Seventh uncle, please hurry and fetch it," Ling Shuang, well aware of Lin Yan's capabilities, placed her unwavering trust in him. Although the seventh elder harbored doubts, The sight of Ling Shuang's steadfast confidence compelled him to act without further contemplation, and he promptly went to retrieve it. Oh, and do bring along insights from alchemists of the 7th tier and above. Chapter 179, Pinnacle of the 8th Grade. It is time to change the alchemy furnace. The 7th elder of the Spirit Clan, turning away, was filled with confusion upon hearing Lin Yan's words. What could this mean? Is it possible that the young lady's friend has yet to reach the rank of an 8th grade alchemist and wishes to break through at the last moment? With this thought, the 7th elder could not help but shake his head and sigh. Alas, the young lady remains too naive and inexperienced. How did she come to know such an alchemist? Even if he possesses decent talent and manages to break through to the 8th grade, the success rate of refining the soul-condensing pill would likely not surpass my own. Nonetheless, despite his inner thoughts, the 7th elder complied with Ling Shuang's instructions and set about his tasks. Before long, he returned with the necessary items for Lin Yan, accompanied by several others. Let me see who dares to boast so boldly as to claim they can resurrect the clan leader with the soul-condensing pill. An elderly man clad in an alchemist's robe exclaimed as he appeared, unable to contain his voice. My lady, you have finally returned. His excitement surged upon seeing Ling Shuang, and the others beside him nodded in greeting. It was unexpected for them to see her back in the clan. Initially, they had opposed Ling Bao's decision, believing that the heritage of the Spirit Clan, built over 10 millennia, should not be surrendered so easily. However, faced with the formidable power of the true sacred Dao field, they had no choice but to acquiesce to Ling Bao's arrangements. Yet now, with Ling Shuang's return, perhaps there might be a glimmer of hope. My lady, have you been deceived? The soul-condensing pill is difficult to refine even for us old-timers. Who else in the Eastern Xuanyu could possibly do so? Despite the elder's concern, Ling Shuang felt a warmth in her heart and replied calmly, It seems you have all spent too much time in your alchemy chambers. Have you not heard of Master Lin's name? Upon hearing her words, the esteemed alchemists of the Spirit Clan displayed expressions of doubt. Master Lin, who is that? Could it be that his alchemical prowess surpasses ours? As they spoke, a faint smile graced their faces, clearly skeptical that anyone in the Eastern Xuanyu could be superior to them. My lady, let us not forget that Ling Yuan, the elder, is the only alchemist in the entire Eastern Xuanyu capable of refining pills with 7 distinct patterns. Even within the entirety of the Eastern Xindao state, he ranks among the top 100 elite alchemists. The elder's companions, standing behind him, wore faint smiles as they looked at Ling Shuang. At the same time, Ling Yuan felt a sense of pride upon hearing their words. It was precisely due to such achievements that the Spirit Clan received an abundance of alchemical orders each year, often to the point of being overwhelmed. Even the individual sacred Taoist temples would send emissaries to solicit their assistance in alchemy. Upon witnessing the demeanor of her esteemed elders, Ling Shuang found herself at a loss for words, casting an apologetic glance towards Lin Yan. In response, Lin Yan nodded indifferently. With all preparations complete, he requested that the esteemed guests await outside, cautioning them that any delay would incur responsibilities they could ill afford. Lin Yan's words immediately captured the attention of Ling Yuan and the others, who turned to regard him with disdain. Are you the Lin Dan master that the young lady speaks of? How could one so young engage in such deceptive practices? They sneered, their eyes brimming with hostility. Boom. Observing their contemptuous gazes and their gross disrespect, Lin Yan furrowed his brow, tempted to teach them a lesson. However, before he could act, Ling Shuang moved first, effortlessly repelling them with a mere wave of her hand, her voice laced with cold authority. I have shown you respect as my elders. Yet you dare to speak ill of my benefactor and friend, lacking even a modicum of respect. Such insolence cannot be tolerated. Her demeanor grew icy as she continued. In the aftermath of Ling Bao's rebellion, I shall ensure that your actions are thoroughly investigated. Not only will you be scrutinized, but the entire Ling clan shall face my inquiry. I harbor no qualms about eradicating all who stood with Ling Bao. As her words echoed, a terrifying pressure imbued with the essence of Dao spread outward, suffocating those present, who could only stare at Ling Shuang in horror. Young Junior, I apologize. My kin do not know their place, she said, turning to Lin Yan and cupping her fist in apology, her expression one of deep remorse. Lin Yan smiled in response. Dear junior sister, you need not feel so formal. Our bond is unaffected by the opinions of others. Having shared a long journey together, Lin Yan regarded Ling Shuangshuang as a sister. After this exchange, Lin Yan, disinterested in expelling the others, accepted the insights of alchemy from the seventh elder along with the recipe for the soul-condensing pill. He then sat down to meditate on these newfound revelations. The Wanhua pill recipe has resonated with the insights of 8th and 9th tier alchemy, entering a state of comprehension. In the distance, although Ling Yuan and the others were exceedingly displeased with Ling Shuangshuang's recent actions, they dared not voice their objections, for they had palpably sensed the murderous intent emanating from her. Their once naive young lady had matured, transforming before their eyes. To think she would strike against us, her own elders, for the sake of an outsider. I am compelled to witness what extraordinary capabilities this foreigner possesses. Upon hearing the voice resonating within his mind, Lin Yan's face adorned a subtle smile. He then promptly summoned the alchemical furnace and the true saint-level alchemical fire, intending to commence the refinement of the 8th grade soul condensation pill. Master, this furnace is inadequate. It cannot possibly withstand my power. Suddenly, the voice of the divine flame pierced through, capturing Lin Yan's attention. Taken aback by this revelation, Lin Yan quickly regained his composure. Indeed, it was merely an alchemical furnace from the novice gift package bestowed by the system, so it was understandable that it could not endure the might of the true saint-level fire. With a wry smile, Lin Yan turned to Ling Shuangshuang and remarked, "Junior sister, it seems I must borrow a semi-saint-level furnace from you for my endeavors." Chapter 180. Insights from a century of waterway rhythm captivated crowds. Beside him, Ling Shuangshuang gazed at Lin Yan with eager anticipation, wishing to observe his alchemical process. She understood well that merely witnessing Lin Yan's alchemy would yield astonishing benefits, enhancing her own skills and potentially leading her into a state of enlightenment. At this moment, upon hearing that Lin Yan wished to borrow a semi-saint grade alchemical furnace, Ling Shuangshuang did not hesitate. She promptly handed her semi-saint furnace over to him and said, "Junior brother, I have no use for this furnace any longer. Take it without reservation." As soon as she finished speaking, Ling Shuangshuang immediately sat cross-legged in place, filled with expectation. Similarly, Ling Jiao and Huake also settled down in a meditative posture, preparing themselves. The young boy, resembling a dragon, Lei Long, observed his sisters and began to mimic their actions. As for the Phoenix Maiden, she was already fully prepared. Upon receiving the alchemical furnace, Lin Yan began his work without delay. The materials for the soul condensation pill were provided by the Ling clan. As various ingredients were added, they transformed into drops of pure spiritual liquid under the divine flames, falling into the furnace and commencing the pill formation process. Although it was Lin Yan's first attempt at crafting the soul condensation pill, he found it remarkably straightforward, contrary to what others had suggested. In mere moments, waves of pill aura, imbued with the essence of Tao, began to radiate outward, enveloping Ling Shuangshuang and the others, drawing them into a state of enlightenment. In the distance, Ling Yuan and the others, initially puzzled as to why their young mistress was so eager about this young alchemist, were soon struck with astonishment upon sensing the rich pill aura. The once dismissive expressions on their faces transformed into profound shock as they stared at Lin Yan in disbelief. Am I seeing things? Is this the legendary pill aura? Ling Yuan, the leader, was utterly astounded as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Yan. The pill aura had completely captivated him, prompting a re-evaluation of Lin Yan, regardless of whether it was mere luck or not. For no other reason than the sheer presence of this aura. It was known that in all of Dongxiandao Prefecture, there were fewer than 5 alchemists capable of producing such an effect during their craft. Moreover, those individuals had meticulously prepared before attempting to create pill aura. Yet now, the young junior whom he had previously looked down upon was effortlessly conjuring such a celestial phenomenon during his alchemy. How could he not be astonished? I feel as though the bottleneck that has confined me for years is beginning to dissolve. Behind Ling Yuan, a pinnacle 8th grade alchemist, enveloped by the pill aura, immediately sat down to attempt a breakthrough to 9th grade. Me too. It seems our understanding of the path of alchemy has been far too narrow. This is the true essence of the alchemical way. In almost an instant, all present, including Ling Yuan, settled into a meditative state. Time flowed swiftly. Within less than an hour, Lin Yan successfully refined a batch of soul-condensing pills. As a rich fragrance of the pills wafted through the air, Lin Yin produced 3 soul-condensing pills adorned with water-based patterns. Congratulations, host. You have successfully refined 3 soul-condensing pills with water-based patterns, triggering a 100-fold return, resulting in 5 soul-condensing pills with water-based patterns. Congratulations, host. You have successfully refined 5 soul-condensing pills with water-based patterns, earning a reward of a century's comprehension of the water path. A century's reward for comprehension of the water path? Upon hearing that familiar voice echo in his mind, Lin Yin was momentarily taken aback, but soon he realized that his understanding of the water path had deepened significantly. With the super pill chi technique and the enlightenment from a century of water path comprehension, you have successfully grasped 1/10 of the water path. Indeed, it was as he thought. Lin Yan's heart surged with joy. He had unexpectedly begun to touch the power of the great path. After all, this power is one of the prerequisites for a true sage to attain the position of an immortal. I have broken through my bottleneck and smoothly entered the ranks of a 9th-grade alchemist. The surrounding silence was suddenly shattered by an exclamatory voice from a distance, belonging to an 8th-grade alchemist from the Spirit Clan. After observing Lin Yan's alchemical prowess, he was inspired and directly broke through to the 9th grade. Haha, I too have made a breakthrough, only 1 step away from the 9th grade. Similarly, the others displayed expressions of sheer delight, cheering loudly. Only Ling Yuan remained in a state of dismay. Although he had progressed from mid-9th grade to late 9th grade, he could not bring himself to feel joy. His recent foolishness left him unsure of how to face Lin Yan. After all, they had spoken disrespectfully not long ago. If Lin Yan were to hold a grudge, it would spell disaster for them. Meanwhile, Ling Shuang and the others awoke from their state of enlightenment, having gained considerable improvement, their benefits rivaling the effects of a 5-element patterned thunder calamity pill. Alchemist Lin, we sincerely apologize for our previous actions and words. We were indeed blind, and we hope that Alchemist Lin can overlook our transgressions. Ling Yuan, accompanied by a few others, approached Lin Yan with a look of remorse, cupping his hands and bowing deeply. In the future, should Alchemist Lin have any tasks, we shall certainly heed your command. Standing there, Lin Yan observed their earnest expressions and smiled. Please rise, esteemed seniors. It was indeed my failure to reveal my true abilities that led to your misunderstanding, and I share part of the responsibility. However, now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, I look forward to more exchanges in the realm of alchemy in the future. Ling Yuan and the others initially anticipated that Lin Yan would vent his frustrations upon them. However, upon witnessing his remarkable magnanimity, they were profoundly moved and could not help but bow in respect. Master Lin Dan's broad-mindedness is truly admirable. Upon receiving their accolades, Lin Yan smiled and replied, "Esteemed elders, I kindly ask you to step aside, for your clan leader awaits." At his words, Ling Yuan and the others promptly retreated. Master Lin Dan's alchemical prowess and character are beyond reproach. Nonetheless, the notion of resurrecting the clan leader with the soul-condensing pill seems rather fanciful. However, since Master Lin Dan has managed to evoke the essence of the pill during its refinement, the quality of his concoction must undoubtedly exceed 7 inscriptions. Allowing him to proceed may even expedite the process of reuniting the disbanded souls within the crystal coffin. Indeed, the group stood aside, albeit skeptical of this method. Yet they refrained from voicing their objections, as they had already been won over by his alchemical skills. However, as Lin Yan approached the crystal coffin, holding the pill and placing it upon the clan leader's forehead, the brows of Ling Yuan's companions furrowed in disbelief. 1 inscription? How could this be possible? Yet, as a late-stage 9th-grade practitioner, Ling Yuan stood frozen in shock, staring at the soul-condensing pill, his expression one of utter astonishment. This inscription, Chapter 181, A Reversal of Fate, Resurrecting the Spirit Clan Leader. As Lin Yan held in his hand a pill adorned with intricate patterns exuding profound Taoist essence, Ling Yuan found himself utterly petrified, unable to believe the reality before his eyes. The Tao patterns, as chronicled in ancient tomes, were said to enable cultivators to comprehend the grand principles of the universe, allowing them to enter a state of sudden enlightenment. Ling Yuan stood transfixed, murmuring to himself, his gaze fixated on the soul-condensing pill embellished with Tao patterns. To his astonishment, such a pill truly existed, and someone had actually managed to concoct it. Behind Ling Yuan, Several senior alchemists of the Spirit clan, upon hearing the term Tao patterns, experienced a swift transformation from confusion to sheer astonishment. One among them, unable to contain his excitement, found himself unconsciously moving towards Lin Yan. Impudent. What do you intend to do? Fortunately, Ling Yuan regained his composure just in time, and with a furious shout, he snapped the nearly deranged alchemist back to reality. The alchemist, now fully aware, felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. He had come perilously close to causing a disaster. Lin Yin was a formidable alchemist, one capable of ending lives with a mere command. And had he lost his sanity and attempted to seize the pill, he might well have met his demise. At that moment, all eyes turned to Lin Yin, their gazes shifting from mere peers to expressions of profound reverence. In the realm of alchemy, one is deemed a master by their achievements. And Lin Yan's extraordinary prowess in this discipline left them in deep admiration. A pill imbued with Tao patterns was a rarity, not only in the eastern Xiandao state, but throughout the entire wasteland. It was unlikely that anyone could replicate such a feat. In stark contrast to the astonishment of Ling Yuan and his companions, Lin Yin appeared remarkably serious. He placed the soul-condensing pill upon the brow of the Spirit clan leader and immediately began to circulate his energy, aiding in its absorption. Buzz. In an instant, feeble soul powers began to drift in from the surrounding void, converging into the leader's brow. Although the Tao pattern soul-condensing pill maximized the potential to gather the scattered soul powers, Lin Yin was acutely aware that it was insufficient. Thus, he promptly activated the forces of reincarnation and the essence of life, combining the two to bolster the pill's efficacy significantly. What a rich vitality! I feel as though I have rejuvenated by several years. As Lin Yin unleashed the forces of reincarnation and the essence of life, a formidable aura of vitality surged outward. Witnessing this, the onlookers were struck with astonishment, their faces reflecting disbelief. They could sense countless nearly dissipated soul powers slowly emerging from the void, gravitating towards the soul-condensing pill. Even many soul powers that had long since faded began to rematerialize. What manner of technique is this? Could it truly be possible for the dissipated soul power of the clan leader to be revived? In the distance, Ling Yuan and the others observed this scene, their previously calm expressions once again replaced by profound astonishment. As alchemists, they possessed an acute understanding of the power of the soul. Once a person's soul power has faded, it is nearly impossible to manifest it again unless one possesses the ability to reverse time itself. Could it be that Master Lin? At this thought, a look of horror flickered in their eyes. Yet, they quickly dismissed the notion. Even a true saint could not accomplish such a feat. How could Master Lin, as a mere cultivator of the great ascension stage, possibly achieve it? There must be some hidden means that he possesses. Suppressing their inner doubts, they gazed intently at Lin Yin, their hearts beginning to swell with anticipation. Perhaps today, Master Lin could indeed perform a miracle and resurrect their clan leader. On the other side, Ling Shuangshuang watched the beads of sweat trickling down Lin Yan's forehead, her heart hanging in a delicate balance. She felt both pain for Lin Yin and fearful of his potential failure, a true conundrum of emotions. Time passed swiftly. After 5 continuous days of soul consolidation, Lin Yin finally exhaled a long breath, halting his efforts. At last, it was accomplished. Lin Yin sighed, recognizing the immense time and effort that such a task demanded. Fortunately, thanks to his soul fusion technique, he had successfully reconstituted the shattered soul into a complete form. What followed was a quiet wait for the clan leader of the Ling tribe to awaken. Junior brother, how did it go? Were you successful? Ling Shuangshuang rushed over, her face etched with anxiety. After all, reviving a lost soul was a feat that even most true saints could not achieve. Observing her expression, Lin Yin nodded with a smile. I have not failed you. However, your father's soul has only just been reformed and remains exceedingly weak. It will require some time to recover, so he cannot awaken just yet. It may take a while. As Lin Yin spoke, the onlookers quickly gathered closer, eager to witness whether Lin Yin had indeed created a miracle. Among them, the Phoenix Maiden, a figure of great power, was particularly curious, for even she, a true saint, could not bring someone back to life. Approaching the crystal coffin, the crowd scrutinized the still form of the Ling clan leader, gradually revealing a look of shock on their faces. He is breathing. At the moment the 7th elder of the Ling tribe spoke, everyone witnessed the steady rhythm of the clan leader's breath, their hearts filled with an overwhelming sense of awe. They could hardly believe that a soul so fragmented had been truly revived by Lin Yan's miraculous means. Junior brother, I can never repay this great kindness. I, Ling Shuangshuang, am willing to serve you tirelessly from this day forth. Ling Shuangshuang gazed at her father, whose chest heaved within the crystal coffin, tears welling in her eyes. In a sudden moment of emotion, she turned and knelt before Lin Yan. Oh, little junior sister, what are you doing? Please rise. Startled by her unexpected gesture, Lin Yan was taken aback, reluctant to be revered as a deity. He quickly assisted her to her feet, feigning anger. Little junior sister, by doing this, you treat me as a stranger. I regard you as my own sister. Such actions might displease me. Observing Lin Yan's mock fury, Ling Shuangshuang, amidst her tears, broke into a smile. Wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, she leaped into Lin Yan's embrace, holding him tightly, her cheeks slightly flushed as she declared, From this day forth, I no longer wish to call you little junior brother. Chapter 182, Ling Shuangshuang's Infatuation, the Eruption of True Saint-Level Combat. Lin Yan gazed down at Ling Shuangshuang in his embrace, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Have you finally come to your senses? Is it time to address me as master brother? Little junior sister, you should have done so long ago. His expression radiated pride, having successfully rectified their hierarchical relationship. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Ling Shuangshuang softly retorted, Dream on. Master brother is a bit much. I can call you brother Lin Yan instead. As soon as she finished speaking, she buried her face in Lin Yan's chest, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The onlookers around them couldn't help but share knowing smiles, clearly understanding the depth of Miss Shuangshuang's feelings. The elders of the Ling clan, including Ling Yuan, stroked their beards with delight, pleased to see their Shuangshuang linked with such an extraordinary talent as Lin Yan. However, Lin Yan, the very subject of this exchange, furrowed his brow slightly and suggested, Perhaps you should just call me master brother. It aligns with our ranks, after all. It was evident that he was quite particular about this hierarchical distinction. Hierarchical distinction, indeed. As Lin Yan's words hung in the air, the nearby Phoenix Maiden and the members of the Ling clan nearly stumbled in disbelief. Are you truly oblivious or merely pretending? The lady has made her intentions abundantly clear, yet you remain in the dark? Humph, brother Lin Yan is so dense. Ling Shuangshuang, clearly frustrated by Lin Yan's obtuseness, tossed out this remark before turning on her heel and walking away. What on earth just happened? Lin Yan watched her retreating figure, perplexed, pondering. Is it that time of the month for her? However, as he observed the expressions of those around him, filled with exasperation, his confusion only deepened. My master, I must say, in matters of cultivation, you are unparalleled in this realm, yet when it comes to emotions, you require further study and practice. The Phoenix Maiden could no longer contain herself, whispering this to Lin Yan before discreetly returning to her own training. What is going on with you all? Lin Yan stared at the two departing figures, utterly baffled, convinced he had not offended anyone. Boom. Just as Lin Yan pondered over his recent actions, a resounding roar echoed from the heavens above. Lin Yan swiftly returned to the heavenly flame Dao Hall, or bear the consequences. Immediately following, a voice imbued with profound Dao rhythm pierced through numerous barriers, resonating within the Ling clan's small realm. More individuals from the heavenly flame Dao Hall. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Yan's brow furrowed deeper, a glint of frost flashing in his eyes. He was troubled by the recent incident, and little did he expect that the people from the Tianyan dojo would come knocking again, which only fueled his anger. Whoosh! In an instant, Lin Yan transformed into a streak of light, swiftly leaving the small cave of the Spirit Clan and appearing high above the skies of the Spirit Clan. Naturally, accompanying Lin Yan were the Phoenix Maiden and Ling Shuangshuang, among others. It's merely the initial stage of the human saint. Master, allow me to crush him with a single palm. The Phoenix Maiden glanced at the true saint from the Tianyan dojo, instantly discerning his prowess, her face reflecting disdain as she prepared to strike. Tianyi, do not go too far. Master Lin Dan is my savior, should you wish to take him. You must first step over my dead body. However, just as the Phoenix Maiden was about to act, a furious shout echoed from afar. Shortly thereafter, Dao Shuzi, wielding a square cauldron, rushed over, directly launching an attack towards the saint of the Tianyan dojo. Lin Yan, observing the sudden appearance of Dao Shuzi, was astonished to discover that he had successfully stepped into the true saint realm. Dao Shuzi, though you have just entered the saint realm, you are still no match for me. Depart quickly, lest you bring harm upon yourself. Tianyi's expression turned cold and impatient as he regarded Dao Shuzi, who clung to him like a stubborn leech. Do you not fear the repercussions from the other true saint dojos for your actions, Tianyin Dojo? Master Lin Dan represents the foundation of our entire Dongxian Dao state, not merely yours. Dao Shuzi's gaze remained fixed on Tianyi, refusing to relent as he transformed the square cauldron into a streak of light, hurtling towards his opponent. The square cauldron was a true saint artifact, and even though Tianyi was on the verge of stepping into the mid-stage of the human saint, he dared not underestimate it. He promptly summoned his own true saint weapon and struck towards the cauldron. Boom! The two true saint artifacts collided violently, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that rapidly spread outward. Even the many cultivators from the central divine continent who were watching from afar were sent flying, spitting blood from the shockwave. Moreover, where the two saint artifacts clashed, a massive fissure, 100 feet wide, had already torn open in space, with violent spatial storms raging within, seemingly capable of shredding anything apart. This place is unsuitable for battle. Come up here, Dao Shuzi exclaimed after witnessing the chaotic aftermath of the battle. With a flash, he soared into the high skies. From a distance, Tianyi, noticing this, exchanged a glance with Lin Yin before also vanishing, pursuing after him. He understood well that if he did not resolve Dao Shuzi today, he would be unable to take Lin Yin away. Furthermore, he was acutely aware of one crucial point. Battles between true saints could easily result in cataclysmic destruction, shattering the very fabric of space. If they were to engage recklessly in combat within the central divine continent, it would not be long before the region turned to ruin. Such a calamity was something he dared not instigate. Let us go and observe the battle. Within the clan of spirits, upon witnessing this scene, Lin Yin immediately uttered a phrase. Then with a swift flicker of his figure, he hastily pursued. Beside him, the Phoenix Maiden and Ling Shuang, along with others, exhibited no hesitation, leaping forth without delay to closely follow. Only on the ground, Ling Yuan and the other esteemed leaders of the spirit clan gazed at the retreating figures of Ling Shuang and the others, their faces etched with concern. Although Master Lin possessed the power to slay a half-saint, this was, after all, a battle of true saint level, the terrifying nature of which was beyond imagination. Yet, they dared not follow, their hearts filled solely with fervent prayers for Lin Yin and his companion's safe return. Chapter 183. The Terrifying True Saint Combat Power. The drunken Taoist comes to aid. High above in the boundless expanse of the cosmos, Lin Yin and the Phoenix Maiden Ling Shuang, along with others, arrived at this location. Gazing into the distant void of the universe, they beheld two figures locked in a fierce battle, their expressions reflecting profound astonishment. At that moment, the combatants unleashed their powers to the fullest, and the shockwaves from their clash shattered distant celestial bodies into mere fragments. Each strike and movement reverberated with the profound essence of the world, exuding an unfathomable terror. Is this the power of a true saint? Can a single blow obliterate a major star? Ling Shuang's mouth gaped wide in disbelief, as if it could accommodate an egg. What is this? Merely a human saint. If I were to strike, it would be a mere flick of my wrist. The Phoenix Maiden, witnessing Ling Shuang's naive astonishment, could not help but comment. With her power, every planet in the vicinity would be reduced to cosmic dust in an instant. Simultaneously, from various directions, numerous cultivators of the greater ascension stage and above from central divine continent gathered to observe. After all, this was a battle between true saints. A careful observation could greatly benefit their future paths. However, it seemed that Senior Dao Shuzi was gradually falling behind in his confrontation with the saint from Tianyin Taoist Hall. This was an inevitable outcome, for Dao Shuzi had only recently broken through to the true saint realm and had yet to stabilize his newfound power. The fact that he could contend with the seasoned saint from Tianyin Taoist Hall was already commendable. Alas, if this situation continues, Dao Shuzi's fate may turn dire. For the saint from Tianyin Taoist Hall had already begun to harbor murderous intent. Around them, the crowd observing the battle furrowed their brows in concern. Should Dao Shuzi fall here, it would not only spell disaster for him, but also bring calamity to the people of Central Divine Continent. I truly hope someone intervenes to teach that arrogant true saint from Tianyin Taoist Hall a lesson. Indeed, the Tianyin Taoist Hall's presence was ubiquitous whenever rare treasures emerged in the entire eastern Xiandao province, and their behavior was often tyrannical and unreasonable. Such a malignant sect ought to be eradicated swiftly, yet they audaciously sought to target Master Lin Dan. How utterly outrageous. Meanwhile, Lin Yin observed Dao Shuzi's deteriorating situation, prompting the Phoenix Maiden to speak up. Master, do you wish for me to intervene and eliminate that true saint from Tianyin Taoist Hall with a single strike? However, just as her words lingered in the air, a figure suddenly dashed past them and, in the blink of an eye, joined the fray in Dao Shuzi's battle. Tiani, your Tianyin Taoist Hall's reach is excessively long. In the midst of the battlefield between the two, a venerable elder with a long beard, clutching a wine gourd, suddenly made his appearance. As soon as he emerged, he swayed his body and launched a punch towards Tian. Boom. This strike, seemingly soft and feeble, nonetheless sent Tian reeling backward, blood spewing forth. The drunken Taoist? Caught off guard by this unexpected blow, Tian staggered back, his expression darkening as he gazed at the newcomer. Coldly, he inquired, do you intend to meddle in the affairs between the Tianyin Taoist Temple and Dao Suzi? Although Tian regarded the drunken Taoist with a glacial stare, harboring murderous intent, he was inwardly filled with trepidation. After all, this drunken Taoist had long ago ascended to the late stage of human sage, now standing at the precipice of reaching the pinnacle of that realm. However, this was not the gravest concern. The fact that the drunken Taoist possessed no sect or faction, and had neither offspring nor kin, rendered him a solitary rogue. Offending such a late-stage human sage would ensure that the Tianyin Taoist Temple would never find peace again. Consequently, throughout the eastern Xiandao prefecture, the mere mention of the drunken Taoist's name inspired considerable apprehension, for fear of incurring his wrath. Gulp. After taking a hearty swig of his drink, the drunken Taoist, appearing quite inebriated, declared, I have no desire to involve myself in your trivial matters, but I cannot endure the incessant prattle of my beloved disciple, thus I must intervene. How about this? Both of you take a step back and grant me, the old Taoist, a favor. Let us cease hostilities here. Upon finishing his words, he took another hearty gulp of wine, still seemingly unsatisfied. Meanwhile, in the distance, Lin Yin suddenly spotted the arrival of Zhang Tian. How are you, young Lin? Is everything well? Lin Yin, somewhat astonished by Zhang Tian's sudden appearance, broke into a smile and replied, Senior Zhang, what brings you here? Calling me senior feels rather distant. If you do not mind, simply refer to me as Brother Zhang. Zhang Tian's face lit up with a smile before he added, I heard that individuals from the Tianyin Taoist Temple intended to seize you, so I summoned my master. That venerable true sage is your teacher? Lin Yin felt a slight jolt of astonishment at Zhang Tian's words. Although he had previously heard that Zhang Tian's master was extraordinary during his time in Dongyan Prefecture, he could scarcely have imagined that this so-called extraordinary figure was a superlative power at the late stage of human sage. With just a single punch, he had rendered the true sage of the Tianyin Taoist Temple utterly subdued and unwilling to retaliate. Haha, do not be deceived by my master's fondness for alcohol. His mind is as sharp as ever. Zhang Tian chuckled lightly and continued, Once I informed him of your situation, he expressed a keen desire to meet you. Hearing Zhang Tian's words, Lin Yin hastily waved his hand and smiled. Zhang Tian, your words carry a weighty gravity. The notion of a meeting seems utterly unattainable. However, if it pleases you, esteemed elder, I shall personally pay a visit to discuss this matter. Ha! Very well. Let us settle on that, Brother Lin. I eagerly await your arrival. Zhang Tian's laughter rang out buoyantly, yet soon after, his expression grew somber as he spoke with a measured tone. However, Brother Lin, regarding this matter, there is another, even more pressing issue we must attend to. Oh, what might that be? Lin Yan's face reflected confusion. For if even the fervent Zhang Tian appeared so grave, it could only signify something of great import. After a brief pause, Zhang Tian finally began to unfold the matter. Your esteemed master, namely Nangong Yi, upon her return to the clan, was immediately ensnared by her kin. Chapter 184, The Intoxicated Taoist and the Captive Nangong Yi. In the distant cosmic void, countless fragments of planets coalesced, gradually forming a chaotic sea of meteors. At this moment, amidst the tumultuous meteorite sea, The intoxicated Taoist took a sip of wine and gazed at Tian-Yi of the Tianyin Taoist temple, inquiring with a hint of nonchalance. So, Tian-Yi, have you pondered your decision? A truce would benefit everyone. Should we engage in battle, you would find it exceedingly difficult to leave here alive, facing us 2 against 1. Damn it. On the opposite side, Tian-Yi's expression darkened upon hearing the Taoist's threatening words. Nevertheless, he retorted coldly, "Intoxicated old Taoist, do you not fear retribution from our Tianyin Taoist temple? You ought to understand that our esteemed holy master can break through to the earth saint level simply by undergoing this Taoist rhythm baptism. Moreover, Lin Yin has slain one of our half-saint experts. How could our temple not seek vengeance for this? The earth saint level represents the pinnacle of power in the eastern Xiandao province." However, the intoxicated Taoist disregarded this final statement, responding with an indifferent tone. I relish the thought of your temple's revenge. After all, I am but a solitary figure, unencumbered by fear. You Tianyin Taoist temple cannot escape. Let us see who suffers more when the time for retribution comes. However, let me make one thing clear. Should you choose the path of vengeance, you will be the first to fall. As the Taoist's words echoed, he fixed his icy gaze upon Tian-Yi, refraining from taking another sip of wine. Witnessing the palpable killing intent emanating from the Taoist, Tian-Yi felt a surge of trepidation, struggling to articulate a response. Well, very well. Ultimately, he could only utter these 3 words before transforming into a streak of light, vanishing from the spot. This matter is not concluded. Our half-saint will not perish in vain. On the ground, Dao Shuzi remarked coldly upon hearing Tian-Yi's final words. It appears the Tianyin Taoist temple will not relent. No matter, should they dare send someone, I shall eliminate them one by one. Beside him, the intoxicated Taoist commented coolly as he watched the spot where Tian-Yi had just disappeared. All right, nothing more to discuss. I should return now. With that, he too vanished from the scene. On the ground, Dao Shuzi paid his respects to the spot where the Taoist had just been before transforming into a streak of light and approaching Lin Yan. Lin Dan, why not take refuge in my asking Tao's sacred sect for the next 10 days before the Tao rhythm baptism commences? If the Tianyin Taoist temple sends someone, I will be able to act swiftly. Nearby, Zhan Tian echoed in agreement. Indeed, Brother Lin, residing within the asking Tao sacred sect would ensure your safety. After all, with the esteemed Dao Shuzi present, even if the Tianyin Daochang were to dispatch a true sage once more, you would still have ample time to escape. Upon hearing the persuasion from the 2, Lin Yan nodded with a smile. In that case, I shall rely on your esteemed sect and Dao Shuzi. As he spoke, Lin Yan bowed deeply. Master Lin Dan, your words are overly courteous. You are indeed a benefactor to me, Dao Shuzi replied with a gentle smile, producing a token from his robes and handing it to Lin Yan. Master Lin Dan, the gates of our sect are always open to you. With this token in your possession, you may enter any area within our sect. Then I shall await your esteemed visit, Master Lin Dan. With that, Dao Shuzi transformed into a beam of light and vanished from sight. After the battle with Tian-Yi, he was filled with numerous insights, urgently needing to return to the sect to reflect upon them. Once Dao Shuzi departed, a grave expression surfaced on Lin Yan's face as he turned to Zhan Tian. Brother Zhan Tian, are you saying that my master is imprisoned within her family due to the marriage contract with the Yang family, a lineage renowned for their crafting? Zhan Tian nodded, adding, Master Lin Dan, you are well aware that the arts of crafting and formations have always been intertwined. It is precisely for this reason that the Nangong family and the Yang clan have tacitly accepted the idea of a union. Moreover, with Nangong's remarkable talent in formations, the Yang family is naturally unwilling to let her go. Hearing this, Lin Yan's brows furrowed, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he stated, Let us proceed to the Nangong family. If my master consents to this marriage, we shall not intervene and will extend our blessings and gifts. However, if she is unwilling and is being coerced, then as her disciple, I cannot remain indifferent. Beside him, Ling Shuangshuang nodded repeatedly in agreement, her demeanor suggesting she was of a similar mind. Whoosh. Immediately, the group set off towards the Nangong family. At the Nangong family, deep within a small cave, in a lavish pavilion, Nangong Yi leaned against the window, gazing blankly at a nearby lake. Tiangu, where are you? At this moment, Nangong Yi radiated no aura of cultivation, clearly sealed by some special means. Moreover, the entire pavilion was enveloped by a powerful formation, preventing her from escaping. Miss, you must accept your fate. The union between the Nangong family and the Yang clan is a tradition passed down from our ancestors. You are well aware of the obstinacy of the clan elders. Once they have made up their minds, even the mightiest deity cannot alter their decision. A maid spoke as she tidied the bridal trousseau. In all honesty, she harbored a sense of injustice regarding Nangong Ye's plight. However, she remained merely a servant, bound to follow orders without alternative recourse. Miss, please give it careful thought. The elders have decided that once the Dao Yin baptism concludes in 10 days, the wedding between you and young Master Yangcheng will be held immediately. After delivering this final statement, the maid left behind a communication token and turned to depart. Nangong Yi gazed at the token on the table. Her previously listless demeanor instantly transformed into one of vitality. She looked towards the retreating figure of the maid and softly uttered, "Ling, thank you." No sooner had the words left her lips than she activated the communication device. In central Shenzhou, Lin Yin and his companions, en route to the Nangong family, promptly received the message. "Tiangu, where are you? Come and take me away, no matter where we go." Upon hearing the sweet, melodic voice emanating from the token, Zhang Tian's face flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, Lin Yin and the others were attentively listening to the communication, initially anticipating significant intelligence. However, upon hearing those words, they exchanged amused glances directed at Zhang Tian. Cough, cough. Zhang Tian quickly regained his composure and replied, "Year, rest assured, Lin Yin and I are on our way to the Nangong family." Chapter 185. The Malice of the Heavenly Flame Temple and the Tension of the Nangong Family. In the eastern Xiandao state, amidst the majestic sacred mountains where the Heavenly Flame Temple is situated, an irate roar reverberated within a resplendent hall. That drunken old fool again. The last time in a grand cave, he snatched away an egg of a true sacred beast from me. I have yet to settle the score, and now he dares to thwart my endeavors once more. The Heavenly Flame Saint Lord, in a fit of rage, smashed a chair made of divine gold into dust. His face contorted with fury. "Saint Lord, please calm your anger." Tian Yi, witnessing the near explosion of the Heavenly Flame Saint Lord, hastened to interject. "I shall slay that old scoundrel." The Heavenly Flame Saint Lord quickly regained his composure, his gaze fixed towards the direction of the eastern Xiandao, imbued with an icy demeanor. Had he obtained the true sacred egg, their Heavenly Flame Temple would have acquired a guardian beast of true sacred caliber. And what of Lin Yin? How could a mere alchemist slay our half-saint? Are you certain there is no error? The Heavenly Flame Saint Lord, from his elevated position, addressed Tian Yi with a probing inquiry. Tian Yi fell into a brief silence. He found it hard to believe that an alchemist at the Great Ascension stage could annihilate a half-saint. He promptly responded, in response to the Saint Lord, "I have not witnessed it myself. This is merely the report from my subordinates." The Heavenly Flame Saint Lord waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for such formality between us." After a moment of contemplation, he reached a conclusion. This individual, excelling in the art of alchemy, cannot possibly be equally adept in cultivation without a formidable protector behind him. Have you taken note of this? Tian Yi furrowed his brow slightly, pausing before replying. Now that you mention it, there is indeed a woman whose true strength eluded even my immediate perception. Upon hearing this, a faint smile crept across the Heavenly Flame Saint Lord's lips. That clarifies matters. A master alchemist capable of crafting pills inscribed with Dao patterns must undoubtedly have a powerful guardian behind them. This person is at least a mid to late-stage human saint, making it understandable that you could not discern their cultivation level at first glance. At this juncture, the Heavenly Flame Saint Lord hesitated briefly before his expression darkened, his voice cold and resolute. "Just wait for me. Once I undergo the Dao rhythm baptism and ascend to the Earth Saint level, I shall settle accounts with you all. Convey my orders. During this period, no one is to seek trouble with those individuals. Everyone must prepare diligently for the Dao rhythm baptism." Upon receiving the command, Tian Yi promptly set to work. In the eastern Xiandao, central Shenzhou, within the small cave of the Nangong family. "Master Lin, we of the Nangong family have failed to give you a proper welcome. Please forgive us." Lin Yin, leading a group of individuals, entered the small cave abode of the Nangong family with scarcely any hindrance due to his esteemed identity. It must be said at times, Possessing a formidable status can indeed simplify matters. May I inquire about the esteemed names of the venerable seniors present? Lin Yan asked with a smile, clasping his fists in greeting as he regarded the more than 10 formidable figures before him. Upon hearing his words, the group promptly pushed a middle-aged man from their midst, who then returned Lin Yan's gesture. I am Nangong Hua, the current patriarch of the Nangong family. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yan's expression shifted to one of puzzlement. As the leader of a clan, was this truly the manner in which he was treated? However, with a mere moment of speculation, Lin Yan discerned the underlying truth. This so-called patriarch was likely a puppet chosen by the elderly advisors surrounding him, with real power resting firmly in their hands. Nangong Hua, catching the hint of doubt in Lin Yan's gaze, felt a pang of bitterness within. As patriarch, he possessed not even a modicum of authority. He could not even decide the marital fate of his own daughter. May I ask the purpose of Master Lin Dan's visit to our Nangong family? An elder clad in array robes, standing beside Nangong Hua, stepped forward with a warm smile, inquiring of Lin Yan. Though they specialized in formations, they were nonetheless eager for the alchemical elixirs infused with Tao patterns that Lin Yan crafted. After all, who would not wish to grow stronger effortlessly? The others surrounding them also wore smiles as they focused intently on Lin Yan, effectively sidelining Nangong Hua, the patriarch. Lin Yan, observing the elderly figures before him, refrained from responding immediately. He understood that should he speak, these individuals would likely seize the opportunity to implore him for elixirs. Thus, he chose to retreat behind Zhang Tian and Ling Shuang, remaining silent. Zhang Tian and Ling Shuang, equally aware of the unspoken understanding, immediately adopted a cold demeanor and addressed the assembly of elders. Our sole purpose here is to take Nangong Yi with us. Upon hearing their words, the elders of the Nangong family furrowed their brows tightly. Had anyone else uttered such a statement, they would have swiftly acted to reprimand them. However, the individuals before them were not to be trifled with. One was the esteemed young lady of the Spirit clan, who had recently quelled a rebellion within her family with decisive force. The other was a direct disciple of a true sage, renowned for his combat prowess. Both were formidable, and they were further backed by the illustrious Lin Yan, a legendary alchemist. After a moment of silence, the elder at the forefront smiled and said, Dear young friends, you jest. Nangong Yi is a member of the Nangong family. It would be rather inappropriate for you to take her away. Furthermore, our family has already established a marriage alliance with the Yang clan. In the near future, Nangong Yi will be wed to them. Such a request from you, I fear, would not be entertained, not only by us, but also by the Yang clan. The venerable elder truly lives up to his status as the patriarch of the clan. For with but 2 sentences, he has firmly intertwined the Nangong family with the Yang clan. Yet, Ling Shuang remains unconvinced by his words, retorting coldly, Nangong Yi is also my esteemed mentor, and moreover, this marriage proposal was made without my consent, thus it holds no validity. Zhang Tian, standing by, concurred. My dear friend from the Nangong clan shares a bond of life and death with me. Should she oppose this union, I shall not hesitate to take her away, even at the cost of offending your entire Nangong family. As his words fell, a surge of battle intent erupted from Zhang Tian, as if he were poised to engage in combat at any moment. The elder, having already spoken, declared, Nangong Yi is a member of my Nangong clan. Any decisions regarding her are solely ours to make. When did it become the prerogative of you outsiders to meddle? Opposite them, the elder who led the opposing faction ceased his pretense, his expression darkening as he coldly remarked, I recall that it was on the border of Dongyan Prefecture that my mentor agreed to accompany you back to your clan on the condition that this engagement was annulled. Was it not? Chapter 186. The young master of the Yang family transformed into a human pig. Resolving the internal strife of the Nangong clan in the small cave of the Nangong clan, as Ling Shuang and the Nangong clan members faced each other with palpable tension. Lin Yan stood quietly behind them, his gaze fixed upon the clan elders. He spoke nonchalantly, I was a witness to this, you know. Are you now intending to go back on your word? Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, the initially hostile expressions of the Nangong elders softened. However, their brows furrowed in concern. While they could dismiss the words of Ling Shuang and Zhang Tian, Lin Yan's statements demanded their utmost caution. What if they did go back on their word? Just as the elders of the Nangong clan were at a loss, a cold voice suddenly emanated from behind Lin Yin and the others. Turning around, they were taken aback to see a young man accompanied by several burly figures approaching them. "So, you are the renowned alchemist everyone has been talking about? You don't seem all that impressive," the young man remarked with a dismissive smirk, directing his gaze at Lin Yin. "Just a mere alchemist. And yet you have become so arrogant. Why don't you return to your den? The affairs of the Yang clan and the Nangong clan are none of your concern." Gasps of shock escaped the elders of the Nangong clan as they witnessed the young man's blatant disrespect towards Lin Yin. They quickly interjected, "Young Master Yang Cheng, please choose your words carefully." However, Yang Cheng paid no heed to their warnings, responding coolly, "My clan has forged its path through the art of weapon crafting. We have no need for pills. What does it matter if I offend him? I simply cannot tolerate someone with a modicum of fame acting so self-righteously." With that, Yang Cheng turned to Lin Yin and coldly stated, "Nangong Yi is my fiancée. Since she is your master, should you not address me as your teacher? Step aside and do not obstruct my path." Without further ado, Yang Cheng and his entourage arrogantly pushed through the space occupied by Lin Yin and the others. Yet, at that very moment, Lin Yin swiftly transformed his fingertip into a sword and, with a mere flick, sent 5 bloodied heads flying from the burly men. Gasping in disbelief, the elders of the Nangong clan could hardly contain their shock. These 5 men were formidable powers at the Great Ascension stage, and Lin Yin had dispatched them in an instant. Meanwhile, Yang Cheng remained oblivious to the unfolding scene, addressing the leading elder, "Where is Nangong Yi? I can hardly wait to indulge in her exquisite form." However, to his words, the crowd responded with silence, their expressions frozen in shock as they gazed at what lay behind him. Yang Cheng, sensing the anomaly, furrowed his brow and turned around. The moment he did, a look of terror washed over his face, but it was only a fleeting moment before his countenance twisted into one of fury as he pointed accusingly at Lin Yin. "Are you seeking death? How dare you lay a hand on someone from the Yang clan? Do you not realize that my clan has alliances with numerous true sacred Taoist halls? With but a single word, I could extinguish your life." In the face of Yang Cheng's wrath, Lin Yin remained unperturbed, his gaze icy as he regarded him. He merely waved his hand languidly, and a chorus of anguished cries ensued. "Ah, my leg, my arm." At that moment, Yang Cheng found all his limbs severed, blood gushing forth, rendering him utterly incapacitated. "I will kill you." Upon witnessing Yang Cheng's continued threats, Lin Yin acted swiftly, severing his tongue. Now, Yang Cheng could only open his mouth wide, unable to utter a sound, his eyes burning with rage as they fixed on Lin Yin. Still so arrogant? Observing this, Lin Yan's brow knitted tightly once again, and he proceeded to gouge out Yang Cheng's eyes. Hiss! Not only the members of the Nangong family, but even Zhang Tian gasped in shock at the sight of Yang Cheng's horrific state. Was this method not excessively cruel? At last, the bothersome fly was silenced. Lin Yan's expression remained indifferent as he turned his gaze to the members of the Nangong family, speaking slowly. In that moment, the members of the Nangong family, upon meeting Lin Yan's emotionless gaze, felt a deep sense of trepidation arise within them. Simultaneously, they began to reassess their perception of the usually amiable Lin Dan. Quick, bring Miss Nangong out." The elder in charge immediately commanded his subordinates to release her. They dared not offend Lin Yin, having witnessed the pitiful fate that befell Yang Cheng. Before long, Nangong Yi, accompanied by an elder, approached Lin Yin and the others. "Tiangu, Lin Yin, Shuang, you've come." Upon seeing Lin Yin and the others, Nangong Yi dashed towards them, enveloping them in a tight embrace. "It's all right, Yi. Teacher, you must have suffered during this time." In the crowd, Nangong Huo observed Nangong Yi, a complex expression crossing his face. He never anticipated that his daughter would ultimately rely on outsiders for salvation. "What a useless father I am. Father." Yet, as Nangong Huo was lost in these thoughts, a gentle call snapped him back to reality. Looking at Nangong Yi rushing towards him, he could no longer hold back his emotions, tears welling at the corners of his eyes. "Yi, I'm just glad you're safe." The father and daughter embraced, and in that moment, everything was conveyed without the need for words. However, after a brief embrace, Nangong Huo promptly approached Lin Yin and knelt down before him. "Esteemed Master Lin, I extend my heartfelt gratitude." This unexpected gesture startled Lin Yin, who hurriedly intervened to prevent Nangong Huo from kneeling further. "What nonsense is this? If you kneel, The hierarchy will be thrown into chaos. Nangong Sr., you overstate my contributions. Saving my master is merely my duty. Lin Yin continued. If there is ever a need in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall certainly assist you. With that, Lin Yin produced 10 pills inscribed with mystical patterns and placed them firmly into Nangong Hua's hands, glancing back at the reactions of the clan elders behind him. Simultaneously, upon witnessing this scene, the elders bowed deeply to Nangong Hua, clasping their fists in respect. We have grown too old to manage clan affairs. We humbly request your permission to retire. Upon hearing their voices, Nangong Hua immediately grasped Lin Yan's good intentions. After casting a grateful glance in Lin Yan's direction, he responded calmly, Indeed, my esteemed elders have reached the age of retirement. Convey my orders. Henceforth, we shall establish the position of Grand Elder, as a testament to our clan's heritage. Chapter 187. Cherish Moments and the Furious Clan Leader of the Yang Tribe Foolish Serpent. This vibrant spirit fish was captured by me first. If you desire it, go catch your own in the lake. At the depths of the Nangong family's small paradise. Beside the spirit lake where Nangong Yi had been imprisoned, the fiery sparrow firmly grasped a spirit fish radiating a spectrum of colors, eyeing the spirit serpent with vigilance. Humph, what of a mere colorful spirit fish? Guarding it like a thief, such a miser. I shall catch one myself. The serpent, realizing its intentions had been unveiled, muttered softly and then transformed into its true form, leaping gracefully into the spirit lake, vanishing from sight. However, the vast expanse of the spirit lake was immense. Standing at its edge, one could not discern its limits. It was abundant with a variety of spirit fish, aptly deserving the title of a spirit sea. Teacher, Senior Zhan Tian, if I may suggest, it would be prudent to hold your wedding soon and unite as partners. Such a union would undoubtedly deter the ambitions of many ill-intentioned individuals. With a slight smile, Lin Yin added, After all, Teacher is extraordinarily beautiful. By the lake, Lin Yin and his companions had built a fire and were roasting the spirit fish to enjoy. Indeed, Teacher is the most beautiful, and with Senior Zhan Tian, they are a match made in heaven. A perfect pair. Ling Shuang, hearing these words, still chewing on her roasted fish, chimed in with enthusiasm. The others, observing her gluttonous demeanor, couldn't help but burst into laughter. What are you all laughing at? It's Lin Yan's roasted fish that is so delicious. I have never tasted such delicacies in my life. Ling Shuang, disregarding her image, indulged heartily, with grease smudged around her mouth, too preoccupied to wipe it away. Despite the smiles on their faces, the group was genuinely astonished by Lin Yan's culinary skills, as this was indeed their first encounter with such exquisite food. Xiaoyan, how on earth did you come up with this method of cooking? Nangong Yi took a bite of the roasted fish, unable to restrain her curiosity, and asked Lin Yin. However, Lin Yin did not respond to Nangong Yi's inquiry, but instead remarked lightly, Teacher, please do not change the subject. With a gentle smile, Lin Yin observed as the setting sun cast a golden hue across the land, illuminating the distant woods, where pairs of birds soared gracefully towards the horizon. The shadows of the group were elongated in the glow of the sunset. In such a romantic setting, was it not the perfect moment for a confession? Upon hearing this, Nangong Yi's face, previously bathed in golden light, flushed with a rosy glow. She did not answer Lin Yin, but turned to glance at Senior Zhan Tian. Sensing the gazes of Nangong Yi and the others upon him, Zhan Tian set down his roasted fish, his expression solemn. He gently took Nangong Yi's hands and softly declared, Yi, do you wish to become my partner for life, never to part? I do. Tears shimmered in Nangong Yi's eyes as she had awaited this day for far too long. If one were to trace back to the time when the two had ventured together into that great secret realm, counting the life and death crises they had endured side by side, it had already been a millennium since then. Goodness gracious! Upon witnessing their embrace, Ling Shuang, holding a roasted fish in each hand, erupted into cheers. A smile of joy graced Lin Yan's face as he produced an array of medicinal pills inscribed with Tao patterns and exquisite wine, placing them before the gathered company. Tonight, let us indulge in a hearty toast. Nearby, the Phoenix Maiden gently wiped the grease from the corners of her mouth with a handkerchief, then presented a piece of Phoenix bloodstone to Nangong Yi and her companion, which could be considered her token of congratulations. With Lin Yin's introduction, Nangong Yi and Zhan Tian had come to understand the identity and prowess of the Phoenix Maiden. Thus, they promptly rose to express their gratitude. Thank you, esteemed senior. However, Lin Yin refrained from disclosing that the Phoenix Maiden was his servant, as she was a formidable figure of the Earth Saint level, deserving of respect in the eyes of outsiders. Nevertheless, the Phoenix Maiden waved her hand dismissively, stating, "Since you are friends of Lin Yin, you shall henceforth be my friends." This mere token is nothing to be concerned about. Upon finishing her words, she resumed eating her roasted fish, her movements exhibiting a grace far superior to that of Ling Shuang. Have we missed out on some joyous occasion? After several rounds of fine wine, Ling Jiao and Hua Kei arrived belatedly, their faces reflecting confusion at the lively atmosphere of toasts and laughter. "Sisters, come quickly, let me regale you with tales." The little boy like Lei Long, transformed by a few cups of strong liquor, eagerly beckoned them to sit down. "I have much to share with you meanwhile." In another realm, within the Yang family's smithing clan, a middle-aged man seethed with an indescribable fury as he gazed at Yang Cheng in the center of the hall. His limbs severed and tongue cut out, he turned to the gathered crowd below, unable to contain his outrage. "Tell me, who did this? I shall see them torn to shreds." Yet, in response to the man's furious outburst, not a single soul dared to reply. All heads bowed in silence. "Are you all deaf? I am asking you." Yang Yuan, the clan leader of the Yang family, bellowed in anger. As his rage intensified, a formidable pressure emanated from him, spreading outward like a wave. Those high-ranking members of the Yang clan, upon sensing this overwhelming force, found themselves unable to resist and knelt in place. In front of Yang Yuan, Yang Cheng, now reduced to a wretched state, emitted a series of incoherent sounds, clearly attempting to convey something. At that moment, a profound glare of hatred flickered in his eyes, as he earnestly yearned for his father, Yang Yuan, to exact vengeance on his behalf. "What is it that you wish to convey, Cheng? I do not comprehend." Upon witnessing Yang Cheng's distressed demeanor, Yang Yuan could no longer contain the fury simmering within him. In a flash, he strode directly before a senior member of the Yang clan, his voice cold and commanding. "Who is it? Who is responsible?" Yet, in response to his inquiry, the senior member merely shook his head lightly, remaining silent. With a surge of anger, Yang Yuan wasted no time. He unleashed a powerful punch that sent the senior member reeling, blood spewing forth as he crashed to the ground, rendered unconscious. "Speak," Yang Yuan demanded, advancing toward another senior member to press for answers. Yet again, the result was met with silence and a shake of the head. With another swift strike, another individual was sent flying, gravely injured and barely clinging to life. At last, unable to contain themselves, a voice from the crowd rang out. "It is Master Lin Dan, the one who maintains good relations with the 5 great holy sects." Chapter 188. The Yang clan's leadership submits. Will the Sacred Sword Dojo intervene? Swish. Upon hearing these words, Yang Yuan swiftly appeared beside the high-ranking official, his expression cold and his gaze fixed intently upon him. "Was it Lin Dan who did this? Are you certain?" Although Yang Yuan was engulfed in fury at that moment, he still harbored a tinge of apprehension towards Lin Yin. After all, Lin Yin was currently a distinguished guest among the 5 great sacred sects, and the Dao Shuzi from the One Dao sacred sect had not only regained his life with Lin Yan's assistance, but had also advanced to the true saint level. The official, feeling the weight of Yang Yuan's icy stare, mustered the courage to nod, reporting to the clan leader. All of this was instigated by the young master's initial disrespect towards Master Lin Dan, leading to this unfortunate outcome. Yang Yuan refrained from speaking and instead turned to Yang Cheng. Upon receiving a nod from him, he erupted in anger. "What nonsense is this about Master Lin Dan? Even if my son was disrespectful first, must it lead to such a dire consequence? Master Lin Dan, is it? Even if you possess connections with the 5 great sacred sects, our Yang clan has its own established networks over the years. You are merely a newly advanced Dao Shuzi. As long as I am willing to pay the price, you are not to be feared." In the hall, the numerous high-ranking members of the Yang clan were taken aback by Yang Yuan's declarations and quickly urged caution. "Clan leader, we must tread carefully. Master Lin Dan has the backing of the 5 great sacred sects, along with a true saint, a force far beyond our Yang clan's capability to provoke. Indeed, clan leader, we understand your current sentiments, but as the head of the clan, we beseech you to consider the greater picture. Master Lin Dan is capable of refining pills imbued with Tao patterns, and should he choose to, many true saints would undoubtedly rally to his aid. If we continue to offend him, we may invite the annihilation of our clan. The members of the Yang clan were now in a state of urgent anxiety, fearing that their leader's momentary impulse could spell doom for the entire clan. Moreover, was the young master not still alive? Yes. Master Lin Dan has shown mercy this time, sparing the young master's life. One individual glanced towards Yang Cheng and could not help but exclaim, "Speak not such foolishness. Do you truly think your words hold any weight? What do you mean by alive? Does my son's current state differ from death?" Hearing this, Yang Yuan was overwhelmed with indignation, directly bellowing in response. "If your descendants were in his position, would you still utter such words?" At that moment, Yang Yuan felt utterly drained, caught between the formidable Lin Yin and his son, who had suffered such humiliation. As the clan leader, he knew he must prioritize the larger picture and act with prudence. Yet, as a father, how could he bear to witness his beloved son endure such disgrace? Especially the pitiful sounds emanating from Yang Cheng, which pierced deeply into his heart. At long last, after deep contemplation, Yang Yuan appeared to have made an extraordinarily significant decision. He addressed the assembly, proclaiming, "From this moment forth, I, Yang Yuan, resign from my position as the patriarch of the Yang clan, and henceforth, I shall depart from the Yang clan and no longer identify as one of its members." As his words resonated through the chamber, he cast aside the token that symbolized his leadership and relinquished it to the clan's elder. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by Yang Cheng, he vanished from sight. Alas, what purpose does this serve? The elder, receiving the patriarch's token, gazed at the receding figure of Yang Yuan, shaking his head in disapproval. "Even if you abandon the Yang clan, can you truly erase the identity of your lineage?" Within the hall, the senior members of the Yang clan, upon hearing the elder's remarks, quickly grasped the implications. They cast their gazes toward the direction of Yang Yuan's departure, unable to suppress their indignation. Damn it, Yang Yuan truly deserves to perish. His actions, once they offend Master Lin Dan, will undoubtedly implicate our clan. Indeed, he claims he is no longer a member of the Yang clan, but who among outsiders would believe such a claim? My friends, we must act swiftly. If that traitor offends Master Lin Dan, salvaging our reputation will become exceedingly difficult. The assembly nodded in agreement, yet the pressing question remained. How could they enact a rescue? They were a family of artifact smiths, seemingly possessing nothing that would pique Master Lin Dan's interest. Previously, during the establishment of the borders, I visited Dongyan Prefecture and heard locals speak of Master Lin Dan's prowess in alchemy and formations. He is also a master-level artifact smith. Perhaps we could replicate the myriad insights left by our ancestors regarding artifact craftsmanship and present them as an apology. If we take this initiative, there might yet be a chance for redemption. Upon hearing this strategy, the crowd grasped it as a lifeline and eagerly concurred. What are we waiting for? Let us act swiftly. Delay could spell our complete ruin. With that, the senior members of the Yang clan sprang into action, diligently compiling and copying various insights from their artifact smiths to present to Lin Yin. Meanwhile, far removed from the East Xian domain, in a remote range of sacred mountains, within a grand hall of the sacred sword Taoist temple, an elder in the tribulation stage regarded Yang Yuan, who cradled Yang Cheng in his arms, with profound astonishment. "Brother Yang Yuan, what has transpired? Who dares to be so audacious as to reduce my nephew Yang Cheng to this state?" The elder's face contorted with fury. He shared a close bond with Yang Yuan and had collaborated with him to acquire numerous high-quality artifacts of substantial value, elevating his status within the sacred sword Taoist temple to that of an elder. Yang Yuan gently set Yang Cheng down. Then, with a deep bow, he implored the elder, "Brother Wang San, I beseech you to seek justice for my son and avenge him." Seeing Yang Yuan kneeling in supplication, Brother Wang San hastily assisted him to his feet. Inquiring further, despite Yang Yuan's stern assertion that whoever was responsible for his nephew's current state must pay a grievous price, he was interrupted by the sudden realization of the identity in question. It is Lin Yin. Lin Yin? Could it be the much-discussed Master Lin Dan? Upon hearing this, Wang San's brow furrowed in deep concern. He had initially anticipated a straightforward matter, only to discover that it involved such a formidable figure. "What troubles you, Brother Wang? Is there a complication?" Yang Yuan inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Wang San, sensing the gravity of the situation, replied candidly, "To be frank, Brother Yuan, many dojos have recently been abuzz with talk of Lin Yan, particularly intrigued by the talisman-infused elixirs he has been concocting. Not long ago, the Tianyin dojo dispatched a semi-saint and a true saint to bring Lin Yan back, but the semi-saint was killed by Lin Yan, and the true saint was repelled by a drunken Taoist." Upon hearing Wang San's account, Yang Yuan's heart sank as clarity dawned upon him. It was no wonder that his kin had vehemently opposed any conflict with Lin Yan. The circumstances were indeed dire. A Mahayana practitioner daring to confront a semi-saint. "Alas, it seems I shall never avenge my son," he lamented, a bitter smile creeping onto his face, his spirit dampened. Yet, at that moment, Wang San suddenly interjected, "Do not despair, Brother Yuan. There may yet be a turning point. Allow me to inform the saint." Chapter 189. Insights of a true saint-level artificer and the underlying crisis in the depths of the Southern Palace family's small cave heaven within the central divine continent of the Eastern Xian domain. Lin Yan was roused from his revelry by a voice behind him. "Master Lin Dan, members of the Yang clan seek an audience with you." Before the expansive spirit lake, the night sky was adorned with countless twinkling stars, illuminated by a radiant moon. Lin Yan, who was drunkenly gathered around a bonfire, turned with a puzzled expression. "The Yang clan seeks to meet? Could it be they come for vengeance over the events of the day?" As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Yan swiftly shook off his intoxication and inquired with a casual tone, noticing the sudden chill in Lin Yan's demeanor. The messenger from the Southern Palace family tightened his expression and respectfully replied, "Master Lin Dan has misunderstood. They are not here for revenge, but rather to offer an apology." "An apology?" Lin Yan was taken aback, realizing he had rendered their young master into a state of despair, a fate from which recovery was impossible. The fact that they chose not to retaliate, but instead approached him with contrition, intrigued Lin Yan immensely. He was left wondering what their true intentions were. "If that is the case, let them in." "Understood." The messenger promptly set off to fulfill Lin Yan's request. Meanwhile, the group seated around the bonfire, slightly intoxicated, turned their gazes toward Lin Yan, chuckling. "Brother Lin Yan, they come to apologize because you are simply too formidable. Throughout the entire Eastern Xian domain, the 5 great sacred sects owe you a debt of gratitude. The Yang clan is certainly aware of this, thus showing a modicum of self-awareness." As the words settled, Ling Shuang took another sip of fine wine while savoring roasted fish. "Indeed, my young friend Lin Yan, despite currently being merely at the Great Ascension stage, your status as an alchemist capable of refining pills imbued with Tao patterns commands respect, even from true saints, who would dare not offend you lightly." Zhan Tian and Nan Gongyi, engrossed in their playful banter, added their agreement with laughter. Observing the approving expressions of his companions, Lin Yan couldn't help but smile, realizing the truth in their statements. Shortly thereafter, 3 high-ranking members of the Yang clan, guided by the Southern Palace clan, arrived before Lin Yan. "Speak. What brings you to seek my presence?" Lin Yan sat calmly, draining his cup before casually posing the question. As they approached, the faces of the 3 Yang clan members bore an anxious expression under the pristine moonlight. "Master Lin Dan, this is but a small token from our Yang clan. We hope you will graciously accept it." They presented a storage pouch with utmost reverence. Upon receiving the pouch, Lin Yan initially regarded it with indifference, but a mere glance inside sent a surge of excitement through him. Such a wealth of insights from artificers of divine level and above. Moreover, it contained 2 scrolls of semi-saint level insights and 1 scroll of true saint level insights. Just as he pondered how to advance his own crafting skills, the Yang clan fortuitously provided him with the perfect means to do so. However, though Lin Yan felt an inner surge of excitement, his expression remained unchanged, maintaining an air of indifference as he spoke. "I fear that your visit today is not merely to deliver gifts, is it?" Upon hearing this, the 3 individuals opposite him immediately implored, "We beseech you, Master Lin Dan, to spare our Yang clan this time. For Yang Cheng's unfortunate fate is entirely of his own making and bears no relation to our clan. Moreover, his father, Yang Yuan, who was once the patriarch of our clan, has already defected and is no longer associated with us. Thus, should that father and son cause any offense to Master Lin Dan in the future, we hope you will not hold our Yang clan accountable." After their plea, their expressions grew increasingly anxious. The young man before them, though appearing harmless, was indeed a formidable figure capable of defying semi-saints. Listening to their words, Lin Yin felt a sense of being wronged. He had always judged matters based on actions rather than individuals, since it was Yang Cheng who had disrespected him. Punishing him was sufficient. Furthermore, the Yang clan had not retaliated against him, so he had no reason to harbor resentment. Thus, in the face of their trepidation, Lin Yin simply smiled faintly. Rest assured, esteemed ones, the Yang clan has presented me with such a generous gift. I have no motive to retaliate against them. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, the three men sighed in relief, thankful to have spared the Yang clan. They then turned to Lin Yin, adding, "We are grateful to Master Lin Dan, yet there is one more matter we must inform you of." Pausing slightly, they continued with solemn expressions, "Yang Yuan, who has betrayed our clan, has now sought out the Sacred Sword sect. He may solicit their assistance. Thus, Master Lin Dan must exercise utmost caution." In Dongshin Daozhou, within the Sacred Sword sect, Yang Yuan gazed at Wang San with eager anticipation, as if grasping a straw for vengeance. "To be frank, Brother Yang Yuan, as soon as I learned of this youth's ability to concoct pills infused with Tao patterns, the Sacred Sovereign has been inclined to recruit him into our sect." Wang San wore a smile. However, Yang Yuan appeared confused by this statement. If the Sacred Sovereign wishes to recruit him, what does that have to do with my vengeance? Observing his bewilderment, Wang San clarified, since the Sacred Sovereign intends to bring him into the sect, they will undoubtedly send a true saint. At that point, we can use his resistance as a pretext to have him eliminated by the true saint. Is that not so? Yang Yuan was even more perplexed, questioning, "If that is the case, why would the true saint assist us?" Wang San responded with a faint smile, "You see, our Sacred Sword sect has always held strength in high esteem. As long as one possesses sufficient power, they can ascend to the position of Sacred Sovereign. At that time, we merely need to bribe that true saint, and everything will fall into place effortlessly." Now it all makes sense. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuan was struck with realization. "Therefore, I kindly ask you, Brother Yang Yuan, to wait here briefly while I go to deliver the message." Whoosh! As his words faded, Wang San transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. After Wang San's departure, within the grand hall, Yang Yuan gazed tenderly at Yang Cheng in his arms and said with an affectionate smile, "Rest assured, my dear son. This time your father will spare no expense to exact your revenge." Returning to Lin Yan's side, the moon hung high in the night sky, casting its luminous reflection upon the adjacent spirit lake, creating ripples of silver light, reminiscent of the splendor of the Milky Way. The Sacred Sword sect, a formidable establishment not to be trifled with. By the campfire, the group had long since sobered up, and Zhang Tian spoke with a grave expression. "As far as I know, the individuals within the Sacred Sword sect are a band of sword enthusiasts, fiercely passionate about battle, often resorting to conflict at the slightest provocation. This has led to very few factions daring to provoke them." At this point, Zhang Tian paused briefly before adding, "Moreover, the revered leader of the Sacred Sword sect is a peak human sage, a superlative powerhouse teetering on the brink of the Earth Sage realm." Chapter 190. The Mysterious Great Cave, comprehending the true, saint-level formation. With a soft exhalation, a formidable being had only stepped halfway into the realm of the Earth Saint. Beside him, the Phoenix Maiden observed Zhang Tian's grave expression and nearly succumbed to laughter. Apologies. I just had a fishbone lodged in my throat," she explained, covering her mouth. As for stepping halfway into the Earth Saint realm, such insignificant creatures were but a mere flick of her wrist to dispatch. Zhang Tian cast a surprised glance at the Phoenix Maiden but dismissed it, continuing, "However, this is not the most crucial matter. Within the Holy Sword Tao field, besides the powerful Saint Venerable, there exist 3 true saints." "What?" At these words, Ling Shuang and the others gasped in unison. A Tao field with 4 true saints. What a terrifying assembly. It is worth noting that typically, a true saint Tao field is only home to a single true saint, with the more formidable ones, like the previous Tianyin Tao field, hosting 2. A Tao field guarded by 3 true saints could be considered one of the top establishments in the eastern Xindao prefecture. This illustrates just how formidable the Holy Sword Tao field truly is. Lin Yin's face also reflected shock, yet the presence of the Phoenix Maiden offered him a semblance of calm. This situation could indeed prove to be rather challenging, he mused, his brow furrowing slightly. He was loath to offend anyone and merely wished to savor this beautiful time, joyfully cultivating and growing stronger. However, should the other party seek him out, he would show no mercy. Nevertheless, Lin Yin need not worry excessively. With less than 5 days until the Dao Rime baptism commenced, it was unlikely they would send anyone during this critical period, as all would be focused on preparing for the event. When the time came to attend the Dao Rime baptism at the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain, dear Lin, you could certainly forge connections with the other true saints, thereby strengthening your own influence. At this, Zhang Tian paused momentarily and remarked with a smile, thus, even if the Saint Venerable of the Holy Sword Dao Field attains the Earth Saint realm after the Dao Rime baptism, he would hardly dare to act against you with so many true saints present. Everyone nodded in agreement, including Ling Shuangshuang and Ling Jiao, who also expressed their support. While they were aware of the Phoenix Maiden's true saint prowess, they remained oblivious to the specifics of her realm. As for Lin Yan, he harbored no objections to this plan. The rewards for refining pills for a true saint would undoubtedly be considerable. As the joyful laughter of the group persisted into the late hours of the night, tranquility descended. The following morning, as the first rays of dawn illuminated the earth, Lin Yin led Ling Shuangshuang and the Phoenix Maiden toward the Wenda holy sect. Meanwhile, Zhang Tian and Nan Gongyi, being a newly united pair, had much to attend to. How exhilarating it was to finally venture into the sacred grounds for exploration. Throughout the journey, Ling Shuangshuang was brimming with excitement, her delicate face radiating anticipation towards the Taoist sacred sect. I had heard from the elders of my clan that within the vast expanse of the sacred sect, there exists a tree of enlightenment. It is said that by practicing beneath its boughs, one can resonate with the grand principles of heaven and earth, thereby swiftly elevating one's cultivation and comprehension of these cosmic truths. How exhilarating! A tree of enlightenment? Such a precious entity could truly manifest within this sacred domain. However, upon hearing Ling Shuangshuang's words, the Phoenix Maiden furrowed her brows, appearing perplexed. What is the matter? Could it be that the conditions for the emergence of the tree of enlightenment have yet to be met within this vast domain? Lin Yan, observing the puzzled expression of the Phoenix Maiden, became intrigued and inquired further. The Phoenix Maiden nodded and then elucidated, stating that even in the most auspicious grounds of the true sacred Taoist Venus, the emergence of a tree of enlightenment is exceedingly rare, let alone within the vast expanse of the sacred sect. One must understand that this tree interacts with the grand principles of the universe. It is not only a rare opportunity for true saints, but also holds significant value even for the legendary immortals. Upon reaching this point, the Phoenix Maiden paused momentarily before adding, if the Taoist sacred sect truly possessed a tree of enlightenment, it would have surely attracted the attention of numerous true sacred Venus long ago. How could it possibly remain unclaimed until now? Upon hearing this, Lin Yin fell into contemplation, and after a brief pause, he slowly remarked, thus, it appears that the vast expanse of the Taoist sacred sect harbors secrets yet to be unveiled. However, once we arrive at the Taoist sacred sect and witness it for ourselves, we may uncover the truth. With those words, Lin Yin and his companions quickened their pace towards the Taoist sacred sect. Upon their arrival in the skies above the Taoist sacred sect, several figures emerged, and upon recognizing Lin Yin, they immediately adopted a demeanor of respect. We apologize for not welcoming you sooner, esteemed Lin Dan Master. Please forgive our lack of courtesy. They urged him to enter the sect, assuring him that the sacred lord had already prepared a tea banquet in his honor. What an impressive, true, sacred formation, Lin Yin exclaimed, gazing at the shimmering waves of the grand array as they entered the Taoist sacred sect. Please do not mock me, esteemed Lin Dan Master. This true sacred formation was established at great expense by our sect, with the assistance of a true sacred formation master. It is not only our Taoist sacred sect that possesses such a formation, the other 4 great sacred sects do as well. The elder leading the way, in the stage of great ascendance, chuckled as he explained to Lin Yan. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's heart soared with joy. If the other 4 sects also possessed true sacred formations, it would alleviate much of his trouble in searching for such formations. Soon after, they arrived atop a holy mountain within the great expanse of the Taoist sacred sect. It has been a while. I did not expect you, esteemed Lin Dan Master, to have made such rapid progress. The Holy Lord Qing Yin approached with a radiant smile, having recently transcended the first tribulation of the sage's physical trials. To others, her progress was deemed remarkably swift. However, upon witnessing Lin Yan's pinnacle of great ascension, a flicker of defeat surged within her heart, rendering her own achievements akin to that of a mere snail in comparison. Junior Lin Yan pays his respects to Senior Qin Yan. In the presence of a sect leader, Lin Yan understood the importance of propriety, ensuring he displayed no airs. Yet, for the Phoenix Maiden, such formalities seemed unnecessary. Who might this be? Similarly, the Holy Lord Qin Yan had taken note of the Phoenix Maiden beside Lin Yan, her expression shifting to one of astonishment as she turned to inquire. As a cultivator of the tribulation phase, she found herself unable to discern the true strength of the individual before her. This suggested that this person was either a genuine sage or an ordinary individual devoid of any cultivation. However, it was evident that the latter possibility was non-existent. With this thought in mind, the Holy Lord Qin Yan immediately inclined her body slightly, offering a respectful bow. Junior Qin Yan pays her respects to the esteemed senior. May I inquire how you are addressed? Chapter 191. The Tea of Enlightenment welcomes all, leaving the Saint Lord Qin Yan stunned. You little girl. You possess quite an astute perception. Upon witnessing the Lord of the Sacred Land bowing to her, Huang Nu's face blossomed with a smile, and she calmly remarked, "Since you are a friend of Lin Yan, you may simply call me Huang Nu. No need for excessive formalities." As her words fell, Huang Nu gracefully waved her hand, and a gentle force lifted the stunned Saint Lord Qin Yan back to her feet. In the presence of Lin Yan, Huang Nu naturally assumed the role of a compliant and graceful elder sister. However, before others, she commanded an awe-inspiring presence as a true saintly figure. "Master Lin Dan and Senior Huang Nu have graced my Taoist sacred sect with your presence. I shall summon the ancestor at once." Saint Lord Qin Yan felt a surge of astonishment. How little time had passed since Lin Yan had acquired a true saint to accompany him. Moreover, she sensed that the true saint beside Lin Yan radiated an aura even more formidable than that of her own ancestor. "Senior Qin Yan, I believe it unnecessary to summon Ancestor Daoxiu. He is just engaged in battle with the true saint of the Tianyan Taoist Hall and is currently immersed in profound insights. It would be best not to disturb him." Observing Qin Yan's intention to summon Daoxiu, Lin Yan quickly interjected with a smile. To interrupt someone during their moment of enlightenment would be akin to obstructing their path. Seeing Lin Yan's perspective, Qin Yan smiled faintly and promptly encouraged everyone to sit down and enjoy the tea. "This is a specialty of our sect, tea brewed from the leaves of the enlightenment tree. Just a small sip can usher one into a state of enlightenment." Once everyone settled in a pavilion atop the mountain, Saint Lord Qin Yan poured a cup of tea for each person and explained with a smile, "Wow, merely inhaling its fragrance, I feel as though the obscurities in my cultivation are instantly illuminated." Ling Shuangshuang held her small cup of tea, her face alight with surprise. Carefully, she brought the cup to her lips and took a delicate sip. Buzz. However, with just that small sip, an overwhelming essence enveloped Ling Shuangshuang, plunging her into a state of sudden enlightenment. At that moment, four divine halos appeared, swirling around her in a mesmerizing dance. "What? This is the essence of fire, metal, wood, and thunder." Saint Lord Qin Yan, witnessing this spectacle, stood up in sheer astonishment, her gaze fixated on Ling Shuangshuang, murmuring, How is this possible? To comprehend four essences at merely the great ascension stage. How was this achieved? Even throughout the entirety of Dongxian Daozhou, no. Even within the entire wilderness realm, there has never been anyone who could grasp four essences prior to reaching the true saint realm. Saint Lord Qin Yan continued to mutter to herself, feeling as though her worldview had been irrevocably shaken, as if the conventions she had long held were profoundly shattered. However, beside them, Ling Jiao, Hua Ke, and Lei Long observed the scene with silent amusement. Without any hesitation, the three of them raised their teacups and consumed the tea in a single gulp. No, the energy contained in this enlightenment tea is extraordinarily formidable. To drink an entire cup at once could result in demise. Just as Qin Yan Shengzhu recovered from her astonishment caused by Ling Shuangshuang, she witnessed the three of them finish their cup in one swift motion and immediately urged them to reconsider. However, before her words could fully escape her lips, she was once again struck with disbelief as the figures, once human, now soared into the air, transforming into 3 majestic divine beasts with terrifying auras. This, I. Below, Qing Yin Shengzhu gazed upward at the colossal dragon, the firebird with outstretched wings, and the silver dragon wreathed in arcs of lightning, utterly dumbfounded. At a loss for words, Ling Jiao and Huake were somewhat expected, their bloodlines akin to pure-blooded divine beasts, but what of the lightning dragon enwrapped in arcs? As a tribulation stage cultivator, she found herself unable to perceive its true nature, sensing instead that it was inexplicably intertwined with the very essence of heaven and earth. Subsequently, the unfolding scene rendered the already astonished Qing Yin Shengzhu completely motionless, as she beheld the 3 beings enveloped by ethereal rings symbolizing their profound understanding of the Tao. Alas, it seems that our talents pale in comparison. We are even outshone by that young girl. Ling Jiao and Huake lamented, gazing at the 3 divine rings surrounding them. Are you even speaking human language? Below, Qing Yin Shengzhu felt as though she had sustained 1,000 points of critical damage. They were so weak, yet here she was, having merely grasped a single aspect of the Tao. How should she be regarded? As for Lei Long, born amidst the 5 elements Tao in the thunder pool, 5 divine rings encircled him, making him appear as though a true celestial had descended. Lin Yin, witnessing Qing Yin Shengzhu's astonished and unworldly expression, couldn't he help but smile. He then lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip. In truth, he could have consumed the entire cup, but doing so would have been overly ostentatious. Yet, even this small sip of enlightenment tea filled Lin Yin's heart with tremendous astonishment. Super Pill Qi technique, influenced by enlightenment tea, has enhanced the comprehension of all Tao by 10%. Transformation Pill formula, influenced by enlightenment tea, has successfully advanced to the early stage of the 9th grade. Transformation Array Tao, influenced by enlightenment tea, is equivalent to comprehending a true sacred level grade formation. 6/10 of the sacred level task completed. Blood Sword technique, influenced by enlightenment tea, has successfully grasped the Tao of the sword and the Tao of combat. The Supreme Refining technique, influenced by the enlightenment tea, has deepened the insights of numerous alchemists at the true saint level, successfully elevating Lin Yin to the true saint rank. At this moment, the myriad sounds of breakthroughs resonated in his mind, filling Lin Yin with an exhilarating joy. The effects of this enlightenment tea are incomparably superior to the few cups he had consumed in the Qing Yun secret realm. After a brief pause, Lin Yin continued, pondering that the efficacy of this enlightenment tea seems to surpass that of my Tao-patterned elixirs by a considerable margin. This thought caused him to furrow his brow. Why is there such a significant disparity, even when both possess the Tao? However, he quickly comprehended the reason. The enlightenment tree interacts with the grand principles of heaven and earth, naturally elevating it to a higher realm than mere Tao rhyme. It appears that if I wish to concoct elixirs that rival the quality of enlightenment tea, I must first grasp the power of the grand Tao. Chapter 192, The Extraordinary Efficacy of Enlightenment Tea, a Significant Enhancement of Strength. As Lin Yin contemplated, he gazed at the cup of enlightenment tea before him, a gentle smile gradually gracing his lips. Perhaps this presented a splendid opportunity. Regrettably, this enlightenment tea was exceedingly rare, with only this single cup available. Lin Yin shook his head slightly, feeling a tinge of regret, then lifted the teacup once more to savor a small sip. Instantly, a multitude of insights blossomed within his mind, and numerous martial arts techniques experienced profound enhancement. Beside him, the Phoenix Maiden also indulged in her own sips, clearly deriving immense benefits from the tea as a formidable expert at the late stage of Earth Saint. Before long, she too entered a state of realization. The clear reflection Holy Master, wishing to shield herself from potential disheartenment, had already immersed herself in the state of enlightenment, adhering to the adage that out of sight, out of mind. As time swiftly elapsed, 3 days passed. Accompanied by the resonating hum of the great Tao, Ling Shuang, the first to enter the state of enlightenment, gradually awakened. At that moment, her cultivation had ascended to the pinnacle of the Great Ascension, and her comprehension of the 4 Tao rhythms deepened significantly. Along with the newfound understanding of a water-based Tao rhythm, the sensation of empowerment was utterly exhilarating. Following her breakthrough, Ling Shuang expressed her elation. Whoosh! In the skies above, the 3 Ling Jiao transformed back into their human forms, Returning to Lin Yan's side, their gains equally remarkable. 1 cup of enlightenment tea not only propelled their cultivation to the pinnacle of great ascension, but also enabled them to grasp an additional Tao rhythm. Most importantly, the Tao of enlightenment fortified their physical forms to unprecedented strengths. As for the Thunder Dragon, apart from a deeper understanding of the 5 elements Tao rhythm, there were no other enhancements. The Phoenix Maiden, under the influence of the enlightenment tea, successfully elevated her cultivation to the peak level of Earth Saint and grasped an additional Tao rhythm. Congratulations, everyone. Your strengths have experienced tremendous enhancements, Lin Yan remarked, a joyful smile illuminating his face. What of Lin Yan, you may wonder. In truth, the impact of a single cup of enlightenment tea on him was not particularly profound. He merely grasped the rhythm of reincarnation and deepened his understanding of all other Tao rhythms, with the complete power of the great Tao amounting to only 50%. As for other advancements, the Wanhua Dan Fong successfully elevated to true saint level. The Wanhua Array Tao successfully promoted to true saint level. The Blood Sword Technique, Tao of the Sword at 40%, Tao of Battle at 40%. The Super Refiner Technique successfully upgraded to true saint level. It seems everyone has made remarkable progress. Just then, the clear reflection Holy Master also awakened. Her strength significantly augmented, though it appeared she had not comprehended any additional Tao rhythms. Sister Qingyan, is there any more of that enlightenment tea? Ling Shuang inquired, her large, dark eyes fixated on the clear reflection Holy Master, her voice sweetly inquiring. Upon hearing the term sister, a subtle smile graced the countenance of the Holy Master Qingyan. I could very well be your ancestor. Calling me sister seems rather amusing. She jested lightly at Ling Shuang before gently shaking her head. I must apologize, Master Lin Dan, as our supply of enlightenment tea is quite limited, and we are unable to offer any surplus. I hope you will not take offense. After expressing her regret with a slight bow to Lin Yan, the Holy Master acknowledged her esteemed position, yet recognized that the matter of the enlightenment tea required the consensus of the sect's higher echelons. Lin Yan, however, waved his hand dismissively, smiling in response. There is no need for such formality, Holy Master Qingyan. I completely understand. However, might I inquire if you could grant us the privilege of visiting the legendary enlightenment tree? Observing the smile on Lin Yan's face, the Holy Master felt a wave of relief. She feared that he might harbor resentment towards their sect due to the limited supply. That is certainly not an issue. Please, Master Lin, follow me, she replied. With that, the Holy Master summoned a flying artifact, transporting everyone onward as they ventured deeper into the vast cave. To be candid, Master Lin, although the enlightenment tree resides within our sect's great cave, we are unable to approach it closely. We can only observe from a distance, she explained. Even the enlightenment tea we possess was originally gathered by our forebears upon the discovery of the tree and has been passed down through generations. While aboard the flying artifact, the Holy Master elaborated that it was not a matter of unwillingness to host, but rather a scarcity of the precious tea, where even a small quantity diminished the overall supply. After all, the sect was not solely hers to command. As the Holy Master, she had to consider the greater good. Is it true that even the true saints cannot draw near? Lin Yan inquired, piqued with curiosity. The Holy Master responded with a wry smile and a nod. When our ancestors first discovered the enlightenment tree, they summoned numerous true saints in hopes of uniting their strengths, yet they were unable to approach it at all. Even when the earth saints and heaven saints were eventually invited, the outcome remained unchanged. It was as if the enlightenment tree did not belong to this realm. What we see is merely its projection. Taking a brief pause, the Holy Master continued, thus, the final conclusion drawn by that heaven saint was that this enlightenment tree does not belong to the wild realm. Does not belong to the wild realm. Lin Yan's heart trembled at this revelation. Could it be that deep within this great cave lay a connection to another world? As they conversed, the group arrived at the depths of the vast cave. Standing upon the flying artifact, at a considerable distance, they beheld the towering enlightenment tree. Its lush branches and leaves flourished, emanating a vital essence imbued with the principles of the great Tao, which permeated through the mysterious barrier, captivating all present. The environment here was undeniably conducive to cultivation. The Phoenix Maiden, acutely attuned as a earth saint to the pervasive power of the great Tao in the air, could not help but exclaim in awe. The esteemed senior Huang Nu spoke wisely. For this reason, Our sect has constructed numerous cultivation platforms in this vicinity, granting any disciple who makes significant contributions to the sect the opportunity to train here. As the Holy Master Qing Yin elucidated the matter, he guided the assembly deeper into the area. However, as they ventured further, the pervasive force of the great Tao in the heavens and the earth intensified, unleashing a formidable pressure that bore down upon them. The weight of this pressure was so immense that even an average cultivator at the Great Ascension stage would scarcely endure more than 3 seconds in this place. Lin Yin was profoundly astonished. He had not anticipated such peril near the Tree of Enlightenment. Thus, this location is typically accessible only to the upper echelons of the sect, while others are unable to approach. With a slight smile, Holy Master Qing Yin pointed towards several towering mountains in the distance and explained, "There lies the place where our venerable ancestor cultivated. It is also where other true saints, when faced with bottlenecks, come at great cost to seek enlightenment." Upon finishing his words, Holy Master Qing Yin revealed a wry smile and added, "Beyond this point, I cannot accompany you any longer. The pressure there exceeds my capacity to bear." Chapter 193. Astonishing the Five Saints, the Celestial Level Great Array. In the depths of the Wendaoshan sect, within the vast expanse of the Great Cave, beneath the oppressive aura of the Enlightenment Tree, the Holy Master Qing Yin halted her advance and addressed the group. It is indeed thanks to her cultivation at the tribulation stage that she could reach this place. Otherwise, those at the Mahayana stage would not have made it this far. As one ventures deeper, the pressure intensifies dreadfully, and only those who have attained the true saint level can withstand the terrifying force near the 5 towering peaks. Exercise utmost caution. Do not venture recklessly, she warned, but then added, "However, given your extraordinary talents, each of you comprehending at least 4 distinct Tao rhythms, you should be able to proceed without significant trouble." Upon hearing the Holy Master's words, Lin Yin smiled slightly. "Thank you for your concern, Senior Qing Yin. We will be careful." With that, Lin Yin led the others into the depths. As they progressed, they soon found themselves near the 5 peaks. The pressure here was such that perhaps only a half-saint could endure it. A grave expression crossed Lin Yin's face as he glanced at Ling Shuang and Ling Jiao, noticing that their countenances had begun to show signs of discomfort. Clearly, reaching this point was already at the limit of their endurance. "Why don't you all rest and cultivate here for a while? I will venture deeper with Lady Phoenix," Lin Yin suggested. The others nodded in agreement and immediately settled down to meditate, producing thunder tribulation pills to assist in their cultivation. At present, they had all reached the pinnacle of the Mahayana stage, and their focus was on solidifying their foundations in preparation for the impending saint tribulation. As for Lin Yin and Lady Phoenix, they transformed into streaks of light and swiftly arrived at the location of the 5 peaks. Upon arrival, Lin Yin immediately sensed that the pressure here was several magnitudes greater than that at the location where Ling Shuang and the others remained. Simultaneously, he noticed that atop each of the 5 peaks, figures sat in serene meditation, their eyes closed in deep concentration. Aside from Dao Shuzi, Lin Yin did not recognize the other 4, but there was no doubt that they were genuine true saints. "Master, I perceive that before the Enlightenment Tree, there appears to be a grand array isolating it from this realm." As Lin Yin surveyed the true saints atop the peaks, the voice of the myriad transformations of array techniques resonated in his mind. It had now ascended to the true saint level, granting it a vastly broader perspective. "What? You say there exists a grand array that separates the Enlightenment Tree from this realm?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's heart was jolted. What manner of array could possibly elude even the heavenly saint's ability to breach it? "I am uncertain of the specifics. Perhaps only by approaching it can I analyze it thoroughly." The voice of myriad transformations grew solemn, acknowledging that this grand array had far exceeded its comprehension. Upon reaching this point, Lin Yin exhibited no hesitation and immediately addressed the Phoenix Maiden beside him. "I intend to approach the Enlightenment Tree for a closer examination. If you prefer not to accompany me, you may remain here to cultivate." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yin transformed into a streak of light and surged toward the grand formation. As for the so-called pressure emanating from the Enlightenment Tree, what a jest! Not only does Lin Yin possess the 5 elements Tao body, but he also embodies the Tao itself, having comprehended over a dozen Tao forces to a remarkable degree of 50%. Under such circumstances, the so-called pressure from the Enlightenment Tree held no sway over him. What incredible origins does my master possess? He can so effortlessly disregard the formidable pressure of the enlightenment tree. The Phoenix Maiden gazed at Lin Yan, whose speed remained unaffected, her face betraying a hint of astonishment. Even as a peak Earth Saint, upon entering the vicinity of these 5 mountains, she felt the terrifying pressure. Although it had little impact on her, it was worth noting that she was a peak Earth Saint, while her master was merely at the pinnacle of the great ascension stage. I cannot allow him to face this alone. If anything were to happen to him, I would suffer the same fate. With this thought in mind, the Phoenix Maiden transformed into a streak of light and swiftly pursued him. However, lacking the conditions that Lin Yan possessed, she had to reveal her true strength to withstand the increasingly potent pressure. Buzz! In an instant, a wave of peak Earth Saint pressure radiated outward, countering the force from the enlightenment tree. At the same time, as the Phoenix Maiden unveiled her true power, 5 formidable true saints, including Dao Shuzi, who had been in seclusion atop the mountains, sensed the pressure and were startled awake, their expressions reflecting shock as they looked ahead. Is this the pressure of an Earth Saint? Has another Earth Saint come to seek enlightenment? No. This pressure exceeds that of an ordinary Earth Saint and approaches that of a celestial saint. Could it be that a peak Earth Saint has arrived in person? The 5 arose, their eyes filled with profound awe as they fixated on the distant crimson silhouette. Truly, a peak Earth Saint possesses the ability to withstand such terrifying pressure. Indeed, the pressure in that area would overwhelm even the most formidable Earth Saints in a short time. As they watched the Phoenix Maiden's retreating figure, their initial shock began to stabilize, but in the next moment, disbelief washed over their faces once more. Am I not mistaken? What is that? Hey! Peak Great Ascension? A peak Great Ascension has approached the very depths of this place, nearing the enlightenment tree. Heaven help me. Am I dreaming? The pressure at the deepest point is something even celestial saints find difficult to approach. Several individuals suddenly caught sight of Lin Yan, and what was most astonishing was that he surpassed even the pinnacle of the Earth Saint level, managing to reach the deepest depths with merely the cultivation of the Great Ascension Peak. Similarly, atop a mountain peak, Dao Shuzi gazed at Lin Yan's silhouette, his face already marred by boundless shock. Lin Danshi, how is this possible? He is merely at the Great Ascension Peak, yet he can withstand the oppressive force that threatens even those in the celestial saint realm? In an instant, Dao Shuzi felt his worldview shatter. Meanwhile, as the Phoenix Maiden approached Lin Yan, she soon realized that she too had reached her limits. Any further advance could pose a grave danger to her life. Phoenix Maiden, remain there and do not venture deeper. Worry not, the oppressive force here poses little threat to me. I am unscathed. Lin Yan turned to glance at the Phoenix Maiden and promptly urged her. She was currently his most formidable asset in battle, and he could not afford for anything to happen to her. You must be cautious. If anything were to happen to you, I would never survive. The Phoenix Maiden's sudden declaration nearly left Lin Yan speechless. Nevertheless, he nodded in reassurance before settling down to meditate. Master, this is extraordinary. It is indeed a celestial grade, grand formation. Chapter 194. The Cultivators Within the Great Formation, a Man-Made Conspiracy. In the depths of the Sacred Path sect's grand celestial realm, Lin Yan gazed at the towering enlightenment tree, its verdant leaves shimmering with a brilliant emerald glow. Streams of the essence of the great Tao cascaded like rays of light, enveloping the surroundings in a divine aura. What? You say this is an immortal level formation? Upon regaining his senses and hearing the voice resonating in his mind, Lin Yan felt an overwhelming shock surge within him. The barrier isolating the enlightenment tree was, in fact, an immortal level formation? To be candid, Master, this formation is likely not merely a singular immortal level array. It appears to be a composite formation created by the amalgamation of several immortal level arrays. The voice of the infinite transformation array conveyed a tone of gravity, acknowledging that such a composite formation was beyond its current comprehension, especially since it had only recently ascended to the true saint level. Can it be deciphered? Through the formation, gazing at the magnificent enlightenment tree, Lin Yan was consumed by desire, yearning to breach the formation and frantically harvest the enlightenment tea leaves. I apologize, Master, but my current level is still too low. If I wish to comprehend this immortal level composite formation, it seems I must await my ascension to the celestial saint realm. The infinite transformation array lamented. This composite immortal level formation, let alone me at the true saint level, Even an immortal-level formation master would likely find it insurmountable. What a pity. Lin Yin felt a tinge of disappointment, but remained undeterred, for he was acutely aware that given time, breaking this immortal-level composite formation was merely a matter of inevitability. With this thought, Lin Yin resolved to depart, but just as he lifted his gaze, his pupils suddenly dilated, fixated on something within the formation. What is that? He beheld, in the depths of the formation, far from the enlightenment tree, several figures clad in white emerging gradually from the mist, making their way toward the tree. How is this possible? How did they gain entry? Clearly, no one could provide him with an answer. It has been arduous. We lost so many. Yet here we stand. Indeed, I lost a celestial sacred artifact, which pains me greatly. However, it is worth it, for this is the legendary enlightenment tree. What is losing a celestial sacred artifact compared to my sacrifice of a semi-sacred artifact? Enough, enough. Compared to others, we are fortunate. Sacrificing a few sacred artifacts for such a grand opportunity is indeed a substantial gain. I shall surely break through here and ascend to the celestial saint realm, while also collecting some enlightenment tea leaves to take back. Lin Yin could even hear the jovial banter of those young men through the immortal level formation. I can actually hear their conversation. Even Lin Yin himself was astounded. Before long, those individuals arrived beneath the enlightenment tree, entering a state of cultivation. This is perplexing. If individuals can manifest here, why would the Holy Master of Clarity utter such words? At once, Lin Yin turned to the Phoenix Maiden and inquired, "Did you see them? Those people?" The Phoenix Maiden, upon hearing Lin Yin's words, displayed a look of bewilderment. People? What people? It is just the two of us here. What nonsense. Lin Yan's brow furrowed slightly as he pointed towards the grand formation, in the direction of the enlightenment tree. I am referring to those individuals sitting beneath the enlightenment tree, engaging in profound meditation and cultivation. Upon witnessing Lin Yin's gesture and listening to his words, the Phoenix Maiden's confusion deepened. "Master, what are you saying? I see no one. All I observe is a mist of the great Tao enveloping the enlightenment tree, devoid of any presence." Enveloped by the mist of the great Tao? Lin Yin was immediately astonished and hastily inquired, "You cannot see those individuals and the main body of the enlightenment tree?" Although puzzled, the Phoenix Maiden knew that Lin Yin would not speak without reason, so she nodded and replied, "A veil of the great Tao obscures the main part of the enlightenment tree. I cannot see through it, only the branches that extend beyond the mist." Lin Yin fell into deep contemplation. Why could he see what others could not? Could it be due to the 5 elements Tao body? After pondering for a while, he concluded that this theory might indeed explain the phenomenon. From the dialogue of those few individuals, it was evident that approaching the enlightenment tree entailed an immense cost. Fraught with peril, gradually calming himself, Lin Yin began to analyze the situation seriously. If that were the case, he still had ample time. As long as he could dismantle this celestial grade formation, obtaining the leaves of the enlightenment would become significantly simpler. With this thought, Lin Yin glanced at the individuals within the formation before rising to depart. "Let you bask in your comprehension for now. Once I shatter this formation, the entire enlightenment tree shall be mine." At this point, Lin Yin harbored a growing suspicion that this celestial grade formation was evidently artificially arranged. If this conjecture held true, it was likely that someone sought to prevent the enlightenment sect and, indeed, the entire wilderness realm from seizing such a fortuitous opportunity. In other words, someone was attempting to pilfer treasures across realms. Go ahead and revel in your fleeting triumph. Upon returning to the enlightenment sect, Lin Yin and his companions were promptly received by Dao Shuzi. The innate talent of Lin Dan is truly unparalleled in this world. Observing Lin Yin at the pinnacle of the great ascension, on the verge of transcending to the saintly realm, even the already transcended Dao Shuzi expressed a look of envy. Hearing this, Lin Yin offered a polite response. "Haha, Senior Dao Shuzi, you flatter me. It is merely a stroke of good fortune. Dao Shuzi has not only solidified his cultivation at the initial stage of the human sage realm, but has also gained profound insights from his battle with Tian Yi, rendering his true combat prowess slightly superior to that of an average individual at the same level. The baptism of Dao Yun at the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain is set to commence in 3 days. Thus, it is time for us to embark on our journey." Dao Shuzi gazed upon the gathered crowd preparing to head to the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain and spoke slowly. before summoning a genuine sacred-grade flying artifact to carry everyone towards the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain, located in the central region of the eastern Xiandao state. Given the limited slots available for entry into the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain, this expedition includes not only Lin Yin and his companions, but also over 10 others from the Enlightenment Holy Sect. Similarly, vessels from various regions within the eastern Xiandao state ascended into the sky, all heading towards the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain. This is a monumental event that resonates throughout the entire eastern Xiandao domain. Chapter 195, The Forbidden Zone of Life, the Tomb of the True Sage. The Enlightenment Immortal Mountain is situated within a forbidden zone of life, at the heart of the eastern Xiandao province. This area is perpetually shrouded in a veil of white mist, which can ensnare even the most powerful true sages, leading them astray until they gradually lose their sanity, becoming mere machines driven by the instinct to kill. However, during the once-in-a-millennium event known as the Tao Rhythm Baptism, a celestial gate opens atop the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain, allowing the boundless essence of the Tao, infused with a trace of celestial energy, to cascade downwards, dispersing the surrounding fog and revealing the entirety of the Forbidden Zone. It is during this time that the people of Eastern Xiandao Province seize the opportunity to ascend the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain. Legend has it that thousands of years ago, a formidable heavenly sage from the central Tao Province, overestimating his own strength, ventured alone into the white mist of the Forbidden Zone, never to emerge again. It was not until the subsequent Tao Rhythm Baptism that the fog dissipated, revealing the once mighty heavenly sage had become a mere shell of his former self. Now one of the puppets guarding the Immortal Mountain. Upon a flying treasure, Dao Shuzi elucidated the terrifying aspects of the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain to those beside him. Given that the mountain is protected by puppets of the heavenly sage realm, how are we to ascend it? Lin Yin, listening intently, displayed a look of confusion. After all, the heavenly sage realm represents the pinnacle of strength in the wild realms. The others nodded in agreement, many of whom were embarking on their first journey to the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain to undergo the Tao Rhythm Baptism, and they shared a plethora of uncertainties. In response, Dao Shuzi chuckled and reassured them. Dear Lindan, there is no need for concern. Each time the Tao Rhythm Baptism commences and the mist disperses, those puppets fall into a deep slumber. As long as you do not intentionally provoke them, all will be well. Enlightenment dawned upon the group as they absorbed this information. As the conversations continued, the flying vessel gradually approached the Forbidden Zone. Wow, so many true sage-level flying treasures. On board, Ling Shuangshuang and Ling Jiao Huoqia marveled at the myriad of flying treasures radiating various sacred lights surrounding them, exclaiming in awe, "That is the ship of the Tianyan Dao Court." A vessel emblazoned with the emblem of the Tianyan Dao Court glided past from the direction of the Wendaoshan sect. Simultaneously, a cold glance from Tian Yi fell upon Lin Yin, accompanied by a disdainful snort before he hastily directed his vessel towards the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain. And this one belongs to the Sacred Sword Dao Court. Shortly thereafter, a flying vessel, entirely forged from a massive true sage-level sword, drifted by from the Wendaoshan sect. On board, a smiling sacred venerable from the Sacred Sword Dao Court nodded in acknowledgement towards Lin Yin. Yet, Lin Yin soon furrowed his brows deeply, as he sensed a palpable aura of malevolence emanating from the ship of the Sacred Sword Dao Court. The leader of the Yang clan? Lin Yin looked up and immediately spotted Yang Yuan, who stood atop the spaceship, casting a cold gaze upon him. During the time when the high-ranking members of the Yang clan came to seek his forgiveness, they had brought along an image of Yang Yuan, which allowed Lin Yin to recognize him at once. How could he possibly receive such esteemed attention from the Sacred Sword Dao field? A slot for the millennia once Tao Rhythm Baptism was inexplicably allocated to him? It seems the Sacred Sword Dao field warrants caution. Lin Yin gently shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the matter further, and subsequently followed the spaceship towards the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain. Whoosh! However, just as the spaceship of the Dao Inquiry Sacred Sect was about to set off again, three figures suddenly descended upon it. Initially thinking there was an external threat, it became clear that the three individuals were none other than the drunken Taoist, Zhan Tian, and Nan Gongyi. Greetings, esteemed drunken ancestor. Upon seeing the drunken Taoist, Dao Shuzi immediately bowed respectfully. All are true saints now. There is no need for such formalities in my presence. the drunken Taoist replied, holding a gourd of wine and swaying slightly. Meanwhile, Zhan Tian and Nangong Yi quickly approached Lin Yin and the others, their faces adorned with joyful smiles. Teacher, ever since the arrival of Senior Zhan Tian, I have no desire to return home, Ling Shuangshuang remarked mischievously, eyeing Nangong Ye's rosy cheeks. Upon hearing this, Nangong Ye's delicate face flushed slightly, and she retorted, how can you say that? Have you not been following Lin Yin around, neglecting your family? Are you aware that your father has awakened? What? Ling Shuangshuang's smiling face turned crimson at Nangong Ye's words, quickly shifting to concern for her father's condition. Do not worry. Your father is in excellent spirits, and after the nurturing of Lin Yan's elixirs, he is not only recovered, but is also preparing to undergo the saint's tribulation. Nangong Yi reassured her, providing her with a sense of relief. That is truly wonderful. A joyful expression graced Ling Shuangshuang's face as she looked towards Lin Yan, her heart filled with gratitude. Regrettably, brother Lin Yin remains as oblivious as a block of wood, never understanding my feelings. Contemplating this, her demeanor darkened as she lowered her head. Is it because my bosom is not ample enough that brother Lin Yin does not favor me? But I am still young. In the midst of my developmental stage, in a few years, I shall surely grow. Nangong Yi seemed to sense Ling Shuangshuang's inner turmoil and approached her, gently stroking her forehead as she smiled. To give up so easily is not in your character, Shuangshuang. A person as exceptional as Lin Yin is someone you must seize. Do not let him slip away. Upon hearing Nangong Ye's words, Ling Shuangshuang nodded earnestly, making a silent vow within herself. I shall not give up. In this lifetime, I will marry no one but brother Lin Yin. As their conversation continued, the spaceship swiftly entered the realm of the life-forbidden zone. Gazing downward from the vessel, one can observe that within the previously shrouded mist of the forbidden zone, a multitude of peculiar trees and stones emerge. Scattered throughout are various red depressions, exuding an unsettling aura. The motionless true saint puppets standing vigilantly evoke a formidable sense of oppression with just a glance. Do not underestimate those bizarre flora and stones. They have thrived on the blood of true saints and possess power that is by no means inferior to that of a true saint. Have you noticed those crimson depressions? They are regions stained by sacred blood, aptly referred to as the true saint burial grounds. It is conceivable that within those depressions, a clump of sanguine mud could easily erode and annihilate a true saint. On board the vessel, the inebriated elder savored a sip of fine wine and explained in a measured tone to the curious onlookers beside him. As a late-stage human saint, it was evident that he was no stranger to the rites of this ethereal baptism. Dear elder, could you kindly elucidate the rules for participating in this ethereal baptism? Chapter 196. The fierce competition at the Enlightenment Mountain, directly ascending to the summit. Aboard the vessel, the crowd was unable to quell the turmoil within their hearts upon hearing the words of the intoxicated Taoist. The tomb of the true sage. What a terrifying place this must be. Furthermore, the very flora here nourished by the blood of true sages. Each plant rivaling a true sage in its might. Who would dare to trespass in such a formidable domain? Fortunately, whenever the Enlightenment Mountain awakens, the surrounding mists dissipate, and these beings succumb to slumber. As long as one refrains from provoking them, no harm shall befall. Particularly daunting was the revelation of a patch of blood soil within a depression capable of annihilating a true sage. At this, one individual could no longer restrain their curiosity and posed a question that lingered in their mind. Upon hearing this, the intoxicated Taoist did not rush to respond, but instead savored a sip of his drink before casually uttering. The principles of the Enlightenment Mountain's Tao rhythm baptism are quite straightforward. Everything is determined by strength. If you possess sufficient power, you may ascend directly to the summit for the baptism. He continued, however, should your strength be inadequate, do not even think about reaching the mountain's peak. You would lack the qualification even to remain on the open platform at its base. After a brief pause, the intoxicated Taoist took another hearty sip and added, in essence, the actual number of individuals who can undergo the baptism of the Tao rhythm is far less than you might imagine. Though many come, the true number eligible for the baptism rarely exceeds 10%. Such a harrowing revelation. They had believed that merely arriving here would grant them the opportunity for baptism, only to discover that reality was even harsher than they had anticipated. Observing the grave expressions of the crowd, the intoxicated Taoist offered a faint smile and remarked, there is, in fact, another method to ensure a 100% chance of receiving the baptism. Upon hearing this, the crowd, previously disheartened, felt invigorated and eagerly turned their gazes toward the intoxicated Taoist, their faces alight with anticipation. What method? They implored. The intoxicated Taoist smiled slightly and replied, "Become a true sage. As long as you are a true sage, you will undoubtedly be eligible for the baptism of the Tao rhythm." Alas, upon hearing this, the crowd's faces fell, a bitter expression overtaking them. It seemed that such a divine opportunity for the Tao rhythm baptism was beyond their reach. As this conversation unfolded, the vessel had traversed the perilous life-restraining zone beneath and gradually approached the platform at the foot of the Enlightenment Mountain. "Out of my way. This spot is mine," an old man bellowed. "Are you looking for a fight? Merely a fifth-stage ascendant dares to seize my position. How foolish. Humph, do not boast just yet. Let us see who prevails first." The platform encircles the entire Wudao Xianshan, thus covering a vast area. However, due to the multitude of cultivators arriving to partake in the Daoyan baptism, Lin Yin and his companions soon witnessed many peak-stage Rinsheng practitioners engaging in fierce combat over a coveted position. I had almost forgotten to mention that entry to this platform requires a minimum cultivation of the peak Rinsheng stage. Once within the confines of the platform, under the protection of the Celestial Mountain, one essentially possesses an immortal existence. Therefore, even if one were to tragically perish in the struggle for position, there is no need for concern, as resurrection is guaranteed. On board the flying vessel, the drunken Taoist took a sip of his drink and, after uttering a final remark to the crowd, stepped forth, his figure landing directly on the fourth tier of Wudao Xianshan. In truth, there exists not just one platform at the foot of Wudao Xianshan. The entire mountain is adorned with 9 platforms, ascending from the base to the summit. The teacher has actually reached the 4th tier. On board the vessel, Zhan Tian gazed at the drunken Taoist, now positioned on the 4th tier, his face alight with excitement. The 4th tier. This suggests that the esteemed elder is not far from the pinnacle of the Rinsheng stage. A faint smile graced Lin Yan's face as he considered the 9 platforms on Wudao Xianshan, each corresponding to a level of true sanctity. The higher one ascends, the fewer positions are available for cultivators, resulting in increasingly fierce competition. At the very pinnacle of Wudao Xianshan, only those of the Tiansheng realm possess the capability to tread upon it. However, at that moment, a robust man at the peak of Rinsheng approached the drunken Taoist, his expression menacing. "Hey, old man, is this place suitable for you? A mere late-stage Rinsheng? Hurry and vacate the position." But the drunken Taoist remained silent, merely raising his hand with a flick, unleashing a terrifying sword intent that forced the man to retreat. Hiss. Witnessing this scene, many peak-stage Rinsheng cultivators on the platform wore expressions of grave concern. That sword intent was undeniably comparable to a full-force strike from a peak Rinsheng. Who is this person? How does a late-stage Rinsheng possess such formidable power? Why have I never heard of him before? Which hidden master of a Taoist hall is he? Is he truly an unfamiliar face? Are you all unaware of him? He is the drunken old Taoist, whose very name sends shivers down the spines of many Taoist halls. Once, when a certain hall offended him, he unsheathed his long sword and decimated that hall's cultivators, instilling fear in their hearts. Remarkably, he had just broken through to the mid-Rinsheng stage and managed to eliminate a peak Rinsheng saint from that hall. Following the explanation from a peak Rinsheng in the crowd, the surrounding true saints gasped collectively, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. It is indeed this old Taoist. Wasn't it said that he had been slain? Who would have thought he would reappear today? Upon discovering the identity of the intoxicated Taoist, the surrounding crowd swiftly distanced themselves, fearful of provoking this harbinger of doom. After all, they were all individuals of cultivation, whereas this solitary old Taoist, unencumbered by ties, was the most formidable. Let us embark as well, seeking a prime location to seize this opportunity for enlightenment, deepening our foundational prowess sufficiently, so that upon our return to the Eastern mystic domain, we may effortlessly transcend and attain sanctity. Lin Yin remarked to Ling Shuang and the others while observing the throng setting forth. In an instant, he and the Phoenix Maiden advanced briskly towards the path to Enlightenment Mountain. Meanwhile, Ling Shuang, along with Ling Jiao and the others, followed suit. Although their cultivation was merely at the peak of the great ascension stage, Their comprehension of various Tao principles rendered their strength far more profound than it appeared. Thus, aside from Zhan Tian and Nangong, Yihu merely selected a spot at the foot of the path to Enlightenment Mountain. Ling Shuangshuang and Ling Jiao soared directly to the first tier of the mountain. Who is this yellow-haired little girl? How dare a mere great ascension practitioner venture here so recklessly? Chapter 197. Hesitation? A single strike to victory. Upon their arrival on the first tier of the Wudao Immortal Mountain, Ling Shuangshuang and her companions were met with a sharp rebuke. Turning to investigate, they found themselves confronted by a formidable figure, a half-saint, whose gaze held a menacing edge. You should leave at once. This place is no domain for insignificant insects like you. The half-saint's cold eyes scrutinized Ling Shuangshuang and her companions, his voice devoid of any subtlety. Is it possible for a mere half-saint to truly believe himself a true saint? Just as tensions escalated, a dispassionate voice interjected from the side. The onlookers turned to see Dao Shuzi, who had recently ascended to the true saint level. Is this not Dao Shuzi of the Wudao sacred sect? I cannot believe it has been so long, and he has already attained sainthood. Are you unaware? Dao Shuzi's ascension is solely due to the Dao pattern elixir bestowed upon him by Master Lindan. What? An elixir imbued with Dao patterns? Where is Master Lindan? I too wish to acquire one. Around them, those who had already secured their positions, many in the early stages of the saint realm and several half-saints, cast envious glances at Dao Shuzi, who stood before Ling Shuangshuang and her friends. Dao Shuzi, do you intend to disrupt the rules of Wudao Immortal Mountain? These few are merely in the Great Ascension stage. What qualifications do they possess to stand upon this first tier? The half-saint, recognizing Dao Shuzi's formidable status, felt a twinge of trepidation but was not easily intimidated. He immediately argued his case. In response to your query, how can you be so certain that these individuals in the Great Ascension stage lack the capability to be on this first tier? Previously, while at the Wudao sacred sect, Qin Yin had apprised Dao Shuzi of their circumstances, instilling him with absolute confidence in Ling Shuangshuang and her companion's abilities, especially Ling Shuangshuang and the Thunder Dragon, both of whom possessed the resonance of 5 Dao patterns. Should they unleash their full potential, they could contend not only with a mere half-saint, but could likely challenge even those newly initiated into the ranks of true saints. Do you truly believe that the one beside you, a mere tribulation stage practitioner, is more suited to remain here? The half-saint found himself momentarily at a loss for words, and after a brief silence, he replied, if that is the case, then let them compete fairly. It will be evident who belongs here. Hearing the half-saint's proposition, Dao Shuzi refrained from further confrontation and turned to Ling Shuangshuang and her companions with a smile. Young friends, the next phase is up to you. The expansive area of the first tier allowed for ample space even after the true saints had chosen their prime positions, leaving many openings at the edges for the half-saints and even tribulation stage practitioners. Rest assured, Senior Dao Shuzi, just watch as I transform him into a pig's head. If I fail, I shall no longer bear the surname Ling. Ling Shuangshuang's enchanting gaze fixed intently on the semi-saint opposite her. With a swift motion, she declared coldly, the tribulation stage is far too weak. Why not engage in a contest with me? Should I falter, we will depart without your prompting. What? At the moment her words fell, not only was the semi-saint taken aback, but the surrounding true saints observing the spectacle were equally astonished, their faces breaking into curious smiles. A confrontation between a peak Great Ascension and a semi-saint. How intriguing. Is this genuine? I hope it is not a case of the mighty bullying the weak. The semi-saint regarded Ling Shuangshuang and, in truth, was primarily concerned about Dao Shuzi's stance. If the latter opposed, even a victory would be meaningless. However, upon noticing Dao Shuzi's lack of objection, a gleam of excitement spread across his face. He chuckled, this is a predicament of your own making. How tedious. Are you truly a man? Come forth and meet your demise. Ling Shuangshuang's expression shifted to one of impatience, and with a flash, she transformed into a streak of light, charging toward the semi-saint. Seeking death, the semi-saint scoffed, also vanishing in a blur to confront her, as a semi-saint. He could not allow a mere girl with golden hair to overshadow his might. Boom. In an instant, the distance closed, accompanied by a muffled grunt. The onlookers gasped in shock as the once arrogant semi-saint was sent flying backward, blood spewing from his mouth, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. Ah, my apologies. I may have been a tad too forceful and failed to restrain myself. Observing the half-dead semi-saint, Ling Shuangshuang's charming face registered surprise, and she quickly offered an apologetic smile. She then took her companions, the Ling Jiao, and found a spot to sit quietly, awaiting the commencement of the Tao rhythm cleansing at the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain. This is intolerable. The tribulation stage cultivator accompanying the semi-saint, incensed by Ling Shuangshuang's feigned innocence, ground his teeth in frustration. Yet, knowing he was no match for her, he could only utter such words before turning to leave. A single punch that obliterated a semi-saint. This woman is truly extraordinary. Surrounding them, those true saints who had initially gathered to observe were now enveloped in astonishment. They had encountered many prodigies, but none as astonishing as Ling Shuangshuang. It is likely that even a Tao child from the true Saint Tao field would struggle against her prowess. My friend, let us eliminate the word likely. To dispatch a semi-saint with a single punch at the Great Ascension stage is unprecedented in the entire Eastern Xiandao prefecture. It is no exaggeration to assert that her level of talent positions her at the pinnacle of our region. Amidst the myriad of true saints, there were expressions of admiration directed towards Dao Shuzi. For the emergence of such a prodigy within the sect foreshadowed the future ascendancy of the enlightened Dao sect over the entire Eastern Xiandao province. Indeed, many true saints had already taken the initiative to approach Dao Shuzi, seeking his favor. Faced with the attention of numerous formidable true saints, Dao Shuzi could only manage a wry smile. He longed to clarify that Ling Shuangshuang was not, in fact, one of their sect's disciples, and that there existed even more extraordinary individuals than her. Yet he hesitated, considering that such revelations might cause trouble for Lin Yan. Thus, he reluctantly acknowledged their advances. Meanwhile, atop the lofty Enlightenment Immortal Mountain, the true saints, who had been fervently competing for prime positions, abruptly ceased their actions, gazing upward in astonishment. Someone had remarkably reached the 8th tier. Who could it be? Chapter 198. Astonishing all saints, the unveiling of Tao rhythm. Upon the summit of the Enlightenment Mountain, a sudden exclamation resonated, capturing the attention of all present. It was the 8th layer. The numerous true saints gazed in awe as the Phoenix Maiden gracefully descended onto the platform of the 8th layer, their faces instantly transformed by astonishment. Could it be? The 8th layer was a realm accessible only to the most formidable beings of the Earth Saint Perfection level. The crowd stood agape at this spectacle. For in the Eastern Xiandao state, their strongest warrior was merely at the later stages of the Earth Saint level. But wait, who was that? Just then, before the astonished onlookers could regain their composure, they noticed Lin Yan slowly alighting upon the 9th layer platform, the pinnacle of the Enlightenment Mountain. Am I mistaken? In this Eastern Xiandao state, is there truly someone who can tread upon the peak of the Enlightenment Mountain? The collective astonishment deepened. To ascend to the pinnacle implied that the seemingly youthful lad possessed a cultivation level of at least the heavenly saint realm. To their disbelief, this Tao rhythm baptism had unveiled not one, but two superlative beings. Indeed, I surmise these two must have journeyed from other Tao states. For our Eastern Xiandao state's mightiest is currently stationed on the 7th layer. How enviable it is. The Tao rhythm baptism is set to commence from the summit. One can only imagine the immense benefits bestowed upon that position. On the Enlightenment Mountain, true saints situated on various layers gazed with envious expressions at the Phoenix Maiden and Lin Yan. Had they occupied such a position, tremendous breakthroughs would undoubtedly follow. After all, when the Tao rhythm baptism commenced, the order of acceptance would begin from the 9th layer. Meanwhile, on the 7th layer, an elderly figure clad in a tattered robe regarded the two above with an expression of serene indifference. However, as his gaze fell upon Lin Yan at the mountain's pinnacle, he could not help but furrow his brow slightly. Why can't I discern this person's cultivation? The elderly man lifted his gaze to Lin Yan, only to find him enveloped in an endless radiance of holy light, resembling a celestial being descended upon the world, rendering one hesitant to gaze directly. Could it be that a venerable heavenly saint from the central Tao state has arrived? With this thought, the elderly man relinquished further contemplation and closed his eyes, patiently awaiting the commencement of the Tao rhythm baptism. At this moment, down below, on the 4th layer, the drunken Taoist raised his gourd of wine high into the air, frozen in disbelief as he stared at Lin Yan, who had appeared at the mountain's peak. Along with the Phoenix Maiden on the 8th layer, For a moment, he felt utterly incredulous. This, wasn't he at the Great Ascension stage? How did he suddenly ascend to the mountain's peak? And what of the crimson-clad woman who had persistently followed Lin Yan? Why had she suddenly ascended to the 8th layer? The drunken Taoist felt profoundly deceived, and the thought of his previous so-called gallant actions made him wish to find a crevice in the earth to hide within. The peaks that can only be reached by those in the realm of celestial sanctity. A genuine manifestation of earthly perfection. His intervention to obstruct the true saint of the Tianyin Taoist temple seems rather superfluous. Contemplating this, the intoxicated wanderer felt a wave of melancholy wash over him, and he took several hearty swigs of his drink, seeking to numb his senses. Equally astonished and bewildered were the ethereal figure, Ling Shuang and Zhan Tian, all of whom gazed in disbelief at the two individuals positioned between the 8th and 9th tiers, as if they were seeing them anew. Lin Xiaoyu, at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage, is he still genuine? Zhan Tian murmured to himself, feeling deceived. Beside him, Nangong Yi bore a wry smile, offering words of comfort to Zhan Tian. She was acutely aware of the enigma surrounding her recently acquired disciple, yet she had not anticipated such profound depths of mystery. In the same Great Ascension stage, I feel utterly insignificant. Ling Shuang gazed at Lin Yan, illuminated by the holy light atop the mountain, unable to suppress her exclamation. However, just as her words fell, a menacing gaze suddenly emerged nearby. It was the semi-saint whom she had effortlessly vanquished moments earlier, now returned to the first-level platform after regaining his composure. Upon encountering his discontented stare, Ling Shuang retorted sharply, "What are you looking at? I didn't mention you." Hearing her words, the semi-saint seethed with frustration, feeling humiliated once more, though he was powerless against her. The harm was minor, yet the insult was profoundly stinging. Atop the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain, Lin Yan stood surveying the surroundings, realizing that the area of the summit was not insubstantial, approximately 100 yards in circumference. From this vantage point, he could behold the entire life-restricting zone beneath him, as if he had transformed into the sovereign of this domain. Truly, this is the closest place to the baptism of the Tao's resonance, with such an abundance of holy herbs. As Lin Yan beheld the luminescent spiritual materials scattered across the summit, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and without hesitation, he began to gather them, entirely disregarding the overwhelming pressure of the mountaintop. Indeed, even each stone upon this summit harbored the essence of the 5 elements, treasures that could incite fierce contention among true saints. Yet, was there not an excess of these holy herbs and items imbued with the Tao's resonance? They were densely packed, nearly saturating the entire summit. As Lin Yan collected them, he felt an increasing sense of perplexity. Had no celestial sanctity experts ever graced this peak throughout the ages? Or did those of celestial sanctity hold such lofty views that they looked down upon these holy herbs and items imbued with the Tao's essence? Upon this reflection, Lin Yan noticed that only the central area of the summit, beside the cultivation platform, was devoid of holy herbs and Tao-imbued items, further deepening his curiosity. Were they to leave such a treasure trove untended, awaiting its inevitable dissolution into the cosmos? Lin Yan murmured softly, and without further contemplation, he meticulously gathered all the sacred herbs and items imbued with the essence of Tao, swiftly amassing them into his possession. In mere moments, the summit of the Enlightenment Mountain transformed into a barren expanse. Satisfied with his endeavors, Lin Yan returned to the central position of the mountain peak, closed his eyes, and awaited the commencement of the baptism. Unbeknownst to him, below, many true saints, including the elder in tattered garments at the pinnacle of the earth saint realm, gazed upon this scene with eyes wide in envy, nearly bulging from their sockets. The sheer volume of sacred herbs and Tao-infused artifacts, all claimed by him alone, incited their envy to an extraordinary degree. Indeed, the jealousy was palpable as they pondered the countless eons of accumulation that had led to this moment. Now entirely reaped by Lin Yan, guarding such a treasure trove, did they not desire to partake? Alas, the overwhelming pressure emanating from the peak rendered even the mightiest of heavenly saints unable to approach. Sigh, their envy had become tiresome. "Oh, great one, I am your long-lost son." Suddenly, as the onlookers cast envious glances at Lin Yan, a thunderous roar resonated from the heavens above, instantly lifting the spirits of all present, dispelling their earlier discontent. The moment had arrived. The Tao Essence baptism was about to commence. Before their eyes, a colossal fissure emerged in the sky above the summit of the Enlightenment Mountain, from which a magnificent and ancient bronze stone door gradually materialized. Chapter 199, The Bodily Tribulation. The sudden onslaught of demons. The ancient and majestic bronze gate towered over 1,000 feet, adorned with intricate and profound engravings that appeared as if they were sculpted by nature itself. At the very moment the bronze gate emerged, a surge of essence imbued with the principles of the great Tao enveloped the entire Wudao, immortal mountain. Streams of sacred light, infused with the rhythms of the 5 elements, cascaded down like a magnificent waterfall, spreading across the summit of the mountain. At the pinnacle of Wudao, immortal mountain, the various sacred herbs and spiritual materials that had been meticulously harvested by Lin Yin began to show signs of revival under the overwhelming baptism of the Tao rhythms. Simultaneously, Lin Yin found himself enveloped in an endless expanse of 5 elements Tao rhythms, his body greedily absorbing the ethereal essence that permeated the air, gradually growing more powerful. This 5 elements Tao rhythm proved to be no less potent than the thunder tribulation pills I had crafted, which bore the inscriptions of the 5 elements. A tremor of realization coursed through Lin Yin as he savored the monumental baptism of Tao rhythms. However, the sole distinction lay in the sheer magnitude of this baptism, which far surpassed the effects of a single 5 elements Tao inscription thunder tribulation pill. Perhaps I might seize this opportunity to transcend into the true sage realm. A glimmer of confidence shone in Lin Yan's eyes as he gradually entered a meditative state, aligning himself to the pinnacle of his potential, preparing to embark on the first tribulation of the sage's corporeal trials. Meanwhile, as the Tao rhythms continued to spread, many true sages, including the Phoenix Maiden, promptly settled into a lotus position, closing their eyes and employing their respective methods to fervently absorb the Tao rhythms. In an instant, with the exception of the weaker cultivators who failed to secure a position, everyone within the vicinity of Wudao Immortal Mountain had entered a state of cultivation with their eyes closed. Alas, if only I had been able to partake in this baptism, I would be able to attempt the sage's tribulation. Outside Wudao Immortal Mountain, those aboard the hovering ships, lacking positions, gazed enviously at those within. Additionally, their presence served another purpose: to guard these individuals and prevent any external disturbances. After all, the Tao rhythm baptism occurred only once every millennium, attracting powerful cultivators from across the entire eastern Xiandao region. It is no exaggeration to say that during each baptism, all top-tier experts above the true sage level from the eastern Xiandao would come to partake. In other words, eastern Xiandao is at its most vulnerable at this moment. An invasion from foreign entities would spell disaster. Keep a vigilant watch. Maintain the sacred artifacts in readiness. Should we encounter any nefarious individuals or foreign intruders, strike them down with the sacred artifacts. Surrounding Wudao Immortal Mountain, all factions, both large and small, had formidable guardians stationed to avert unforeseen incidents. After all, they were all aware of the recent invasion of the eastern Xiandao by the demon race. Lord Demon King, shall we not take action? At this moment, these individuals have all entered a state of cultivation, making it the perfect opportunity for us to launch a surprise attack. In the void surrounding the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain, numerous shadowy figures clad in black robes stand, each exuding an overwhelming aura of demonic energy that relentlessly erodes the very fabric of the surrounding world. There is no need for haste. We have yet to receive word from His Majesty the Demon Emperor. Should we act recklessly, we would undoubtedly attract the attention of the ancient figures in the central Tao province, whose formidable prowess would jeopardize our extermination plan, leading to catastrophic losses instead of success. Before the gathered crowd, a man wielding a long spear gazes intently through the void at the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain, his expression brimming with confidence as he speaks calmly. However, due to the overwhelming resonance of the Tao that envelopes the mountain, they are unable to discern the happenings atop it. Suddenly, a voice filled with excitement arises from the rear of the group. Lord Demon King, we have received news from His Majesty the Demon Emperor. The celestial formation has been successfully established. We may commence our actions. In an instant, a semi-saint, clutching a communication token, hastens to the side of the long spear-wielding Demon King. Upon receiving the token and scrutinizing it closely, A chilling smile spreads across the Demon King's face as he remarks, "Heh, our race has endured for 10 millennia. It is time to unleash our vengeance upon the realm of humanity." Boom. As his words echo, the void before him shatters, creating a rift hundreds of feet wide, from which a throng of formidable demon warriors surges forth, instantly appearing in the periphery of the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain. Kill. After this battle, the entire eastern Xindao province will become our playground. With a cacophony of sinister laughter, the mass of demons immediately rushes towards the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain. At this moment, the defenders stationed outside the mountain witness this scene, their faces contorted in shock as they cry out in alarm, "Enemy attack." However, scarcely had the words left his lips when his head was severed and sent flying. Faced with the true saints of the demon race, their strongest defenders barely reached the tribulation stage, rendering them utterly powerless in the face of such overwhelming strength. Quickly, activate the true saint formation. Summon the sacred artifacts. Use the horn to alert the elders of the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain. Fortunately, among the forces guarding this location, many true saint practitioners swiftly summoned their formidable formations and sacred artifacts upon witnessing the emergence of the demon race. While defending against the enemy, they simultaneously blew the soul horn to awaken those true saints who had entered a state of cultivation. It seems you humans are not entirely worthless. Yet even so, today shall be your last. Within the ranks of the demonic clan, numerous true saints observed the unfolding scene with cold detachment. Subsequently, several individuals promptly summoned an array of formation plates, which descended upon various corners of the periphery of the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain. With a resonating hum, formidable true saint-level formations swiftly took shape, encircling the entire mountain and rendering the inhabitants within unable to escape. Today, this place shall become your tomb, all you mortals. The demonic forces present were formidable, each member possessing at least the strength of the tribulation phase, a true elite contingent. However, they refrained from recklessly approaching the vicinity of the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain, for the essence of the five elements exerted a considerable suppressive influence upon them, making it unwise to engage in battle therein. Instead, they aimed to lure their adversaries out, facilitating their combat. In this fleeting moment, they had transformed this realm into an environment conducive to their demonic cultivation. The atmosphere was thick with relentless demonic energy, gradually eroding the spiritual essence of the surrounding land. Simultaneously, atop the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain, numerous true saints awakened from their meditative states upon hearing the blaring horns, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment as they gazed beyond the mountain's confines. What transpires? That horn indicates an invasion by foreign entities. The true saints quickly regained their composure, their faces contorting with fury. Could it be the demonic clan that dares to assault us? With this thought, many true saints, their visages etched with vengeful intent, advanced towards the outskirts of the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain. At the same moment, at the peak of the mountain, Lin Yen, who was undergoing the corporeal tribulation, gradually opened his eyes. Through the celestial veil woven by the essence of the five elements, he beheld the throngs of demonic entities. Have they come? As the words left his lips, Lin Yen slowly raised his gaze towards the endless storm clouds, tinged with streaks of crimson lightning. A faint smile gradually gracing his lips. The red lightning represented the power of the Great Path. Chapter 200, The Transcendence of the Sacred Soul Tribulation. The ascendance of several individuals. Atop the celestial Enlightenment Mountain, apart from the boundless Tao rhythm emanating from the colossal bronze gate, a vast expanse of thunderclouds loomed in the sky, shrouding the day in darkness. Within those clouds, endless violet divine lightning surged, as if poised to strike down at any moment. Moreover, amidst the tempestuous purple lightning, a vivid crimson hue flickered, a solitary thread of red divine thunder that commanded the respect of the surrounding violet storm, rendering it reluctant to approach. Oh, the red lightning infused with the power of the Tao, yet alas, it poses no threat to me now. Lin Yen mused softly, for he had attained the five elements Tao body. This crimson divine thunder, while capable of refining his physique and aiding in the comprehension of the Tao's power, held little further utility for him. However, just because it was of no use to me does not imply it lacks value for other true saints. Lin Yan's eyes pierced through the celestial veil woven by the five elements Tao rhythm, surveying the multitude of demon clansfolk below, a cruel smile curling upon his lips. Without hesitation, he ascended into the tempest of lightning, and with a grand gesture, he gathered the scarce crimson bolts. The supreme Pilchi technique has sensed the red divine thunder infused with the power of the Tao and has entered a state of enlightenment. As Lin Yin collected the red divine lightning, the thunderclouds seemed to lose their essence, gradually dissipating. Buzz. Simultaneously, as the thunderclouds receded, Lin Yin perceived an additional rhythm of the five elements Tao emerging from within the bronze gate, enveloping him. Was this the response of heaven and earth after transcending the physical tribulation? Feeling the cleansing aura of the five elements Tao rhythm, Lin Yin found little excitement within him, for he already possessed the five elements Tao body. The Tao rhythm's impact on his physical refinement was negligible. At this moment, I can be considered a practitioner who has weathered the tribulation. Lin Yin clenched his fists, sensing a surge in his strength. Now, even when facing true saints, annihilating them would be a trivial endeavor. Indeed, Lin Yin nodded in satisfaction, then slowly lifted his gaze toward the summit of the celestial enlightenment mountain. He observed many true saints awakening from their meditative states, unable to re-enter their previous enlightenment. With boundless killing intent, they emerged from the veil of the five elements Tao rhythm to engage in battle with the true saints of the demon clan. It seems the various true sanctuaries of the Eastern Xiandao are thoroughly prepared. Witnessing the resilience of the human true saints, bolstered by formidable formations and numerous sacred artifacts, Lin Yin felt a flicker of surprise within. In this light, it appears that the true sanctuaries of Eastern Xiandao are perpetually vigilant against the demon clan. It seems my intervention is unnecessary for the time being. As soon as the words fell, Lin Yin once again entered a state of cultivation, intending to undergo the sacred soul tribulation. Meanwhile, atop the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain, true saints on each level were breaking free from their shackles amidst their baptism, achieving breakthroughs. For instance, the Saint Venerable of the Tianyin Tao field had directly shattered his constraints, ascending to the Earth Saint realm, and was currently laughing with unbridled excitement. Ha! I have succeeded. I am now a formidable Earth Saint. In his exhilaration, the Tianyin Saint could not help but glance upwards towards Lin Yin at the peak of the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain, his eyes betraying a flicker of deep apprehension. Damn it! That kid has deceived me thoroughly. Fortunately, I did not offend him too gravely before. Otherwise, I would be in for a world of trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, the Tianyin Saint's expression turned icy as he turned to the demonic clan beyond the heavens, bellowing, "Val demon spawn, return the life of my semi-saint." Not only the Tianyin Saint, but many true saints who had achieved breakthroughs were filled with murderous intent, stepping out from the celestial veil to engage in battle with the demonic clan. Even the recently ascended peak human saint, the drunken Taoist, took a hearty swig of wine, brandishing his sacred sword as he charged forward. "Master, let us first quell the arrogance of those demon wretches." Immediately, Lin Yin heard the voices of the three spirit flood dragons. After undergoing their baptism on the first level, they had successfully passed their physical tribulation and elevated their powers. "You must be cautious, prioritize your safety, and do not fight recklessly. Wait for my emergence." Lin Yin responded inwardly, then commenced his sacred soul tribulation. "Let us go. The Master has instructed us not to exert ourselves too much. We shall wait for him to emerge, and then sweep through the demon clan." The spirit flood dragon conveyed Lin Yan's words to Ling Shuang, and the four of them transformed into a streak of light, appearing in the outer region of the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain. Boom! Upon their arrival in this outer area, they were astonished to discover that the endless sky above had been shattered, with rifts in space resembling a spider's web, creating a truly alarming sight. Simultaneously, all the human forces in the outer region had already connected their true saint-level flying treasures, forming an impregnable temporary fortress under the cover of multiple true saint-level formations. A group of turtles hiding in their shells. Who dares to fight me? Outside the formation, many powerful beings from the demonic clan, in the tribulation stage, were cursing profusely. Yet, no one dared to step forward, despite their vociferous taunts. "Damn it, too arrogant. I shall show you what I am made of." The spirit flood dragon, known for her temper, could no longer contain her fury upon hearing such vile insults. Grasping the true saint-level sacred hall, she flashed forward. confronting the tribulation stage demons outside the formation. It seems there are indeed those who fear not death. Having just crossed the human saint tribulation, they dare to challenge me? Do they truly not understand the meaning of death? On the opposite side, the demon clan's tribulation stage warrior gazed upon the emerging spirit dragon, a mocking smile spreading across his face as he scoffed. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically, and he bellowed, "Since you seek death, I shall oblige." With that declaration, he immediately assumed an offensive stance. Noticing this, the spirit dragon became alert in response. Whoosh! In the next instant, a figure emanating an aura of terror surged forth from behind the demon tribulation warrior, charging directly towards the spirit dragon with lethal intent. What the hell? A true saint? Within the formation, Ling Shuangshuang and others gazed in astonishment at the figure that had suddenly emerged, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. This is utterly lacking in martial ethics. Spirit dragon, obliterate him. Let him learn the consequences of disregarding martial virtue. From a distance in the high skies, the demon tribulation warrior, who had just been boasting, was taken aback by the reactions of Ling Shuangshuang and the others within the formation, his mind clouded with questions. Obliterate him? Are you all completely mad? A tribulation stage against a true saint? How could you even conceive such a notion? Boom. Yet, in the next moment, the once smug expression of the demon tribulation powerhouse froze in place, for he witnessed his own true saint being sent reeling backward, blood spewing from his mouth, akin to a kite severed from its string, struck down by a single blow from that human warrior. Just a mere initial stage of human saint. How deeply do you underestimate me? Chapter 201. Suppressing the true saint of the demon clan, Lin Yin is on the verge of ascendancy. In place, the spirit flood dragon, wielding a genuine sacred artifact, gazed with disdain at the true saint of the demon clan who had been sent reeling and spitting blood. However, within the grand formation, Ling Shuangshuang and the others, witnessing the unmistakable air of triumph in the dragon's eyes, could only shake their heads in silence. How ridiculous! This foolish dragon truly believes itself invincible. Yet, indifferent to the reactions of those behind him, the spirit flood dragon continued to observe the demon true saint, who was clutching his chest with blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth, and declared coldly, "I have not yet exerted my full strength. And you think you can withstand me?" On the opposite side, the heavily injured demon true saint, his demonic aura dimmed, seethed with indignation at the spirit flood dragon's brazen demeanor. How arrogant! Nevertheless, despite his words, when he cast another glance at the dragon, his eyes were filled with a profound sense of trepidation, while his heart brimmed with astonishment and confusion. When did the human race give birth to such an extraordinary prodigy, to be capable of challenging a true saint even in the tribulation phase? At that moment, the unfolding events also caught the attention of two distant demon true saints, who immediately rushed over and inquired about their wounded comrade. "Are you all right?" The injured true saint shook his head, indicating that he was fine and merely needed some time to recover. He cautioned the two, "Be wary of this individual. Although she is merely in the tribulation phase, her combat prowess is exceedingly terrifying, posing a genuine threat to true saints." However, the two arriving demon true saints regarded the spirit flood dragon with scorn, coldly retorting, "Huh? No matter how formidable her strength may be, it is impossible for one in the tribulation phase to confront a true saint. Even our most talented prodigies cannot accomplish such feats, let alone a mere human. Indeed, it seems that her might relies heavily on that impressive sacred artifact she possesses," they surmised. Yet, for someone in the tribulation phase to wield a remarkable sacred artifact, it is evident she is a crucial figure in the human race. If we can eliminate her, it would be a significant achievement. With their words, a cruel smile crept across their faces as they surged forth in two separate directions, intent on attacking the spirit flood dragon. Do they plan to overpower me with their numbers? However, just as the two demon true saints made their move, Ling Shuangshuang and her companions transformed into streaks of light, swiftly arriving at the side of the spirit flood dragon. "What are you doing here? I can handle these two myself," the spirit flood dragon asserted, feeling warmth in his heart amid his stubborn faade. To this, the fire sparrow interjected, "Enough with the bravado. Even if you can contend against two true saints, it would undoubtedly come at a tremendous cost. Moreover, you have already garnered all the attention. What shall we do? Merely stand by and applaud. As soon as the words left her lips, Huake shot a scornful glance at Ling Jiao. Very well. Let each of us take one. No, you have already basked in the spotlight. For the next two, you shall not intervene. Exactly. Hand over the true sacred artifact. Huake snatched the true sacred artifact from Ling Jiao's hands and transformed into a streak of light, dashing towards one of the demon clan's true saints. The other would be confronted by Ling Shuang, who possessed the reincarnation pool bestowed upon her by Lin Yan. Although this reincarnation pool did not rival the Holy Temple, it was nevertheless a true sacred artifact, far better than having nothing at all. As for Lei Long and Ling Jiao, they remained stationed, ready to provide support should the situation turn dire. Simultaneously, the two demon clan true saints, upon witnessing the mere tribulation phase human cultivators before them being treated as prey, felt an overwhelming sense of insult and their anger surged. How dare these tribulation phase beings be so arrogant? We'll see how you fare as our puppets. Boom. In an instant, the four engaged in fierce combat. However, the two demon clan true saints, who had initially worn expressions of mockery and disdain, underwent a dramatic change in countenance upon clashing with Ling Shuang and Huake. For the sake of caution, they too had summoned their true sacred weapons. Yet, in the brief encounter, they were staggered backward by the terrifying force of their opponents. Once they stabilized their forms from a distance, they felt their internal energies roiling, and the demonic energies surrounding them became chaotic. How can this be possible? Fortunately, bolstered by their true sacred artifacts, they did not suffer significant harm from this clash. However, as they gazed at Ling Shuang and Huake, profound astonishment filled their eyes. It was astonishing to realize that their opponents, mere tribulation phase cultivators who had only passed the physical tribulation, possessed such formidable combat prowess, capable of contending with true saints. I refuse to believe that what our most prodigious talents cannot achieve, you mere humans can. Yet, in an instant, the two demon clan true saints donned expressions of cold malice and renewed their assault. Meanwhile, Huake, witnessing that her strike had failed to severely injure the demon clan true saint, furrowed her brow in deep dissatisfaction with this outcome. Why was it that a foolish dragon could accomplish what I could not? Is this not a veiled admission of my inferiority to that foolish creature? The very thought of that insipid dragoness' smug demeanor ignited a flame of anger within Huake immediately, as she faced the charging demon clan true saint. Her expression shifted to one of seriousness. Surrounding her, the rhythm of her Tao surged, manifesting 5 divine rings that encircled her, resembling a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. Kill. Previously, her enlightenment on the Wu Dao Xianshan not only enabled her to successfully transcend the physical tribulation, but also allowed her to comprehend the 5th essence of the Tao. Whoosh! In an instant, the fire sparrow unleashed its full might, transforming into a streak of radiant light, and engaged in a fierce battle with the true saint of the demon clan. Thud! It must be said that under the full eruption of the fire sparrow, enhanced by 5 Tao rings, its combat prowess surged dramatically. Within just a few exchanges, it sent the demon true saint flying, blood spewing from its mouth. What a surprise! I thought you were formidable, but it appears you are rather lackluster. The fire sparrow cast a disdainful glance at the demon true saint, reveling in its triumph. It chose not to pursue further. After all, pressing the attack too deeply would undoubtedly invite a swarm of demons to encircle it. Meanwhile, on another front, Ling Shuang had also decisively concluded her battle. Now, bolstered by 6 Tao essences, she sent her opponent flying like a kite severed from its string after merely 1 round of combat, blood erupting from their lips. Quick, summon the demon lord. This is simply the most extraordinary of prodigies. In the distance, the 3 heavily injured true saints of the demon clan exchanged wary glances before hastily fleeing the scene, fearful that lingering too long would seal their fate here. There was no choice. The combat strength exhibited by Ling Shuang and her companions was utterly terrifying, forcing them to seek reinforcements. Atop the Wu Dao Xianshan, accompanied by a resounding roar, a vast expanse of thunderclouds once again enveloped Lin Yan's head. And within those clouds, the red lightning imbued with the power of the Tao surged to more than 10%. This is the final tribulation on the path to sanctification. Once I overcome this trial, I shall be recognized as a true saint-level powerhouse. Chapter 202. Lin Yan achieves sanctification. The Demon King strikes. The trial of sanctification. This marks the final tribulation on the path to sanctification. Once overcome, one can ascend to the realm of true saints, experiencing a profound enhancement in power. For cultivators, entering the true saint realm renders all beings beneath it akin to mere insects in their eyes. The chasm between these two realms is vast, a stark contrast akin to the heavens and the earth. Those referred to as semi-saints are merely individuals who, due to insufficient foundational strength, have failed the final sanctification trial, yet survived through sheer luck. Unless they encounter extraordinarily fortuitous circumstances, they shall remain forever estranged from the true saint realm. However, what poses a life or death crisis for others bears no significance for me. Lin Yan sat cross-legged, gradually lifting his gaze to behold the endless purple and red divine lightning, lightly smiling as he shook his head. At present, he not only possessed the five elements body, but had also comprehended over a dozen Taoist forces, with a foundational depth unparalleled in history. Consequently, this seemingly terrifying third trial exerted no influence upon Lin Yan. In less than half a day, he had absorbed the red divine lightning from the thunderclouds, while the vast thunderclouds gradually dissipated. Buzz, as the thunderclouds vanished, the entire cosmos echoed with the resounding hum of the great Tao, an inexhaustible flow of Taoist force surging forth from behind the bronze stone gate, eagerly absorbed by Lin Yan. Simultaneously, throughout the expanse of Enlightenment Mountain, the reverberation of the great Tao resulted in the emergence of golden lotuses, with various sacred springs cascading from the void, each infused with over a dozen Taoist forces. Upon touching the earth, they immediately sprouted into sacred herbs. What does this resounding hum of the great Tao and such a celestial phenomenon signify? On Enlightenment Mountain, many true saints, still immersed in their meditative states, were abruptly awakened by the sound of the great Tao's hum. As they beheld the unfolding spectacle, astonishment washed over their faces. Even as ancient true saints who had lived for tens of thousands of years, this was a sight they had never before witnessed. Wait, look, it is the one at the mountain's peak who has broken through. Am I dreaming? Is this the phenomenon resulting from his breakthrough to the true saint realm? But that is not the main point. How can he, lacking even true saint cultivation, reach the mountain's peak? While the crowd was initially astonished by the celestial phenomenon resulting from Lin Yan's breakthrough to true saint, it soon dawned on some that one who is neither a celestial saint nor a true saint could ascend to the mountain's peak. What sort of prodigy is this? This entirely upends their understanding. By my word, fellow Taoist, I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. Indeed, he has just recently broken through to true saint. How can he ascend to the mountain's peak unaffected? Could it be that he possesses a celestial saint-level sacred artifact? As the crowd gazed upon Lin Yan at the summit, expressions of astonishment and confusion adorned their faces, rendering this event an unfathomable enigma for them. However, in stark contrast to the bewilderment of the onlookers, some astute true saints had already seated themselves, commencing the absorption of the divine spring that cascaded from above. Could it be that this individual is a reincarnation of that revered immortal? The venerable Ma Yi, the most formidable elder from the eastern Xiandao state, lifted his gaze to Lin Yan, his initial shock swiftly transforming into profound respect. The effects of this divine spring were indeed more precious than the enlightenment bestowed by the Tao rhythm of this sacred mountain. Having uttered these words, the elder once again entered a state of cultivation, channeling his energy to fervently absorb the divine spring that descended from the heavens. He sensed the presence of over a dozen Tao rhythms within this spring, which not only broadened his perspective on the path of cultivation, but also enlightened his heart immensely. Similarly, the Phoenix Maiden on the 8th level did not let this opportunity slip by. She was acutely aware of Lin Yan's profound capabilities. Thus, at the very moment Lin Yan broke through, causing a celestial phenomenon, she swiftly produced and consumed a 5 elements Tao rhythm thunder calamity pill, entering a dual enlightenment state to comprehend the myriad Tao rhythms present within the divine spring. With a resounding hum, bolstered by her dual enlightenment, her cultivation began to subtly approach the pinnacle of the sacred realm, inching closer to the heavenly sacred realm. It seems that this time, the Phoenix Maiden is poised to reach the heavenly sacred realm. Atop the mountain of enlightenment, Lin Yan cast a glance at the Phoenix Maiden, a smile of joy gracing his face. The heavenly sacred realm represents the apex of cultivation within the desolate realm. With that thought, he resolved to lend her assistance. Thus, Lin Yan promptly retrieved numerous 5-elements Tao-pattern thunder calamity pills, consuming them in one swift motion before solidifying his cultivation on the spot. A resounding hum echoed as he entered a state of enlightenment, and suddenly, the celestial phenomenon that had been gradually fading erupted anew, illuminating the surroundings with an even more potent divine radiance than before. This aura, it is the essence of Tao, a multitude of Tao essences. Among them was the 5 elements Tao rhythm. Below, a true saint, upon sensing the sudden surge of divine light, perceived the multitude of Tao powers contained within it and the divine spring, leading to an epiphany. Regret flooded his heart as he realized he had squandered such a heavenly opportunity, choosing instead to engage in idle chatter. What folly! His exclamation left those around him in bewilderment, wondering if he had lost his mind. Yet, as they too sensed the presence of the myriad Tao powers, their expressions shifted dramatically, and they wished to chastise themselves. One by one, they settled into meditation, fervently seeking understanding. Alas, I nearly missed this extraordinary opportunity. At the periphery of the Enlightenment Mountain, within a temporary fortress established by the eastern Xiandao province, a sense of dread enveloped Ling Jiao as he gazed beyond the grand formation at a figure cloaked in black, surrounded by numerous demons. The man exuded an aura of a peak human saint, instilling a profound sense of trepidation within him. To his astonishment, they had procured the assistance of a peak human saint. What kind of look is that? Do you think I stand a chance against him? I have only just transcended the saintly flesh tribulation, Ling Jiao retorted, as Huake, with a keen eye on the enemy's peak human saint, suddenly noticed the expectant gaze directed at him. He snapped back. Did you not just declare you could take on 5 opponents? Here lies your chance. A subtle smile graced Ling Jiao's lips as he gestured toward the multitude of formidable demons in the sky, blocking their formation. Leave me be. I have no desire to converse with you right now. Huake, stung by the remark, turned away in indignation. Let us hold our ground. Although this fortress is hastily erected, the protective formation comprises several true saint-level arrays. Not even a peak human saint, let alone an earth saint, could breach it in a short span, said Ling Shuang, her gaze steady upon the watchful demon king. She promptly devised a plan for their next steps. I concur with Sister Shuang's strategy. That peak human saint is beyond our current capabilities to confront. We shall wait until our master and Sister Huang emerge, at which point we can eradicate them with ease. Meanwhile, Lei Long, though not particularly knowledgeable, sensed that steadfastness was their best course of action at this juncture. Are you deaf? Come forth and meet your demise. Once the formation shatters, none shall escape. From above, a half-saint, standing beside the peak human saint, cast a cold glare at Ling Shuang and her companions, barking out his threats. Our lord, the demon king, is present. Do you truly believe you have a chance to flee? With that, the half-saint's tone shifted to a sinister smile. Or perhaps you would willingly relinquish your human identities to join our ranks. In doing so, not only would you preserve your lives, but you would also gain our clan's ample support, enjoying boundless resources at your disposal. As his words fell, the surrounding demons were cold smirks, fixated on Ling Shuang and her companions. To them, once the demon king intervened, nothing would be beyond their reach. How dare these mere human saints contemplate schemes against me? Chapter 203, Lin Yan's first battle after exiting seclusion, annihilating the demon king. At the outskirts of the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain, all members of the demon race had already encircled the entire mountain. Consequently, the people of the eastern Xiandao prefecture, while resisting, had divided the area into numerous distinct battlefields. At this moment, Ling Shuang and her companions found themselves in a position dominated by the formidable demon king, who stood at the pinnacle of human sanctity, making him the most powerful presence in this battlefield. What should we do, Sister Shuang? Those individuals looked quite fierce. Lei Long, witnessing this scene for the first time, felt a twinge of fear in his tender heart and hurriedly hid behind Ling Shuang. Fear not, little dragon, for I am here. Ling Shuang gently patted Lei Long's head, offering him solace. Buzz. At that very instant, a voice imbued with an icy killing intent resonated from within the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain. Accompanying this voice was a potent wave of profound Tao power that transformed into a powerful sound wave, striking the Demon King at the pinnacle of human sanctity outside the formation. Puff! In just a fleeting moment, the expressions of those within the formation, including numerous powerful demons, shifted to astonishment. The once proud Demon King, who wore a smug expression, was sent reeling like a dead dog, spitting blood from the impact of that seemingly inconspicuous sound wave. Hiss! Could it be that a super powerhouse has made their move? With just a single roar, they have severely injured a Demon King at the pinnacle of human sanctity? Within the formation, not only Ling Shuang, but also the many other cultivators from various true, sacred realms present shared expressions of shock. After all, this was a Demon King at the pinnacle of human sanctity, not an ordinary foe. Outside the formation, the once arrogant expressions of the demon race turned to sheer disbelief as they witnessed their king being grievously injured by a mere roar. How could our king suffer such a fate from a single shout? Where can we seek justice for this? Could it be that a ground sage has intervened? Several true sacred demons, after helping their king to his feet, regarded the enlightenment immortal mountain, shrouded in the essence of the 5 elements, with wary eyes. If a ground sage truly appeared on the opposing side, they would have no choice but to abandon this battlefield for the time being. Meanwhile, within the human formation, Ling Shuang and her companions were filled with excitement and exhilaration. That voice belongs to Brother Lin Yan. Wonderful. This means our master has successfully attained sanctity. Let us slay. With our master out of seclusion, we shall pierce through this horde of demon wretches. The Ling Jiao and others, brimming with enthusiasm, immediately flashed out of the formation, charging towards the group of demons. You're seeking death. The demon race, upon witnessing Ling Shuang and her companions daring to take the initiative to attack, were instantly enraged, and several early-stage human sanctity demons rushed towards them with murderous intent. As for the demon lord at the peak of humanity, he exhibited no impulsive actions. His recent injuries had nearly healed, and the demonic energy surrounding him had dimmed somewhat. At that moment, he stood still, his expression grave as he gazed intently in the direction of the Enlightenment Celestial Mountain, as if facing a formidable adversary. Finally, after a brief interval, from the direction of the Enlightenment Celestial Mountain, a young man clad in a white robe appeared, hands clasped behind his back, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. With each step he took, golden lotuses blossomed beneath his feet, accompanied by the resonant sound of profound truths echoing through the air, slowly manifesting above the crowd. His gaze coldly fixed upon the demonic beings below. Is this a novice of the human saint realm? Upon catching sight of Lin Yan, the demon lord at the peak of humanity, surrounded by throngs, furrowed his brow tightly. For Lin Yan's cultivation was utterly beyond his expectations. Merely a novice in the human saint realm, not only would a roar from him be insufficient to inflict harm, but even standing still, the overwhelming pressure of his own peak status would make it difficult for a novice to approach. Could it be that this child has an earth-shattering elder backing him? Contemplating this, the demon lord immediately spoke coldly. Boy, let the one behind you reveal himself. As he spoke, the demon lord discreetly sent messages summoning reinforcements. However, high above, Lin Yan regarded the scheming demon lord with a frigid gaze, uttering not a single word. He gradually raised his hand, and at his fingertips, a sword energy imbued with a hint of crimson began to coalesce. With a gentle sweep, the red-hued sword energy swiftly sliced toward the demon lord at the peak of humanity. This strike seemed to sever the very fabric of time. In an instant, the red sword light pierced into the demon lord's brow. What is this? The demon lord had yet to fully comprehend the unfolding events when the light in his eyes began to fade, dimming into obscurity. The surging demonic energy around him vanished in an instant, and all traces of life drained away, leaving him devoid of any vitality. My lord, at this moment, the remaining true saints of the demon race, engaged in combat with Ling Shuang and others, felt the vitality of their demon lord dissipate behind them. Instantly, their expressions changed drastically, giving rise to thoughts of retreat. Fighting with me, and you still dare to be distracted? Seizing the fleeting moment of distraction from the true saints, Ling Shuang and her companions launched a fierce counterattack, forcing them into a retreat. Within half an hour, with the assistance of Lin Yan's true saint-level formation, all the demonic beings present were annihilated. Let us see if you dare to encroach upon our borders again. Ling Shuang and her companions gazed at the vanishing corpses of the demon race, a satisfied smile gracing their faces. This marked their first significant victory since emerging from seclusion. The myriad formation pathways have sensed the presence of numerous true saint-level formations and entered a state of comprehension. Concurrently, a familiar voice resonated within Lin Yan's mind. Master, there are an abundance of authentic sacred formations here. If I could fully comprehend them, I could potentially ascend to the celestial sacred level in one go. Upon hearing the exuberant voice of the myriad transformation formation path, a smile graced Lin Yan's face as he replied, "Very well, strive for it. Once we vanquish this horde of demonic beings, I shall take you to grasp the profound celestial formations. Congratulations, Brother Lin Yan, on successfully attaining the genuine sacred realm." Just as Lin Yan was basking in his recent joy, Ling Shuang and the others swiftly returned to the grand formation, gathering around him. "Congratulations, Master, on reaching the genuine sacred realm." Ling Jiao, Huake, and Lei Long, with joyful expressions, congratulated Lin Yan and inquired, "Master, what of Sister Huang? Is she still in seclusion?" In response, Lin Yan chuckled, "Sister Huang is diligently striving to break through to the celestial sacred realm. I believe it won't be long before she successfully emerges." The celestial sacred realm. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, the others were struck with astonishment, coupled with immense delight. Does that mean in the future, we shall be able to traverse the eastern Xiandao province, and indeed the entire desolate realm, with unparalleled ease? Ling Jiao and Huake stood rooted to the spot, their eyes filled with visions of a promising future. Chapter 204. The Wrath of the Demon Clan. Emerging from their lairs. In the outer regions of the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain, a magnificent temple, constructed entirely from a mass of bones, stood solemnly, exuding an overwhelming aura of demonic energy. Within the grand hall, a middle-aged man, radiating an air of terrifying power, addressed the gathered assembly with a faint smile. "Indeed, reports have just arrived from my fellow royal brothers. In the other 3 great states, we have already seized control of half the territories. Moreover, the central state, where the ancient beings of the celestial realm reside, has been entirely besieged by our Lord Demon Emperor and his elite warriors, ensnaring them within a grand celestial formation. Once we fully conquer the 4 outer states, capturing the central state will merely be a matter of time." Seated upon a high dais, this man was the leader of the demon army from the eastern Xian state, the 9th king of the demon clan, a genuine pinnacle of earthly saint-level strength. Haha, the 9th king speaks true, as we receive continuous reports of victories from the other states. All the top-tier experts in the eastern Xian state are trapped within the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain. Annihilating them is merely a matter of time. While the sentiments expressed were not without merit, caution was imperative. After all, the Tao rhythm at the summit of the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain offers a once-in-a-millennium opportunity for the human race. Should any among them break through to a higher level, it could lead to unforeseen complications. Even if they do manage to break through, what of it? To my knowledge, the strongest individual in the eastern Xian state is merely that one from the heavenly Xiandao field, who is at most at the late earthly saint level. Even if he were to achieve a breakthrough, he would only reach the pinnacle of earthly saint status. Our expedition is not only backed by the 9th king, but also supported by several elders at the late earthly saint level. Are we truly to fear one who has attained the peak of earthly saint? With such reassurances, perhaps I had worried unnecessarily. As the laughter and mirth echoed through the hall, the atmosphere was suddenly disrupted by the hurried entrance of a panicked demon cultivator from the Tribulation Transcendent stage. "What is the matter that you appear so flustered?" A late earthly saint demon reprimanded sternly. Despite his overwhelming fear, the newcomer knelt, urgency etched across his face, and declared, "I must report to you all, the battlefield to the south of the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain. One of our peak human saint warriors has fallen." "What?" Upon hearing these words, within the grand hall, the elite members of the demon clan were initially taken aback, but soon regained their composure. Could it be that an Earth Saint-level powerhouse had intervened? As this thought crossed their minds, several top-tier demon warriors turned their gazes toward the elder in the tribulation phase and inquired, "Do you know which Earth Saint-level expert from the opposing side has made a move?" However, faced with the multitude of inquiries from these formidable beings, the elder could only respond with an awkward smile. "To report to you, esteemed lords, It is not an Earth Saint-level expert from the other side who has acted, but rather a youth who has just broken through to the initial stage of the human saint realm. What nonsense is this? In the hall, while the assembled crowd had not been particularly shocked by the previous news, their expressions now transformed into disbelief upon hearing this revelation. What did you say? The one who exterminated our peak human saint is merely a junior who has just reached the initial stage of the human saint realm? Even with a divine weapon of the heavenly saint level, such a feat is unattainable. Are you trying to deceive us? The elder in the tribulation phase, upon witnessing the unfriendly gazes directed at him, could not help but tremble in fear. Yet, knowing the gravity of the situation, he steeled himself and continued, "Esteemed lords, I would not dare to misreport even if you were to give me 1,000 lives. Moreover, not only is there such an extraordinary junior on the opposing side, but there are also 4 others who, with their tribulation phase cultivation, have been overpowering our true saints. In fact, under the support of that prodigy, all the saints we dispatched to the southern side of the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain have perished." Silence. The moment the elder's words fell, the hall was engulfed in a profound stillness, where even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. How could this be? When did the human race produce such a monstrous talent? Finally, after a long pause, an Earth Saint-level demon warrior could no longer contain himself and bellowed, "Elder San, please accompany me at once. Since they have dispatched such a formidable prodigy, there must be powerful guardians backing them. You must ensure the annihilation of those human prodigies along with their protectors." In the hall, upon witnessing the departure of the initial stage Earth Saint demon, the 9th King, a perfected Earth Saint, immediately issued an order to an elder beside him. "Rest assured, my lord, I shall not fail in this mission." As soon as he spoke, the elder of late Earth Saint stage transformed into a streak of light and followed suit. Were it not for the fear of the 5 elements Taoist power of the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain, how could we tolerate such arrogance? A mere junior of the initial human saint stage dares to disregard our clan. Such insolence must be punished. The 9th King gazed in the direction of the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain before issuing a direct command. "Proclaim my edict. Reinforce each battle zone surrounding the Enlightenment Mountain with 3 Earth Saint-level warriors. Should those human beings dare to stray from the protection of the 5 elements rhythm, strike them down without hesitation." Upon the summit of the Enlightenment Mountain, at the 8th tier, the Phoenix Maiden radiates with a divine luminescence, akin to a celestial being descended upon the mortal realm, enveloped by the profound energies of the 5 elements and dual enlightenment, alongside the myriad insights imparted by Lin Yan. Her cultivation is ascending rapidly. Initially at the pinnacle of the Earth Saint level, she now begins to shatter the constraints, stepping towards the higher realm of the Heaven Saint. With a delicate wave of her hand, boundless power of the 5 elements transforms into beams of divine light, swiftly entering her being, absorbed into her essence. Even from the colossal bronze door high in the heavens, a stream of ethereal white energy descends gracefully, merging into the Phoenix Maiden's form. The tremendous waves of energy unleashed by her breakthrough awaken many Earth Saint-level experts below, who stare in astonishment at the 8th tier, their eyes filled with awe and envy. The Heaven Saint realm. Who would have imagined that I would witness the birth of a Heaven Saint in my lifetime? The elder in tattered robes on the 7th tier, previously at an impasse, finds his shackles shattered by the cascading power of the Phoenix Maiden's breakthrough, propelling him to the pinnacle of the Earth Saint level. Even those remaining on the Enlightenment Mountain benefit from this surge, achieving their own breakthroughs. Now that we have awakened and reached new heights, it is time to settle accounts with those demonic wretches. The elder's gaze shifts, his eyes fixed upon the world beyond the Enlightenment Mountain, a fierce aura of vengeance emanating from him. We risk hindering our seniors' breakthroughs. Our duty is to eradicate the demon clan and reclaim our homeland. As his words resonate, all Earth Saint-level warriors still present on the Enlightenment Mountain display fierce determination, transforming into streaks of light, racing toward the periphery of the mountain. Thus, the entire Enlightenment Mountain is left with the Phoenix Maiden alone. Chapter 205, The Path to Heavenly Sanctity, Raising Hand to Annihilate the Earthly Saint. At the periphery of the Enlightenment Mountain, in the southern battlefield where the temporary fortress of the human race stood, it was evident that Lin Dan was indeed a rare prodigy of millennia. At such a tender age, he had already attained the status of a saint, which truly evoked profound admiration from us all. At this moment, aboard a true saint-level flying vessel, numerous human true saints wore expressions of delight as they clasped their fists in reverence towards Lin Yan. Although they were all seasoned true saints in this world, strength reigned supreme. Given Lin Yan's extraordinary talent at such a young age, one could only speculate that his future would not merely be confined to the realm of heavenly saints. He might well carve out his own place in the legendary realm of immortal Tao. Establishing good relations with him now would undoubtedly yield immeasurable benefits in the future. Haha, esteemed seniors, you flatter me excessively. I am merely fortunate. Lin Yan remained as humble as ever. However, to Ling Shuang and her companions, his display seemed undeniably pretentious. It must be said that their master was quite adept at this fade, leaving them at a loss for any counterarguments. Ling Jiao nodded thoughtfully, indicating that she had learned something. Meanwhile, the surrounding true saints erupted into hearty laughter. Boom. Yet, just as the atmosphere within the formation brimmed with joy, a sudden, violent rumble echoed, causing the entire vessel to tremble. Is that the demon spawn attacking again? The true saints instantly steadied themselves, lifting their gazes to the heavens beyond the formation. To their astonishment, an elderly figure clad in black robes glared furiously at them. Human brat, come forth and face your death, he bellowed. You have slain a peak human saint of my race. This sin is one that warrants your execution 1,000 times over. Do not think that you are safe hiding within this shell. Once I breach it, I shall extract your saintly soul and refine it into a soul lamp, condemning you to eternal torment without reincarnation. With just a few words, the elder's voice resonated like rolling thunder, striking against the formation and causing it to vibrate ominously. This is a powerful earthly saint. The opposing side has dispatched an earthly saint. Within the formation, the true saints gazed up at the elder with growing apprehension. Here, the highest cultivation level among them was merely a late-stage human saint. How could they possibly contend with an earthly saint of the demonic race? Although they had considered Lin Yan's earlier feat of vanquishing a peak human saint in the initial stages, this was fundamentally different. Earthly saints were in an entirely different league compared to human saints, despite the mere difference of a single character. What shall we do? Though our formation is composed of several true saint-level arrays, if we allow such attacks to persist, it is only a matter of time before it is breached. Within the Great Formation, the numerous true saints gazed anxiously at the demon clan's Earth Saint, who was relentlessly assaulting the array from above. Lin Yan also lifted his gaze towards this demon Earth Saint, his expression remarkably serene. A mere initial stage Earth Saint held no intimidation for him. What truly instilled a sense of caution in Lin Yan was the concealed presence of the late-stage demon Earth Saint lurking in the shadows. Should he rashly engage, the opponent would undoubtedly retaliate with overwhelming force, placing him in grave danger. Such reckless ventures were not ones he would entertain. Consequently, Lin Yan raised his hand, and in an instant, dozens of true saint-level formations surged forth, seamlessly integrating into the grand array, elevating it to an entirely new echelon. All of these formations are indeed at the true saint level. The sudden display from Lin Yan left the surrounding true saints utterly astonished. They stood in silent awe, eyes wide as they beheld the multitude of true saint-level formations merging with the grand array. Once the integration was complete, they were further astonished to witness that the previously damaging onslaught of the demon Earth Saint now elicited not even the slightest ripple upon the array. The myriad transformation array has comprehended the essence of the true saint-level grand formation within this realm and has successfully ascended to the celestial saint level. Haha, master, I have finally ascended to the celestial saint realm. Now we can gradually comprehend the immortal Tao grand formation. A voice of exhilaration echoed in Lin Yan's mind. A faint smile graced Lin Yan's lips, which also elucidated why the demon Earth Saint could no longer exert any influence over the formation at this moment. What is happening? Meanwhile, outside the grand array, high in the sky, the demon Earth Saint stared in disbelief as his attack struck the array below without eliciting any response. He felt utterly bewildered. Just a moment ago, everything seemed fine. With a full-powered strike, he could have made the array tremble. Why was it now ineffective? Doubting the situation, the demon Earth Saint summoned his most potent attack. However, upon witnessing his strongest strike land upon the array with no discernible effect, he was left dumbfounded. This makes no sense. Yet, Before he could ponder further, Lin Yan's figure appeared not far from him. Save your energy. Just call out that one behind you. Only when Lin Yan's voice reached the Demon Earth Saint's ears did he snap out of his daze. Without hesitation, the Demon Earth Saint revealed a cold smile, transforming into a streak of light as he charged towards Lin Yan. When there is a path to heaven, you refuse to take it. When there is no door to hell, you insist on breaking in. If you had remained tucked away in your shell, I might have had no recourse against you. But now that you dare to step forward, prepare to meet your demise. Observing the initial stage Demon Earth Saint rushing towards him, Lin Yan merely shook his head lightly. With a gentle wave of his hand, an intricate array of celestial techniques swiftly materialized, enveloping his adversary within its confines. Following this, a relentless barrage ensued, resulting in the obliteration of the early-stage Earth Saint from the Demon Clan, transforming him into a mist of sanguine particles, his essence utterly extinguished. After vanquishing the demon, Lin Yan nonchalantly gestured once more, dissipating the crimson haze into nothingness. He then slowly raised his gaze towards a distant point in the void, his voice calm and unwavering. He inquired, "How do you wish to meet your demise?" Chapter 206, The Celestial Treasure. The bronze stone gate closes. In the periphery of the Enlightenment Mountain, high above, a serene yet unmistakably menacing aura wafted down like a gentle breeze, permeating the ears of the astonished onlookers below. Is this truly the Lin Dan I know? He has effortlessly annihilated a formidable Earth Saint-level warrior with but a single strike? Surely, I must be dreaming. Not only can Master Lin concoct pills imbued with Tao patterns, but his mastery of formations is equally terrifying. If I am not mistaken, the grand formation he just summoned has reached the Earth Saint level, and is indeed among the highest within that realm. Below, within the grand formation, all the true saints of the human race gazed upward, their eyes fixed upon the figure of Lin Yan, whose white robes fluttered in the wind. In that moment, he appeared to them as a celestial being descended from the heavens, exuding an aura of mystery and unfathomability. Sister Ling Shuang, you too have studied formations. Can you discern the level of the formation master just employed? Ling Jiao, with a face reflecting profound shock, turned to Lin Shuang and inquired softly. Not only was Ling Jiao curious, but Huake and Lei Long approached with intrigued expressions as well. In response to their query, Ling Shuang remained silent for a while, before finally suppressing her astonishment and, with a quivering voice, declared, "If I am not mistaken, Brother Lin Yan's prowess in formations has far surpassed the Earth Saint level. He is, without a doubt, a genuine celestial master." What? The trio gasped in unison upon hearing Ling Shuang's trembling revelation. A celestial master. This signifies a terrifying existence on par with celestial realm warriors. Am I hearing this correctly? Master has leaped from a human saint master to a celestial master in such a brief span of time. What extraordinary talent and formations is this? Their eyes brimmed with disbelief. While they were aware of their master's exceptional aptitude for formations, they had never anticipated such staggering progress. Does this mean that, apart from Sister Huang, Master is now effectively a celestial realm warrior as well? Yet, moments later, their faces blossomed with sheer delight. With two celestial realm guardians, what place in the wilderness would remain out of their reach? What opportunities would elude them? Truth be told, aside from rare opportunities like the Enlightenment Mountain, the rest of the world likely pales in comparison to the pills Master concocts for us. Simultaneously, just as the individuals within the Grand Formation began to recover from their earlier shock, a figure cloaked in endless demonic energy slowly emerged in the distant void above. I must admit, I underestimated you on this journey. To possess the strength of an early-stage human sage, and yet be capable of slaying a member of our clan who has reached the late stage of Earth Sage. The aged demon from the late Earth Sage realm, upon his arrival, did not initially reveal his wrath. Instead, a smile adorned his face as he gazed intently at Lin Yan. The presence of such a rare prodigy like you within the human race is indeed a tremendous fortune. However, he swiftly shifted his tone, stating rather blandly, "Yet, it is a pity that this world has no further opportunities for your growth. Even if you are a heavenly sage master with terrifying strength comparable to that of a heavenly sage realm, all of this is but ephemeral clouds in the face of absolute power." As his words echoed, the demon elder seemed to express a sense of pity for Lin Yan, his gaze now tinged with compassion. Observing this scene, Lin Yan furrowed his brow slightly and inquired softly, "What do you mean by that? The heavenly sage realm is already the pinnacle of this desolate world, yet you liken it to mere clouds? What does that imply? Could it be that your clan possesses beings of the immortal path?" The moment this thought crossed Lin Yan's mind, he immediately dismissed it. If the opposing faction truly had supreme beings of the immortal path, why would they go to such lengths? They could simply dominate the entire desolate realm with ease. The elder demon, noticing Lin Yan lost in contemplation, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. Even if I am not your match today, and even if I, along with my entire clan's offensive against the eastern Xiandao prefecture, were to perish here, the future of this realm will inevitably succumb to the subjugation of my kin. After all, the treasures of the immortal path are invincible in this lower realm devoid of immortals. At this juncture, the elder's smile grew ever more pronounced. What? Upon hearing the term treasures of the immortal path, Lin Yan's heart quivered. Such artifacts are indeed terrifying, rivaling the might of supreme beings of the immortal path. Why would the demon clan possess such formidable relics? Lin Yan's brow knitted tightly as he fell into deep thought. Although he had comprehended numerous principles of the Tao and possessed a 5 elements Tao body, ultimately, his cultivation was still too weak. Faced with true treasures of the immortal path, he would find only a dead end. I believe my words have instilled a profound sense of fear within you. However, for a prodigy like yourself, my clan is willing to extend an opportunity. As long as you submit to our clan and pledge a soul oath, you shall become the true heir of my clan. At that time, the resources available to you will be boundless. Whatever you desire, my clan can provide. You would then find yourself above all others. The elder demon, observing Lin Yan lost in thought, maintained his broad smile and immediately extended an olive branch, eager to recruit Lin Yan into his clan. If I could bring such a prodigy into my clan, my own standing would surely ascend to unprecedented heights. However, just as the elder of the demon clan was envisioning a bright future, he was suddenly enveloped by a formidable killing formation. What do you intend to do? Are you not afraid of the celestial treasure belonging to my clan? Sensing the imminent danger surrounding him, the demon elder was no longer calm, but rather filled with panic. This was a formation at the level of the heavenly sage, capable of utterly annihilating him. Nevertheless, outside the formation, Lin Yan responded with a cold smile. Thank you for revealing that your trump card is a celestial treasure. Rest assured, that celestial treasure will eventually belong to me. With Lin Yan's words, an infinite storm of sword energy erupted within the formation, shattering the elder of the demon clan, who was at the late stage of Earth Sage, into mere fragments, obliterating both body and soul. Boom. At the same moment Lin Yan exterminated the elder, a deafening roar suddenly emanated from the Enlightenment Mountain behind him. Amidst the thunderous sound, an endless resonance of Tao surged, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. What is happening? What transpired atop the Enlightenment Mountain? As the crowd was filled with confusion and bewilderment, the elemental Tao rhythms that had originally enveloped the Enlightenment Mountain began to dissipate at a visible pace. In the span of a single breath, the previously existing elemental canopy vanished, revealing the scene of the Enlightenment Mountain. It was, upon witnessing the current state of the Enlightenment Mountain, all present wore expressions of shock. Yet, soon after, a deep sense of dread and despair appeared on each of their faces. The bronze stone gate had closed, and the baptism of Tao rhythms had concluded. The power of the elemental Tao, capable of suppressing the demon clan, had completely dissipated into the void. However, in stark contrast to the sorrow of the human side, the demons erupted in ecstatic cheers upon witnessing this scene. That annoying elemental Tao has finally vanished. Now comes the time for slaughter. Chapter 207. The onset of battle and the terrifying might of the heavenly sage. A cacophony of maniacal, bloodthirsty laughter echoed from the distant stronghold of the demon clan. Swiftly, ominous figures, imbued with an overwhelming aura of demonic energy, surged forth from their lair, charging towards the human alliance. Defend! Defend! The human forces, bereft of the protective embrace of the 5 elements resonance, were soon gripped by terror, straining with all their might to withstand the onslaught of the demon army. Alas, fate often takes a cruel turn. A formidable demon sovereign unleashed a single devastating strike, shattering a major formation of the humans. Within this formation, numerous human saints met a gruesome fate at the hands of the demon sovereign, who slaughtered them mercilessly. Such grim scenes unfolded incessantly at the periphery of the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain, particularly for those factions lacking a sovereign to defend them, resulting in devastating losses. Impudent fools! Do you truly believe our human realm lacks capable warriors? Just as the demons rampaged, mercilessly slaughtering the human champions, a chorus of furious shouts suddenly erupted from atop the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain. In an instant, several formidable figures materialized in the skies above the human ranks, their overwhelming presence forcing many demon warriors to recoil. It is the esteemed Heavenly Sage. He has emerged from seclusion. Alongside him are several other top-tier warriors from the Eastern Xiandaozhou, each stronger than before. How splendid! With the Heavenly Sage leading us. The demise of those demonic brats is now imminent. As the human champions beheld the Heavenly Sage's appearance, their faces lit up with excitement, their hearts swelling with the hope of seizing a lifeline. It seemed that under the guidance of the Heavenly Sage, the demons no longer posed a formidable threat. Indeed, the might of the Heavenly Sage and his companions was astonishing. Within mere breaths, they exterminated numerous true saints of the demon clan, compelling the demons to retreat from the battlefield. Suddenly, a shadow darted from the side at an alarming speed, targeting the Heavenly Sage. As it passed, the very fabric of space seemed to fracture. Seeking death, this unforeseen assault sent a wave of anxiety through the hearts of all human warriors below. Their strongest asset was at stake. Should he suffer injury or worse, their hopes would be dashed. Yet, just as the shadow approached the Heavenly Sage, he momentarily hesitated and struck out at the void beside him with a powerful palm. Boom! A hand infused with the essence of multiple Tao forces sent the shadow hurtling back, bloodied and reeling. To think you have indeed reached the pinnacle of the Earth's sovereign realm. After sustaining heavy injury, the shadow retreated to the ranks of the demon army. Standing beside the ninth demon king, a sinister smirk plastered across his face as he glared at the Heavenly Sage. Old Tianxian, do you truly believe that with your perfected cultivation of the earthly saint level, you can alter the tide of battle? The ninth demon king, wielding a celestial artifact of the Heavenly Saint tier, stepped forward, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he fixed his gaze upon Tianxian. Last time, it was only with the assistance of a Heavenly Saint expert that you managed to escape with your life from my grasp. Today, devoid of such aid, I shall see if you remain the same waste of space you once were. With the conclusion of the ninth demon king's words, his figure flickered and he appeared before Tianxian, delivering a punch imbued with overwhelming demonic energy. Bang! Tianxian, evidently well prepared, met the blow head-on. It appears you demons have made no progress over the millennia. A cold smile curled at the corner of Tianxuan's mouth as he swiftly counterattacked. Kill! Simultaneously, as Tianxian engaged in fierce combat with the ninth demon king, the remaining forces of the demon clan did not remain idle. Under the leadership of several late-stage earthly saints, they launched a counteroffensive against the human army. This is disastrous. Senior Tianxian is occupied. How can we confront such a terrifying demon horde? Many within the human ranks gazed apprehensively at the dense mass of demons. Master, shall we take the initiative to strike? Within the formation, Ling Jiao and the others looked to Lin Yan for guidance. Lin Yan nodded and added, remember, prioritize your own safety. As his words faded, Lin Yan's figure flashed and he appeared before the demon army. We have a brave soul coming forth to meet his demise. The numerous true saints of the demon clan revealed cold smiles upon seeing Lin Yan's arrival and charged at him. Buzz. However, just as they drew near, a terrifying force erupted, crushing them into a mist of blood, obliterating their very forms. In an instant, 5 true saints of the demon clan were annihilated. The sudden turn of events caused the advancing demon army to falter momentarily, their faces etched with shock as they struggled to comprehend the scene before them. Who is this human that has appeared from nowhere, capable of exterminating 5 of our saints in an instant? You seek death. At that moment, one of the earthly saints among the demons noticed Lin Yan and roared as he charged toward him. Enough. Let us conclude this swiftly and focus on comprehending the celestial array. Observing the unfolding drama, Lin Yan shook his head slightly. With a wave of his hand, dozens of celestial-level formations manifested in the void, enveloping a significant portion of the demon army. What is this? Many demon warriors caught within the formations were taken aback, still unable to react. This is bad. A holy level formation, and of considerable rank. We must break free. The leading late-stage earthly saints quickly recognized the danger and shouted, exerting all their strength to dismantle the array. However, all was in vain. How could a mere sacred realm practitioner hope to breach the formidable array of a celestial sacred realm? With a decisive wave of his hand, Lin Yin unleashed his power, causing the demon army ensnared by the grand formation to shatter like overripe watermelons, transforming into a mist of crimson. In mere moments, half of the advancing demon forces had vanished. This sudden turn of events stunned the 9th Demon King, who was embroiled in battle with Tian Xian. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Tian Xian seized the opportunity and struck, sending the Demon King reeling and spitting blood. Celestial Sacred Realm. How could there be such a powerful being in the eastern Xindao province? Yet, as the 9th Demon King beheld that the assailant was merely a young man at the initial stage of the human sacred realm, his expression twisted into a snarl. He forsook Tian Xian and summoned his ultimate weapon, a sacred artifact of celestial sacred realm caliber, hurtling toward Lin Yin with lethal intent. You insignificant wretch, I shall rend your body asunder. At that very moment, as the 9th Demon King charged at Lin Yin, a colossal, shadowy hand emerged from the void, also reaching out with malevolent intent toward Lin Yin. Do you truly believe that our human race is devoid of defenders? Chapter 208. The Phoenix Maiden emerges. The sword slashes the Earth Saint to perfection. Bang, bang, bang. The celestial-grade weapon transformed into a streak of radiant light, exuding an unparalleled force capable of shattering the very fabric of space. Wherever it passed, the space crumbled inch by inch, seemingly disregarding the distance, and in an instant, it appeared before Lin Yin. Simultaneously, from a distant horizon, a colossal black hand, entwined with an endless aura of terror, descended as if the heavens themselves were tipping over, reaching out towards Lin Yin. However, just as the celestial-grade weapon and the gigantic hand, potent enough to crush a perfected Earth Saint, approached Lin Yin, a sudden, chilling voice echoed from the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain. Accompanying this voice was a terrifying pressure that instilled dread in all present, compelling the celestial-grade weapon and the enormous hand to retreat. It was the Phoenix Maiden. She had emerged from her seclusion. Below, Ling Shuang and the others, upon hearing the voice, displayed expressions of sheer excitement and anticipation. The elite warriors of the human faction also turned their gazes toward the direction of the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain, their faces alight with exhilaration. Their esteemed senior had succeeded. Moments later, all eyes beheld a woman of unparalleled beauty, gracefully descending from the Enlightenment Immortal Mountain, standing before Lin Yin. Are you all right? The Phoenix Maiden turned to Lin Yin, her voice warm with concern, tinged with a hint of remorse. If my talent were stronger and I had broken through to the celestial realm sooner, you would not have faced such danger. As these words escaped her lips, the Phoenix Maiden displayed an endearing shyness reminiscent of a young girl. Witnessing this, Lin Yin chuckled and reassured her, it's nothing. Even without your arrival, these two would have posed no threat to me. But since you are here, I shall leave their defeat to you, while I take charge of the remaining demonic army. Upon hearing Lin Yin's words, the Phoenix Maiden nodded. With a swift motion, she deflected the renewed assault of the celestial-grade weapon, her exquisite eyes coldly scrutinizing the distant void. Since you have come, why linger in the shadows? It is better to emerge and fight. As soon as her words fell, a brilliant flash illuminated the far void, revealing a figure shrouded in darkness, emanating an even more terrifying aura of malice. With a chilling laugh, the figure spoke, hee. I never expected that in this little Danshin Dao state, there truly exists a celestial realm powerhouse. Lord Demon Master is indeed prescient, sending me to covertly survey the situation. Otherwise, the same race in Danshin Dao state would have surely perished today. Meanwhile, below, particularly within the human faction, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the dark-robed figure, their expressions shifted dramatically, revealing their dread. Heavens, a celestial realm. The demon race has actually dispatched a celestial realm being. Where is our celestial realm support? Why do they not arrive? It has been quite some time, yet there remains no news from the central Dao province. Fortunately, we are blessed with a senior who has successfully transcended to the celestial sage realm. Otherwise, the eastern Xian Dao province would be in grave peril. However, unlike the human race, which is gripped by fear, the demon army displays expressions of sheer joy and excitement. Clearly, The arrival of a celestial sage from their kin has instilled them with formidable confidence. Ha ha, with our celestial sage coming to aid, your demise is assured. As the words fell, the remaining demon soldiers revealed bloodthirsty smiles and surged towards the human army. Yet, just as the demon forces launched their assault, a series of celestial sage-level formations silently enveloped them. How audacious of you to disregard my presence. As Lin Yan's voice resonated, the onlookers were struck with astonishment. Within the formation, the demon warriors exploded like fireworks, transforming into a shower of crimson mist. No, in the distance, the ninth demon king, engaged in battle with the heavenly Shin sovereign, was filled with rage upon witnessing this scene. In an instant, he summoned his celestial sage-level weapon and struck the heavenly Shin sovereign, sending him reeling and spitting blood. However, after inflicting such a grievous wound, the ninth demon king did not pursue the finishing blow. Instead, he turned and charged towards Lin Yan, brandishing the celestial sage weapon. His eyes were bloodshot, and his murderous intent towards Lin Yan reached an unprecedented peak. The mere identity of the celestial sage had led to their army's defeat, as they were mercilessly harvested like wheat. Even if he returned alive, he would face death at the hands of the demon emperor, without the aid of the celestial sage. I shall see how you meet your end. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the ninth demon king appeared before Lin Yan, raising the celestial sage weapon to strike. Simultaneously, in the distance, the Phoenix Maiden and the celestial sage-level demon were also locked in combat. You overestimate yourself. Observing the ninth demon king charging at him, Lin Yan did not immediately summon the celestial sage formation. Instead, he gathered all his strength and unleashed a single sword strike against the ninth demon king. A mere human sage. Without the formation, killing you is as easy as crushing an ant. The ninth demon king paid no heed to Lin Yan's sword attack, even neglecting to defend himself. Instead, he seized what he deemed an opportunity and braced himself to withstand the blow, intending to eradicate Lin Yan. However, in the very next moment, the ninth demon king sensed something was amiss, as a searing heat surged from his chest. At that moment, he instinctively lowered his gaze, only to be struck with astonishment as he discovered a grievous wound, deep enough to reveal bone, marred his chest. To his dismay, the source of magic that had previously allowed him to mend any injury now seemed utterly ineffective. A sharp pain surged through his chest, causing him to involuntarily spew blood and be hurled backward. I have told you, you overestimate yourself. Without that heavenly saint realm, you are nothing. Lin Yan felt a begrudging sense of satisfaction with this strike, having just broken through to the true saint realm. He was already able to pose a threat to a veteran, holy being at the peak of the earth saint level. Casting a casual glance at the ninth demon king, Lin Yan hesitated not a moment longer and summoned a grand formation of heavenly saint level, isolating the heavenly saint weapon in the opponent's grasp before unleashing a flurry of strikes to decisively vanquish the ninth demon king. It is indeed a waste for such a heavenly saint level weapon to be in the hands of someone like you. Lin Yan stowed the heavenly saint weapon away and slowly lifted his gaze towards the Phoenix Maiden, who was locked in combat with the formidable heavenly saint of the demon clan. He promptly invoked multiple heavenly saint-level confinement formations to prevent the adversary from escaping. Chapter 209: Slaying the Celestial Sage and the True Conspiracy of the Demon Emperor. On the periphery of the Enlightenment Dao Mountain, after Lin Yan vanquished the ninth demon king, he refrained from further engagement. At present, all formidable foes of the demon clan, those at or above the late Earth Sage level, attacking the Eastern Shin Dao state, had been eradicated by him. What remained were merely the weaker practitioners of the demon clan, those beneath the mid-Earth Sage level. Naturally, the human cultivators of the Eastern Shin Dao state, under the onslaught of the demon army, harbored a deep-seated fury. The presence of these remaining demons provided an opportunity for them to vent their frustrations. Sister Huang, you seem to be struggling. Do you require my assistance? Lin Yan called out cheerfully, gazing at the fierce battle within the formation where Sister Huang was locked in combat with a powerful celestial sage of the demon clan. A mere mid-celestial sage demon brat does not require my attention. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Sister Huang's competitive spirit surged, and she immediately unleashed her full power to launch a vigorous assault. Such arrogance. Today, I shall witness how a mere insect, who has just stepped into the celestial sage realm, can possibly contend with me. In truth, The celestial sage of the demon clan had intended to flee upon witnessing the ninth demon king's demise, hoping to report the situation to the demon emperor. However, with Sister Huang relentlessly pressing forward, he found himself compelled to fend off her attacks, thus missing the opportunity to escape, and was subsequently ensnared by several celestial-grade formations summoned by Lin Yan. Now, he could hardly think of fleeing. It seemed highly likely that he would perish here today. Humph. Even if I must die, I shall take you down with me. Seemingly aware of his irreversible fate, the celestial sage of the demon clan suddenly ignited the dark energy surrounding him. In that instant, his strength surged to the late celestial sage level. Ha ha ha. Prepare to die. Once I eliminate you, I shall proceed to vanquish that human prodigy below, thereby fulfilling the task assigned by the esteemed demon emperor. Madness filled the eyes of the demon sage, for he understood that once he employed this forbidden technique, there would be no turning back. Only death awaited him. Do you think I lack means? Sister Huang regarded the now late celestial sage demon with no trace of fear. Instead, fierce battle intent surged within her eyes. Buzz. At the moment her words fell, numerous terrifying rings, brimming with formidable energy, erupted around her, elevating her aura to an exceedingly terrifying level. How is this possible? Over 10 different Dao patterns. From a distance, the just ascended late celestial sage of the demon clan gazed at the divine rings that exerted an overwhelming suppressive force over him, his eyes widening in disbelief and terror. Before advancing to the human realm, they had conducted thorough reconnaissance, fully aware that the greatest talents among the humans could at most comprehend 5 elemental Dao patterns. Yet, what were these over 10 rings before him? Nothing is impossible. With a cold laugh, the Phoenix Maiden converged the power of over 10 divine rings upon her innate sacred artifact, striking towards the formidable celestial being of the demon clan. A flash of brilliance pierced through the air, and the boundless demonic clouds surrounding the area were cleaved in twain, gradually dissipating into the ether. Simultaneously, the demon clan's celestial expert was engulfed in a torrent of demonic blood, utterly obliterated in form and spirit. Well done. Below, Lin Yin wore a subtle smile, giving the Phoenix Maiden a thumbs up. He then gathered the Phoenix Maiden and others, imparting some instructions before vanishing in a flash. Hastening towards the sacred sect of inquiry, he entrusted the concluding tasks to them, fully aware that the events transpiring in the eastern Xiandao province would soon reach the ears of the demon sovereign. Time was of the essence. He needed to elevate his formation skills to the celestial level swiftly. Otherwise, once the demon sovereign led his forces to attack, his current strength would be insufficient to withstand the onslaught. Moreover, the demon sovereign possessed a celestial treasure, which hinted that the demon clan was far more formidable than he had anticipated. As he journeyed, Lin Yin consumed 5 thunder tribulation pills, continually enhancing his cultivation. Thus, when he arrived deep within the sacred sect of inquiry, he was astonished to discover that he had surpassed the human saint level, attaining the earth saint tier. Little formation. It's your turn. Before the celestial formation, Lin Yin sat cross-legged, beginning to comprehend its intricacies. Do not worry, Master, a breakthrough is assured. At the boundary of the central Dao province, within a floating demonic palace high above the ground, Lord Demon Sovereign, we have lost contact with the 9th Demon King of the eastern Xiandao province. Even the Elder of Demonic Clouds who was covertly following has gone silent. From our investigations, it appears that the demon forces dispatched to the eastern Xiandao province have likely been annihilated. A respectful Earth Saint-level demon reported to the shadow seated upon the demonic throne. The dispatched Elder of Demonic Clouds possessed mid-celestial cultivation, yet, even he has perished. It seems there are indeed hidden human celestial experts within the eastern Xiandao province. Upon hearing the report, the enigmatic demon sovereign merely responded with a dismissive remark, as if the demise of the demon forces was of no consequence. Elder Emo Xian, please take a few individuals to clean up the aftermath. At the demon sovereign's side, a figure in black robes nodded respectfully, selecting a few companions before vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, the Earth Saint-level demon who had just delivered the report felt a tremor in his heart upon witnessing this scene. He had not expected the demon sovereign to dispatch Elder Emo Xian, a genuine peak celestial being and a true powerhouse. This endeavor should be secure. After dispatching the pinnacle of the celestial saints, the demon emperor cast a casual glance at the assembly and inquired, How is the arrangement of the frontline formation progressing? In response, a subordinate from the ranks of the celestial saints reported, Your Majesty, with the assistance of the celestial treasures, we have successfully established 1/3 of the Tongtian gathering source formation. However, the resistance from the central Tao state has been rather frequent, which may considerably hinder our progress. Upon hearing this, the demon emperor's brow furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. We must expedite our efforts, for this pertains not only to the ascension of that esteemed individual to the imperial throne, but also to our own future. Chapter 210, The Crisis of the Wasteland. Lin Yin reaches the pinnacle of Heavenly Saint. As the words of the demon emperor echoed in the air, he coldly added, We must intensify our offensive. Our time is running out. If we allow those old geezers above to notice, all our efforts over the years will be in vain. Beside the demon emperor, several formidable figures at the pinnacle of Heavenly Saint immediately sprang into action, rushing towards the central Tao state to launch their assault. Master, the formation laid by the celestial treasure is absorbing the primal energy of this realm. If this continues, our entire wasteland will become a lifeless void, devoid of vitality. In the central Tao state, atop a towering peak near the border, several powerful figures stood, their expressions grim as they gazed at the radiant hexagonal array shimmering in the endless sky. It appeared that this celestial treasure, the hexagonal array, had not yet completed its full deployment, yet it already wielded such terrifying power. If it were to be fully realized, our wasteland would indeed have no hope of recovery. Since the demon race besieged the entire central Tao state, all factions had united to form an anti-demon army. The speaker was an elder referred to as the Master, the chosen leader of this resistance. But it is a celestial treasure. I lack the means to contend with it. The Master's brow furrowed deeply, and he felt a wave of helplessness rise within him as he faced the hexagonal array. Yet, he quickly shifted his tone, his expression growing increasingly cold and indifferent. Our only course of action now is to prevent the demon race from advancing the formation's range, maintaining its status quo. Perhaps there lies a glimmer of hope. Many Heavenly Saint strongmen among the human ranks nodded in agreement upon hearing his words. Even our resistance is fraught with difficulty. I can scarcely imagine how the other 4 Tao states are faring. In the crowd, someone suddenly voiced this concern, plunging everyone into deep contemplation. The central Tao state boasted numerous Heavenly Saint strongmen stationed there, thus retaining its capacity for resistance. However, the other 4 Tao states had only the pinnacle of Earth Saint at best. How could they possibly withstand the onslaught of the demon army? They likely had already succumbed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Elder Master added, We cannot afford to fall. The primal heart of the wasteland lies within the central Tao state. Has there been any news from those sent to seek aid from the icebound Immortal Mountain? The crowd, upon hearing this, shook their heads with somber expressions. Seeing this, the Master could not contain his frustration and exclaimed bitterly, Damn it, a bunch of cowards. As a descendant of the celestial lineage, possessing the remnants of an immortal, it is indeed a moment of critical significance that they have chosen to remain in seclusion. At this juncture, the leader of the assembly cannot help but feel a tinge of despair. The preparations made by the demonic faction this time are extraordinarily thorough, far surpassing those of a millennium ago, especially with the emanating force of the cycle Tao from the hexagonal formation, which deters them from approaching even a step closer. However, should the remnant immortal choose to intervene, they could withstand the cycle Tao's power emanating from the celestial treasure for a time, allowing them to launch a surprise attack with the human army and drive back the demonic forces. Alas, raising his gaze to the hexagonal formation, which radiates celestial brilliance and continues to expand, the leader feels a profound sense of helplessness and can only sigh. For the sake of the human realm, we must exert ourselves to the utmost. Whoosh! As his words fell, their figures flickered, rejoining the fray. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the eastern Xiandao province, within the sacred sect of the eastern Xian domain, before the celestial formation, the myriad transformations of the formation have comprehended the celestial combination formation, successfully advancing to the true immortal realm. Buzz! As the voice echoed in his mind, Lin Yin immediately sensed an extraordinary feeling, a mysterious connection with the grand principles of the universe. Master, next, as long as we comprehend the complete power of the Tao, we shall be able to arrange a true immortal level formation. The voice of the myriad transformations was filled with excitement, clearly thrilled by the advancement to the true immortal realm. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin smiled faintly, gesturing toward the comprehension tree within the celestial combination formation, and said, "Rest assured, we shall grasp the power of the Tao shortly." With those words, Lin Yin took a step forward, crossing the celestial combination formation and truly arriving before the comprehension tree. Buzz. At the moment Lin Yin stepped over the celestial formation, a rich aura of celestial energy surged toward him, enveloping him in a sense of profound comfort. The Super Pill Chi technique has sensed the dense celestial energy, and, through vigorous absorption, the host cultivation has successfully reached the pinnacle of the Earth Sage. Is this truly a passage to the celestial realm? Lin Yan's heart surged with astonishment as he gazed at the comprehension tree, shrouded in a misty, celestial formation, unable to suppress his curiosity. Or could it be due to the presence of the comprehension tree? Nevertheless, Lin Yan did not dwell on this matter but promptly approached the tree and began his comprehension. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. The Super Pill Chi technique, diligently cultivating in this dense, celestial energy environment, has successfully elevated the host's cultivation to the pinnacle level of the Heaven Sage. Moreover, all the powers of the Tao comprehended by the host have been fully realized. Master, if it weren't for the constraints imposed by this world, we could directly attain the position of true immortal now. In his mind, a slightly complaining voice echoed, reminiscent of the Super Danshi formula. To this, Lin Yin remained unfazed. No matter, he mused, since ascending to immortality is impossible in this realm, we shall first resolve the troubles of the mortal world and then seek ascension in the celestial realm. What does it matter if I do not attain immortality? I have comprehended over 10 forms of the Tao's power and possess a mastery of formations at the level of a true immortal. In this world, who could possibly stand against me? Simultaneously, Lin Yin understood that the area encompassing the enlightenment tree still lay within the mortal realm. Very well, it is now time to address the demonic affliction. Chapter 211, 40,000 Insight Pills and the Submissive Insight Tree. However, before departing, the insight fruits adorning the tree must not be squandered. Before the insight tree, Lin Yin gazed at the bountiful fruits that enveloped the tree, a smile gracing the corners of his lips. He then promptly retrieved his alchemical furnace. As the flames ignited, he plucked the insight fruits and commenced his alchemical endeavor. Buzz. In less than half an hour, Lin Yin successfully concocted a batch of insight pills. Congratulations, host. You have successfully crafted 3 insight pills inscribed with the 5 elements Tao patterns, triggering a 1,000-fold return, thus acquiring 3,005 elements Tao pattern insight pills. Congratulations, host. You have successfully crafted 3,000 insight pills inscribed with the 5 elements Tao patterns, earning the reward of insights from an immortal-grade alchemist. Oh, insights from an immortal-grade alchemist? A familiar voice echoed in Lin Yan's mind, causing a slight stir within him. To be frank, his alchemical prowess had stagnated for quite some time, and this revelation of insights from an immortal-grade alchemist arrived at the most opportune moment. The 10,000 transformations pill formula has sensed the insights from the immortal-grade alchemist and has entered a state of comprehension. Lin Yin smiled faintly. After collecting the 3,000 insight pills, he resumed his alchemical pursuits. Congratulations, host. You have successfully crafted 3 insight pills inscribed with the 5 elements Tao patterns, triggering a 2,000-fold return, thus acquiring 6,005 elements Tao pattern insight pills. Congratulations, host. You have successfully crafted 6,000 insight pills inscribed with the 5 elements Tao patterns, earning the reward of insights from an immortal-grade refiner. Is the system aware of my current weaknesses, thus endeavoring to enhance them? The super refinement technique has sensed the insights from the immortal-grade refiner and has entered a state of comprehension. If that is the case, I shall continue to craft additional insight pills for future needs. Lin Yin promptly resumed his alchemy. Congratulations, host. You have successfully crafted 3 insight pills inscribed with the 5 elements Tao patterns, triggering a 10,000-fold return, thus acquiring 30,005 elements Tao pattern insight pills. Congratulations, host. You have successfully crafted 30,000 insight pills inscribed with the 5 elements Tao patterns, earning the reward of immortal-grade alchemical flames. Indeed, the system is here to fortify my abilities. Alert! Immortal-grade alchemical flames reward will automatically guide the host to the immortal realm upon arrival. The immortal realm, you say? Lin Yin murmured upon hearing the voice in his mind. The immortal realm is a destination he must reach. Nearly 40,000 insight pills should suffice for a considerable time, I reckon. Observing the vast collection of insight pills, a look of satisfaction adorned Lin Yan's face. He then raised his gaze to the insight tree before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of reluctance. If only he could take this insight tree with him. Lin Yan shook his head, aware that such a notion was impractical, and promptly resolved to turn away. May I accompany you? However, just as Lin Yan turned, a vague consciousness suddenly infiltrated his mind. Who? Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's heart trembled with astonishment. Who in this lower realm could possibly evade his scrutiny? Suddenly, the Tao Enlightenment tree began to tremble, and that vague consciousness resonated once more within his mind. Is it you, Tao Enlightenment tree? Lin Yan turned to find that it was indeed the tree communicating with him. You possess your own consciousness. Lin Yan marveled inwardly. Typically, spiritual roots like the Tao Enlightenment tree would have their intelligence eradicated upon discovery, as this was the only means to maintain absolute control over them. Perhaps it won't be long before I am erased, the indistinct consciousness lamented, its tone filled with despondency. What do you mean by that? Lin Yan inquired, perplexed. Do you see the mists surrounding me? They are, in fact, celestial-level formations that confine me here. The denizens of the celestial realm discovered me within this rift between worlds, and upon realizing they could not take me with them, they resorted to these formations to trap me. I suspect that before long, they will summon a supreme being of the celestial path to obliterate my consciousness and carry me away. The gloomy consciousness explained to Lin Yan. I do not wish to become their puppet. I desire to live freely. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan felt a pang of concern. He had not anticipated that the Tao Enlightenment tree harbored such thoughts. Are you not afraid that I might also erase your consciousness? He asked. I sense a certain affinity with you. Would you truly do such a thing? The vague consciousness retorted. Affinity? Lin Yan mused, wondering if it was due to his comprehension of over a dozen paths of power. Rest assured, if you follow me, I promise you freedom. With that, Lin Yan gazed upon the towering Tao Enlightenment tree and continued. So, you wish for me to take you out in this manner? The tree responded with a gentle sway, a flash of light illuminating its form, and in an instant, it transformed into a girl of merely a dozen years, adorned with a small Tao Enlightenment tree atop her head, standing before Lin Yan. I did not expect you could take form, Lin Yan remarked with a smile, noting that the tree must have possessed awareness for quite some time. Without delay, he led her through the celestial formation and back to the desolate realm. I have many matters to attend to. What about you? What do you intend to do? He inquired, smiling at the Tao Enlightenment tree after exiting the formation. Simply allow me to enter your spatial treasure, she replied. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Lin Yan's words, the Tao Enlightenment tree gazed at the spatial artifact containing Thunder Tribulation pills and Tao Enlightenment pills, her face reflecting a glimmer of anticipation. Observing this, Lin Yan realized with a start, unable to suppress his thoughts. I see that your concern is not truly about your intellect being erased, but rather, you have your eyes set on my pills, don't you? As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Yan immediately grasped the situation. Since the other party could not take her away, what was there to worry about? A smirk appeared on the face of the girl transformed from the Enlightenment tree, as if her deception had been unveiled. You agree, don't you? As long as you allow me to remain there for cultivation, I assure you that your future gains will surpass what you currently possess. Observing the earnest expression of the Enlightenment tree, Lin Yan chuckled and shook his head, subsequently placing it into the spatial artifact. The mere fact of having an Enlightenment tree tethered to him was, in itself, an extraordinary boon. After securing the spatial artifact, Lin Yan swiftly vanished, making his way towards the central Tao province. Chapter 212, The Last Trump Card of Humanity, the peak arrival of the Demon Clan's Celestial Saint. In the East Xiandao state, the Wudao Immortal Mountain now lay in ruins after an overwhelming number of battles fought by the true saints. The so-called Outer Forbidden Zone had vanished, leaving behind only a thin mist. Search meticulously. We must not allow any living being to escape. Within the mist, several teams composed entirely of powerful true saints, led by a formidable Earth Saint, were diligently scouring the battleground, ensuring no remnants of the Demon Clan lingered, whether alive or feigning death. Simultaneously, they collected all valuable items. This directive came from the Phoenix Maiden, who recognized Lin Yan's exceptional skills in weapon forging. Although the holy weapons had been severely damaged in battle, they were crafted from true saint-level materials, and upon handing them to Lin Yan, he might be able to refine even more powerful true saint-level weapons. Currently, her cultivation had firmly stabilized at the initial stage of the celestial saint level, and after battling a mid-stage demon clan powerhouse, she sensed that another breakthrough was imminent. Thus, she casually consumed the 5-pattern Thunder Tribulation pills as if they were mere candy. Senior, what do you think our next course of action should be? Beside the Phoenix Maiden, a fully realized Earth Saint, a Tianxian candidate, respectfully inquired, gazing at her in her striking red robe. As far as I know, aside from our East Xiandao State and the North Xiandao State, the West Xiandao State and South Xiandao State have long since fallen into the hands of the Demon Clan. Even the Central Dao State has lost contact with us, and the situation is dire. Around them, many other Earth Saint-level powerhouses lowered their heads upon hearing the Tianxian Master's words, a flicker of despair rising within them. They were well aware that the Demon Clan possessed a celestial treasure and had successfully besieged the entire Central Dao State. Alas, even the peak celestial saints of the Central Dao State are helpless against them. How could our humble Dao State withstand the true elite of the Demon Clan? Indeed, it is said that although all forces in the Central Dao State united to resist, they have made no progress. Instead, the Demon Clan steadily advances, and at this rate, it won't be long before the Central Dao State falls. Enough. I am already beginning to feel panic. Once the Central Dao State falls, only death awaits us. After consuming a Thunder Tribulation pill, the Phoenix Maiden looked at the despondent and hopeless crowd beside her and shook her head in disbelief. Why are you all so negative? Do we not still possess a trump card? A trump card? As the words of the Phoenix Maiden resonated around, the previously despondent hearts of those present suddenly ignited with a flicker of hope, prompting them to turn towards her with eager inquiries. What do you mean by your words? Esteemed Elder? An ace? How could we have been unaware of such profound resources within our Eastern Xiandao State? In response, the Phoenix Maiden elucidated. Have you forgotten Master Lindan? Let us not overlook his presence. Astonishment washed over the crowd as they processed her assertion. Was the so-called ace indeed the recently ascended Master Lindan, who had just reached the realm of human sage? The heavenly Xian Elder furrowed his brow slightly, offering a wry smile. Esteemed Elder, we all acknowledge that Master Lindan possesses unparalleled talent, unmatched in history. Yet, his current cultivation is merely at the human sage level, and the Demon Clan will not afford him the time to mature. This ace you speak of seems unlikely to have any substantial impact. With a sigh, the heavenly Xian Elder lamented, "It is indeed a pity for our human race to have such a prodigious talent born in these tumultuous times, yet to face premature demise before fully realizing his potential." The others nodded in agreement, recognizing Lin Yan's exceptional capabilities, yet acknowledging the stark reality of his insufficient cultivation level. Despite his prowess as a heavenly array master, the notion of him turning the tide seemed somewhat fanciful. Listening to their discourse, the Phoenix Maiden remained unperturbed. After casting a glance at the assembly, she swiftly vanished from their midst. Whether you believe it or not, I certainly do. Not far from the Wu Dao Immortal Mountain, atop a lofty peak, Ling Shuang and her companions were diligently consuming and refining the Thunder Tribulation pills, striving to enhance their cultivation. Following a fierce battle, they had reached the precipice of breakthrough. Just moments after they had successfully navigated the second tribulation of the Sage Realm, they began preparing for the third. Upon her arrival, the Phoenix Maiden gazed at the four, their eyes tightly shut in fervent concentration, and a smile graced her lips. With a grand gesture, she enveloped the mountaintop in a formidable aura. As time swiftly passed, within half a day, the four successfully traversed the third tribulation, achieving the true Sage Realm. Since the entire peak had been shrouded by the Phoenix Maiden's potent techniques, the outside world remained oblivious to the momentous events that had transpired, including the powerful manifestations accompanying their ascension. We've succeeded. This is splendid. Henceforth, I too shall be a true sage. Ling Jiao and the Fire Sparrow, feeling the surge of power within, beamed with joy. The Thunder Dragon transformed into its true form, unleashing a triumphant roar to express its elation. In contrast, Ling Shuang maintained a calm demeanor, her heart heavy with contemplation. When we meet again, perhaps Brother Lin Yin will have reached the pinnacle. In the distance, the Phoenix Maiden noticed the slightly somber expression on Ling Xuangshuang's face. Instantly, she soared through the air to her side, offering words of comfort with a smile. My dear girl, at your age, achieving a breakthrough to the true saint realm is already a remarkable feat that will be remembered for ages. Why subject yourself to unnecessary suffering by competing with that eccentric? After being with him for so long, do you not realize he is the epitome of eccentricity? However, just as the Phoenix Maiden's words fell, she suddenly sensed a terrifying pressure enveloping her. Almost immediately, an invisible force seized her as if lifting a chick, suspending her in midair. No matter how fiercely she struggled, escape was futile. Even unleashing her peak strength proved to be of no avail. Master, I acknowledge my fault. You are magnanimous. Please spare me. I promise I will never speak ill of you again, the Phoenix Maiden pleaded, begging into the void. Hee. Is this the human saint who vanquished the demon cloud? How utterly pathetic. Chapter 213. The arrival of the 3-day sacred pinnacle and the truth of the cycle of power as the disdainful laughter echoed. Figures cloaked in black, far more terrifying than the previous demonic clouds, slowly materialized in the high heavens above the mountain peak. At that moment, the Phoenix Maiden, seized by an invisible hand, felt an immediate chill upon sensing the ominous aura. With a surge of energy emanating from her being, she effortlessly broke free from her restraints. Reappearing before Ling Xuang and the others, her expression vigilant as she fixed her gaze upon the 3 black-cloaked figures above. Are you truly relentless? She exclaimed, her eyes narrowing at the 3 formidable figures whose overwhelming presence nearly crushed the surrounding void. Simultaneously, she felt an acute embarrassment for her earlier actions. Logically, in the Eastern Xiandao state, aside from her master, who possessed such monstrous strength that could effortlessly subdue her. Thus, she had reluctantly ceased her resistance. Assuming it was Lin Yin playing with her, never anticipating it to be 3 celestial powers from the demon clan. Moreover, the terrifying aura enveloping the 3 indicated their undeniable status at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Oh, I did not expect you to break free from my grasp and withstand the pressure exerted by us 3. It seems you are not as worthless as presumed. One of the demon's celestial beings remarked, a hint of amusement gracing his features as he scrutinized her. Particularly, upon witnessing the myriad of energies swirling around her, the demon celestial being's eyes narrowed with intrigue. So many kinds of energy? How fascinating. It seems you harbor quite a few secrets. With that, 2 of the demon celestial beings positioned themselves to prevent the Phoenix Maiden's escape, while the remaining one launched an attack directly at her. In the void, a colossal black hand, immense beyond measure, shattered the fabric of space as it advanced with a force that seemed to transcend the flow of time. Arriving above the Phoenix Maiden in the blink of an eye. Is this the power of the pinnacle of the celestial realm? The Phoenix Maiden gazed upward at the gigantic black hand, feeling the weight of an unknown and terrifying force, a sense of gravity settling in her heart. However, passivity was not in her nature. In an instant, the multitude of energies surrounding her coalesced under her command, transforming into a colossal, blazing true phoenix. Letting out a piercing cry, it surged forth with a force capable of igniting the very void, charging toward the black hand. Although this true phoenix was not her true form, under the enhancement of the diverse energies, it bore an indistinguishable resemblance to her essence. With a thunderous clash, the immense, blazing true phoenix collided with the colossal black hand. At the moment of collision, a terrifying wave of energy erupted, surging outward at an imperceptible speed. Even the protective barrier hastily erected by the Phoenix Maiden to shield Ling Xuang and others from their breakthrough aura was instantly shattered by this shockwave. After obliterating the barrier, the wave continued unabated, rushing towards the multitude of powerful human cultivators in the distant Dongxian Daozhou. Quick dodge. From atop a distant mountain peak, the esteemed Tianxian, having reached the pinnacle of earthly saint, immediately sensed this overwhelming aura. His expression changed drastically as he bellowed a warning, alerting those around him. The numerous true saints accompanying him wasted no time, exerting every ounce of strength to flee in a frenzy. However, within the mist, many true saint teams searching for answers paused momentarily upon hearing the roar, momentarily bewildered by the unfolding events. Yet, in that fleeting moment of hesitation, The dreadful shockwave surged forth, engulfing those who had not managed to escape within the mist, transforming them into a cloud of blood mist. This is a battle of peak heavenly saint caliber. From afar, Tianxian and the fleeing true saints stared in shock at the shattered void before them, a wave of dread washing over their hearts. Had they delayed even a moment longer, many among them would have met the same fate as those trapped within the mist. It's over. The demonic forces have clearly become aware of the events transpiring in Dongshin Daozhou and have dispatched peak heavenly saints. How could they withstand such a formidable foe with just one elder? Indeed, they have sent 3 peak heavenly saints in one fell swoop. Alas, after all the effort to protect their homeland, must it once again fall into enemy hands? Is this truly our fate? Gazing at the 3 peak heavenly saints of the demon clan encircling the Phoenix Maiden and her companions, a sense of despair gradually spread through the crowd. Even if it were merely one peak heavenly saint, that would be sufficient to annihilate them all. Impressive, remarked the peak heavenly saint of the demon clan, who was currently battling the Phoenix Maiden. To withstand my onslaught with but the cultivation of an early heavenly saint, you are certainly noteworthy. Prior to arriving, I had heard tales of a remarkable prodigy from the human race of Dongshin Daozhou, who single-handedly defeated the avatar of the 18 royal disciples. I assume that prodigy is none other than you? The demon's tone dripped with a cold mockery as he observed the Phoenix Maiden, whose body was entwined with over a dozen different Taoist powers, matching him blow for blow. Fortunately, our clan's plans are sufficiently thorough, otherwise, allowing you to grow stronger during this prolonged engagement would indeed pose a significant obstacle for us. As he spoke, the demon's peak heavenly saint intensified his assault, targeting the Phoenix Maiden's vital points with deadly precision. High above the heads of the 2 women, a resplendent phoenix, ablaze with fiery brilliance, engaged in a fierce clash with a terrifying dark hand, neither yielding to the other. However, as time passed, the once evenly matched Phoenix Maiden began to find herself at a disadvantage. This was not due to a depletion of her spiritual energy. Indeed, she possessed an abundance, thanks to the existence of the miraculous Thunder Tribulation Pill. The reason for her decline lay in the fact that her opponent wielded a power she found unsettlingly familiar, the force of reincarnation. Moreover, the depth of understanding her adversary had achieved in this power surpassed her own, seemingly approaching the very essence of the Tao. How could this be possible? The Phoenix Maiden felt a profound shock within her heart, for her own understanding of the reincarnation force was directly derived from Lin Yin, who had grasped it to a level of 50% at that time. In other words, this pinnacle of the demonic realm had surpassed Lin Yin in the comprehension of reincarnation. Who are you? How have you come to comprehend such a force, one that does not belong to the lower realms? As she fought desperately, she coldly inquired. From her childhood readings of ancient texts within her clan, she knew that above the desolate realms lay a celestial world, home to a reincarnation immortal mansion that governed the cycle of life and death. Logically, such a fearsome power capable of reversing life should not manifest in the lower realms, yet it was undeniably present before her now. Ah, so you are eager for knowledge? You shall learn after your demise. The demonic pinnacle, engaged in battle with the Phoenix Maiden, smirked coldly at her words, then unleashed a powerful strike that sent the Phoenix Maiden hurtling backward, bloodied. I must say, you are the most extraordinarily gifted individual I have encountered, able to grasp the principles of reincarnation to such an extent merely from the faint echoes of the reincarnation pool. Such terrifying talent is a rarity, even among the celestial beings of the heavenly realm. With that, the demonic pinnacle shook his head disdainfully and added, "It is unfortunate that you were born in this barren wasteland, aligning yourself with the wrong side." As his words echoed, he raised a hand, summoning the dark hand above him to crush the Phoenix Maiden. However, just as the overwhelming force was about to strike her, a blade of sword energy surged forth, cleaving the massive hand into countless fragments. A mere pinnacle dares to lay hands on my people? Are you seeking death or merely courting it? Chapter 214. Raise your hand to instantly vanquish the 3 heavenly saints. Come back and bear me a child. High above where the Phoenix Maiden resided, the dark giant hand was shattered by a single sword strike, causing the peak heavenly saint of the demon clan to be affected as well, coughing up blood and retreating swiftly. Who is it? The sudden turn of events immediately alerted the 2 other peak heavenly saints of the demon clan, who had been standing guard to prevent the Phoenix Maiden and her companions from escaping, their expressions turning hostile as they fixed their gaze upon the young man who was slowly stepping through the air. Damn it! The Demon Clan's peak heavenly saint, having wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, wore a face filled with murderous intent, yet he dared not act rashly. Since the opponent could effortlessly shatter his offensive with a mere sword strike, it indicated that his strength surpassed his own, perhaps even touching upon the powers of the great Tao. What to do? The three peak heavenly saints of the Demon Clan exchanged glances, each recognizing the grave concern reflected in the other's eyes. What are we afraid of? With the three of us, can we not defeat just one? In this entire desolate realm, our power already stands at the pinnacle. Who among us could rival our combined might? As the trio voiced their thoughts, they swiftly drew out their respective heavenly saint-grade innate sacred artifacts, their figures flashing as they charged towards Lin Yan from three different directions with a ferocious onslaught capable of tearing the void apart. However, in the face of their terrifying assault, Lin Yan did not even cast a glance their way. Instead, he approached the Phoenix Maiden, gently lifting her and inquiring, "Are you all right?" Simultaneously, he produced a comprehension elixir and offered it to her. "Master, I'm so sorry." Upon seeing Lin Yan, the Phoenix Maiden revealed a vulnerable side, akin to a little girl who had endured great grievances, seeking solace. "Do not speak. First, recover from your injuries and ensure the safety of Ling Shuang and the others." At that moment, high above, the three peak heavenly saints of the Demon Clan, witnessing this scene, felt their anger surge to unprecedented heights. Was this not an utter disregard for their presence? "We are all peak heavenly saints. Why should you be so arrogant? Die." In the next instant, their overwhelming assault, which could collapse the very void around them, descended upon Lin Yan. "Master, be careful." The Phoenix Maiden's face paled in horror. She believed she could not withstand such an attack. "Do not fear, I am here." Lin Yan reassured the Phoenix Maiden, and without turning his head, he waved his hand gently behind him. With a soft sound, the assault that could have crushed the void was effortlessly erased with Lin Yan's mere gesture, as if it had never existed. To the Phoenix Maiden's astonishment, even the surrounding void, previously shattered from the battle, was restored to its initial pristine state with just a wave of his hand. What kind of power is this? The Phoenix Maiden stared blankly at the scene before her, only regaining her senses after a considerable time. Observing the desolate expanse around her, she expressed her anxious bewilderment. "Master, what happened to the three formidable beings of the Demon Clan? Have they managed to escape? They must not be allowed to flee, otherwise they will inform the Demon Emperor and be prepared for our next move." Noticing the Phoenix Maiden's distressed countenance, Lin Yan responded with a calm smile. "Do not worry. They cannot escape. I have already sent them into reincarnation." Upon hearing Lin Yan's words and recalling the method he had just employed, the Phoenix Maiden suddenly comprehended. That was the power of reincarnation. No, it should be the power of the great Tao of reincarnation. With this realization, she cast a gaze of reverence towards Lin Yan. "Now, focus on your cultivation," Lin Yan advised with a smile, handing her a storage bag filled with numerous comprehension pills and thunder tribulation pills before approaching Ling Shuang and the others. "Indeed, you all should put in your best efforts as well." After leaving a few comprehension pills and thunder tribulation pills for them, Lin Yan prepared to head towards the central Tao state. "Brother Lin Yan." Just as he turned to leave, he was called back by Ling Shuang. Upon looking back to inquire about her concern, he was unexpectedly met with her warm, soft lips gently pressing against his. The sweet tenderness and slight moisture ignited a flicker of desire within Lin Yan's heart. "You must be careful. I will be waiting for your return." Ling Shuang gazed at Lin Yan with affectionate eyes, fully aware that, given her current cultivation, she could offer him little assistance. The only thing she could do was silently pray for his safe return. "When I return safely, shall we have a child?" Lin Yan blurted out, captivated by Ling Shuang's delicate features. Her face instantly flushed like a ripe apple, radiating shyness. Despite her embarrassment, she gently nodded in response. "Very well," Lin Yan smiled, pulling her into a warm embrace. At that moment, Ling Jiao, witnessing the exchange, exclaimed loudly, "Master, I want to have your child too." However, before she could finish her sentence, the Phoenix Maiden swiftly smacked the back of her head, admonishing, "What nonsense! What would we produce? A half-human, half-dragon creature?" The comment elicited hearty laughter from Hua Ke and Lei Long, while Ling Jiao wore an expression of resigned innocence. Phoenix Maiden, I entrust the Eastern Xin Dao State to you. After a long while, Lin Yin finally separated from Ling Shuang, leaving her with those words before vanishing from sight. Rest assured, Master, I shall ensure everything is prepared for you. Ling Jiao chimed in, to which the Phoenix Maiden retorted playfully, Sister Phoenix, you are incorrigible. Laughter ensued once more. At the same time, in that distant realm, it was only after witnessing the departing figure of Lin Yin that the esteemed heavenly Xian elders emerged from their astonishment, having just witnessed the instantaneous annihilation of 3 peak heavenly saints. Could this truly be the terrifying talent of Master Lin Dan? In less than a month, he had ascended directly to the peak of the heavenly saint realm, a formidable existence capable of eliminating 3 opponents of the same rank with a single strike. In the central Dao state, upon the summit of a towering mountain, within the dark sacred hall, a voice echoed, What? The soul tablets of Mo Xian and the others have shattered? Upon hearing this, the demon emperor, seated at a high throne, could no longer maintain his composure. It must be noted that these were 3 beings at the pinnacle of the wasteland realm. United in their efforts, who could possibly contend with them in this desolate world, let alone extinguishing their lives? Reporting to the esteemed demon emperor, this is the truth of the matter. Below, a trembling earth saint from the demon clan offered his report, fearful that the wrath of the demon emperor might lead to his own demise. Within the grand hall, the other high-ranking members of the demon clan remained silent, their faces etched with disbelief. At long last, after a prolonged silence, the demon emperor spoke, contemplating a possibility. Could it be that the figure from the Ice Fairy Mountain had intervened? Chapter 215, The Wrathful 5 Dao Celestial King. The Ice Remnant Celestial takes action. In the celestial realm, within the 5 elements celestial prefecture, the 5 Dao celestial palace reverberated with fury. How audacious! Who dares to steal the Dao tree of my true self? A sound wave imbued with the essence of the 5 elements swiftly radiated from the center of the 5 Dao celestial palace, expanding outward. This resonant sound carried the profound weight of the Dao, allowing even the most formidable celestial beings in distant realms to distinctly perceive the anger and pressure embedded within. The 5 Dao celestial king's Dao tree has been pilfered? Who possesses such audacity? Who knows? To dare disturb the 5 Dao celestial king is to forfeit any chance of existing within the 3,000 celestial prefectures. Yet, perhaps this theft is fortuitous. The 5 Dao celestial king's monopoly over the Dao tree had already stirred discontent among other celestial kings. We shall merely observe the unfolding drama, conduct an investigation. Even if I must turn the celestial realm upside down, I will uncover the truth. Within the celestial palace, shrouded by an aura of profound Dao, the 5 Dao celestial king commanded the assembled true immortals. Though his voice betrayed no emotion, it was evident to discerning eyes the depth of his fury. The Dao tree, an entity born of the convergence of the 3,000 Dao, bestows unfettered comprehension of these powers upon its possessor, facilitating the continuous enhancement of strength. In the future, the 5 Dao celestial king might even ascend to the imperial throne, becoming the foremost being in the celestial realm. At this moment, the true immortals within the 5 Dao celestial palace sprang into action upon hearing these words. The fate of the Dao tree was inextricably linked to their future. It could not be compromised. Could it be that the old rascal of reincarnation has acted without honor and stolen from me? The 5 Dao celestial king pondered this possibility as he observed the bustling activity around him. Yet, he swiftly dismissed the thought. The Dao tree was discovered by me in the lower realm. If the reincarnation old fellow wished to steal it, he would have had to do so either under my watchful gaze or from the lower realm itself. Wait, the path to the lower realm has long been sealed. Could it be that mere ants from the lower realm have dared to pilfer my Dao tree? As this realization struck him, a chill spread across the 5 Dao celestial king's face. In an instant, he vanished from his location. The ability to breach my intricate formation suggests that an extraordinarily formidable individual has emerged in the lower realm. In the celestial realm, within the desolate expanse of the 3,000 celestial prefectures, this region is the most barren of all. Aside from serving as a place of exile for the realm's criminals or their clans, it exists as a lawless territory, perpetually chaotic, with few willing to tread here. However, with the sudden arrival of an overwhelming pressure, All humans and spirit beasts within the desolate region fell prostrate on the ground, trembling in fear. Fellow of the five paths, what brings you here today? Yet, a figure appeared undaunted by the oppressive aura, soaring into the air with a beaming smile, and approached the five paths celestial king to extend greetings. Observing the newcomer, the five paths celestial king furrowed his brow slightly, but did not express anger. Instead, he remarked coolly, "Do you believe I desire to visit this wretched place?" After casting a glance at the visitor, the five paths celestial king uttered this statement and proceeded directly toward the entrance of the seal connecting to the lower realm. Heh, dear friend of the five paths, you are mistaken. After all, I am the sovereign of this domain. If you are concerned about the lower realm, I can simply inform that lingering remnant of an immortal down below to assist you. The Lord of Desolation maintained his smile, accompanying the five paths celestial king to the seal entrance. Do you possess a means to connect to the lower realm? Upon hearing the Lord of Desolation's words, the five paths celestial king paused momentarily, then inquired further. Indeed, that is natural. When my friend of reincarnation sealed the gateway between the two realms, I kept a contingency plan. Should you require assistance, I can have him look into it for you. However, regarding the cost, the Lord of Desolation's voice trailed off as he directed a subtle smile towards the five paths celestial king, the implication unmistakable. You need not worry about compensation. As long as you can help me accomplish this task, I shall grant you a Tao fruit. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the Lord of Desolation's heart trembled with excitement. If he could obtain a Tao fruit, he would undoubtedly advance further on the path of the celestial king. Deal. However, I wonder what matter could possibly warrant a personal visit from a celestial king. It must be of great significance. Unbeknownst to him, the subsequent words of the five paths celestial king left the Lord of Desolation momentarily stunned. The Tao tree has been lost. And you suspect it was the doing of someone from the lower realm? How troublesome is that? The five paths celestial king, observing the Lord of Desolation's furrowed brow, inquired further, is that truly so difficult to manage? That is not insurmountable. However, dear friend of the five paths, if the Tao tree has indeed been stolen from the lower realm as you suggest, how shall it return to the upper realm? This is a seal personally laid by reincarnation, infused with the power of the reincarnation Tao. In the entire celestial realm, only he possesses the ability to break such forces. Moreover, he is currently in seclusion, striving for that legendary realm, and cannot be disturbed. Nevertheless, upon hearing the Lord of Desolation's words, the five paths celestial king exhibited no trace of concern. Instead, he replied, "Do not concern yourself with that. As long as you can uncover the identity of the one who took my Tao tree, I shall manage the subsequent matters myself." What a jest! The Tao tree was discovered by him in the lower realm, and that location fortuitously connected to a cave within his celestial abode. How could he possibly lack the means to retrieve it to the upper realm? He merely sought assistance here for the sake of precaution. Otherwise, dispatching someone from the cave of his celestial abode to the lower realm would be limited by the constraints of heaven and earth, allowing only those below the heavenly saint realm to cross over. The strength displayed here, evidently, serves no purpose and only adds to the casualties. Upon witnessing the unwavering demeanor of the five-path immortal king, the Lord of Desolation chose to remain silent, proceeding directly to the entrance sealed between the two realms to initiate contact. In the lower realm, above the ice palace fashioned entirely from millennia-old ice, an elderly man, whose eyes had been shut for an indeterminate length of time, slowly opened them. After gently brushing off the dust from his body, he fixated intently on a stone before him, which shimmered with a faint, ethereal glow. Should anyone be present, they would undoubtedly recognize the inscription etched upon the stone, "Stone of the Two Realms." After a prolonged moment, the elder gradually rose from his position, his eyes gleaming with newfound vigor. Has the tree of enlightenment been lost in the lower realm? It seems this old frame of mine has finally found a purpose to awaken. Chapter 216, Ascension to the Dual Immortal Grade. A remnant immortal emerges midway. In the desolate realm, at the boundary of the central Tao prefecture, Lin Yan's figure appeared in the vast emptiness after a prolonged journey. Upon his arrival, a familiar voice resonated within his mind, eliciting a faint smile upon his lips. Having ascended to the status of an immortal grade artifact refiner, I can now forge the most formidable treasures of the immortal path, provided I possess celestial materials. He had been observing this region for some time. Apart from the towering demon mountain in the distance, he noticed a fearsome artifact in the boundless skies of the central Dao prefecture, relentlessly siphoning the origin energy of this realm. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yan's brow furrowed slightly. Is the demon race invading the desolate realm not to conquer it? If they siphon away all of the origin energy, this realm will plunge into an age devoid of spirit, with all life withering away, never to revive. Such an act of annihilation cannot be permitted. With his resolve set, Lin Yan vanished in an instant, heading towards the powerful immortal-grade artifact that enveloped the entire central Dao prefecture. Atop the towering demon mountain, within the holy demon hall, a celestial being of the demon race reported to the enigmatic demon monarch, "Under your wise leadership, my lord, the human populace of the central Dao prefecture has gradually ceased their resistance, and we have gathered 1/3 of the origin energy. I believe it will not be long before we complete the collection of the entire realm's origin energy, thereby enhancing the likelihood of our Lord's ascension to the imperial throne." However, the demon monarch, seated upon his throne, exhibited little joy in response to this news, his brow still furrowed in contemplation. Is there any movement from the icebound immortal mountain? After a prolonged silence, the demon monarch finally inquired. Reporting to the demon monarch, according to our scouts, the one from the icebound immortal mountain has emerged from seclusion and appears to be in search of something, currently making their way towards the central Dao prefecture. Upon hearing this, the demon monarch nodded thoughtfully. It seems it is not the remnant immortal after all. Yet, as we approach this critical juncture, I cannot shake the feeling of unease, as if an unseen crisis lurks in the shadows, awaiting me. This sense of uncontrollable foreboding stirs my heart with great anxiety. Send out personnel to monitor the surroundings closely. Should there be any signs of disturbance, report immediately. Boom. However, before the demon emperor could finish his words, a violent tremor accompanied by a deafening roar suddenly emanated from the skies above central Daozhou. This bodes ill. Someone is attacking the celestial treasure. Whoosh. In an instant, the figure of the demon emperor vanished from his original position, reappearing high above central Daozhou. You seek your own demise. As soon as the demon emperor manifested, he beheld the essence of origin, which had already absorbed 1/3, now dissipating entirely into the void, returning to the desolate realm. Witnessing this scene, the fury within the demon emperor surged to the heavens as he extended a dark hand towards Lin Yan. The colossal dark hand, imbued with the power to shatter the void, tore through space, racing towards Lin Yan with crushing intent. You are the mastermind behind this, demon emperor? Gazing at the massive dark hand descending upon him, Lin Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. The terrifying force contained within this strike transcended the boundaries of the desolate realm, reaching the level of the celestial. Indeed, your strike demonstrates some prowess. However, it does not equate to true celestial power. After all, in this desolate realm, the mightiest of celestial beings are subject to the suppression of heaven and earth. Buzz. Instead of retreating before the onslaught capable of reducing countless peak heavenly saints to mere fragments, Lin Yan countered with a sword strike. The terrifying sword intent, bearing the weight of the Dao, effortlessly cleaved the massive dark hand into countless shards at their first encounter. Moreover, the momentum of this strike did not wane, continuing to surge towards the demon emperor. No, how is this possible? How can the power of the Dao manifest in this ant-like lower realm? From a distance, witnessing the effortless obliteration of his attack by a single sword strike, the formerly arrogant demon emperor felt a surge of panic within. Particularly, he distinctly sensed the power of the Dao emanating from that strike. He had no doubt that facing this sword, his chances of survival were non-existent. Boom. However, just as the sword was about to strike the demon emperor, a wine gourd suddenly flew in from the side, intercepting the lethal blow on his behalf. From afar, observing the elder who had suddenly appeared before the demon emperor, Lin Yan was taken aback. When did such a formidable figure emerge in the desolate realm? What puzzled Lin Yan even more was why this person chose to aid the demon clan instead of himself. Cold Yuan, my friend, you have arrived. The demon emperor, who was initially planning to break the seal, felt a wave of relief upon seeing the elder in the blue robe before him. He chuckled. Friend Luan Tian, you jest. My assistance to you is, in fact, a favor to myself. Once your plan is fulfilled, I too shall return to the celestial realm, for I wish to linger not a moment longer in this barren lower realm. The elder in blue robes, known as Cold Yuan, gazed up at the now dimmed heavens, shaking his head in disdain. My friend, there is no need for concern. The completion of our plan is inevitable. However, we must first address the troubles at hand. The demon emperor smirked and nodded before adding, nevertheless, you must exercise utmost caution. This individual possesses an understanding of the power of the great Tao and should not be underestimated. In response, Han Yuan nodded knowingly, revealing that he had long been aware of this fact. I have known this for quite some time, as the enlightenment tree of the 5 Tao Celestial King was stolen by this very person. After all, how could a mere ant from the lower realms possess such extraordinary talent to comprehend the power of the great Tao? Upon hearing this, the demon emperor's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The enlightenment tree of the 5 Tao Celestial King? And it was stolen by this person before me? This presents a significant opportunity, he thought. If I could assist the 5 Tao Celestial King in reclaiming the enlightenment tree, I would surely receive a generous reward. My friend from the Wheel of Heaven, you and I are of one mind, Han Yuan exclaimed, glancing at the demon emperor. With a hearty laugh, he brandished the celestial treasure wine gourd and charged towards Lin Yin. Young man, while I am uncertain how you traversed the 2 realms to steal the enlightenment tree, I advise you to surrender it willingly. Perhaps, if I am in a good mood, I might leave your corpse intact. Chapter 217. Who told you that I can wield only a single path of power? In the desolate realm, within the central Tao province, who is that? With a single strike, they have repelled the demon's sovereign and shattered the seal that confined us. At this moment, within the central Tao province, the many human powerhouses who had resigned themselves to defeat now displayed expressions of astonishment upon witnessing the spectacle above, especially when they beheld the celestial seal that had ensnared them being dismantled. A surge of excitement and hope welled up within their hearts. Wonderful, friends. We in the desolate realm are not without our formidable warriors. Since this esteemed elder possesses such transcendent might, we shall follow them and fight once more. This time, we must drive those demon wretches from our human lands. Upon the towering peak, the leaders of the alliance formed by the strong of Central Tao Province ignited with fierce determination as they witnessed Lin Yin single-handedly holding off the demon's sovereign and the remnants of the celestial beings. A fervor coursed through their veins, as if their very blood were ablaze. Slay, annihilate this horde of demon spawn. Restore peace to our human realm. Similarly, behind the leaders, numerous celestial-level warriors felt their own fervor ignited, transforming into beams of light as they surged forth from Central Tao Province, charging towards the demon army. However, as the demon sovereign had dispatched forces to the other 4 Tao provinces, the demon army currently in Central Tao Province was significantly outnumbered by the human powerhouses. Yet, despite this numerical disadvantage, every demon present possessed at least the cultivation of Earth Saint level, many wielding sacred artifacts, and a considerable number were of the celestial saint realm. Thus, the outcome of this battle remained uncertain. If that is the case, let us engage in a decisive battle. The plans of that great lord must not be thwarted by you mere ants. In the distance, atop the demon mountain, the second in command of the demon clan observed the throng of human warriors surging forth from Central Tao Province, his expression darkening. With a single command, numerous formidable figures charged towards the opposition. Buzz. In an instant, the 2 factions clashed fiercely, the collision of sacred artifacts creating fissures in the void, the very earth cracking like a spider's web, as if it might be obliterated at any moment. Everyone, into the cosmic battlefield. The leading master of the human side bellowed at this sight. Following this, countless human warriors vanished from their positions, appearing in the depths of the cosmos. Only here, within this realm, could a true battle of the true saints unfold in its entirety. Pursue them. Below, the multitude of demon warriors, witnessing this scene, transformed into shadows, rapidly giving chase. For them, should Central Tao Province be shattered, the primal energy would dissipate into the heavens and earth, which would be detrimental to their plans. On another front, in the distance, Lin Yin wielded the power of the great Tao, effortlessly sending the celestial treasure, the wine gourd, flying with a single strike. He then directed a sword attack towards Han Yuan. A resounding hum reverberated as a terrifying sword intent swept through, cleaving the void and creating a massive rift in space. The spatial storm emanating from this tier was potent enough to shred even a pinnacle heavenly saint into fragments. Be cautious. The demon emperor, witnessing this scene, immediately changed his expression. With a swift motion of his hand, he summoned his own celestial treasure to block Lin Yan's sword strike. Are you unscathed, fellow Taoist Han Yuan? The demon emperor inquired, approaching Han Yuan. In response, Han Yuan shook his head, gazing at Lin Yan with a grave expression. With our current strength, we are no match for this young man, unless we possess the true power of a supreme being of the celestial path. Upon hearing Han Yuan's words, the demon emperor was momentarily taken aback, his eyes betraying a deep sense of trepidation. We are not inhabitants of this realm. If we recklessly unseal the power of a celestial supreme, we will be repelled and suppressed by this world. At this juncture, the demon emperor paused slightly and continued. If we release the seal and fail to eliminate this young man at once, what then? Han Yuan scoffed dismissively. Fellow Taoist Luentian, you are being excessively cautious. This young man is merely at the pinnacle of heavenly saint cultivation, fortunate enough to comprehend a fragment of the great Tao through the enlightenment tree. Let us not forget, both you and I have grasped two forms of the great Tao and possess the cultivation of true immortals. Slaying this youth would be as effortless as extinguishing an ant. With a slight pause, Han Yuan allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. Do not overlook the fact that the enlightenment tree of the 5 Tao Kings is still in his possession. Such a monumental opportunity, does it not stir your heart, fellow Taoist Luentian? As his words fell, a cold smile emerged on Han Yuan's face. His aura began to ascend at an alarming rate, swiftly breaking through to the realm of true immortals, stabilizing at the peak of the early stage. Regaining control of my peak power feels exhilarating, as if I now reign over all within this realm. Beside him, the demon emperor, having heard Han Yuan's words and witnessing his decisiveness, gritted his teeth and also unsealed his own powers. Ultimately, the demon emperor's cultivation surged from the pinnacle of heavenly saint to the early peak of true immortal. Boom. At the same time, as the two unsealed their cultivation and returned to the realm of true immortals, a vast expanse of thunderclouds began to coalesce ominously above them. Though the thunderclouds had yet to fully form, the pressure emanating from them was sufficient to instill a sense of dread in both true immortals. Let us conclude this swiftly. Below, the two of them cast a grave glance at the flickering thunderclouds above before immediately reaching out towards Lin Yan from a distance. Bang! Bang! Before them, a colossal hand imbued with the power of 2 grand avenues descended, causing the very fabric of the void to buckle under its overwhelming force. It was a power so terrifying that it rendered the space incapable of withstanding its might. Surrender willingly, and you shall suffer less. The corners of their mouths curled into a smirk, as if they had already glimpsed the inevitable fate awaiting Lin Yan. However, in the distance, as he felt the onslaught that had locked onto him in an instant, Lin Yan's countenance bore no trace of panic. Instead, he spoke with a calm demeanor. Who told you that I have only comprehended the power of a single grand avenue? Chapter 218. The Power of Hundreds of Great Avenues. The Crimson Thunder Calamity Liquid. In the central Tao province, high above in the sky, as Lin Yan's words echoed in the air, a playful smile graced his lips. With a mere flick of his hand, the onslaught imbued with 2 types of great avenue powers disintegrated into countless fragments, as fragile as paper, scattering throughout the heavens. How is this possible? In the distance, the 2 supreme beings of the celestial path, Han Yuan and the demon emperor, were struck with an overwhelming shock. Their previously triumphant expressions swiftly replaced by horror. Staggering back a few steps, their gazes towards Lin Yan were filled with disbelief and dread. An assault embodying 2 types of great avenue powers, let alone a mere heavenly saint. Even a supreme being comprehending 3 types of great avenues would struggle to dismantle it so effortlessly. Who are you? At this moment, panic surged within both of them, and they instinctively retreated, driven by an urge to flee. Bang! However, just as they had gained some distance, an unexpected force pushed against their backs, catching them off guard. They coughed up blood, severely injured. Instantly, they turned to look, only to discover that an immense formation had silently enveloped them without their notice. This is a celestial formation, and not just one. Feeling the overwhelming aura of great avenue power emanating from the formation, shock painted their faces as they turned to Lin Yan, their eyes wide with disbelief. You are not of this realm. Lin Yin wore a faint smile, slowly advancing towards them step by step. With each step he took, another type of great avenue power manifested around him. By the time he had traversed over 100 steps, a myriad of great avenue power coalesced into radiant halos surrounding him, making him appear as if a celestial emperor had descended upon the world. Simultaneously, the space around Lin Yin had been crushed into an abyss of nothingness. How is this possible? Han Yuan and the demon emperor stood in stunned silence, their senses dulled by the overwhelming array of great avenue powers encircling Lin Yin. Under the terrifying pressure of these hundreds of powers, they found themselves prostrating on the ground, utterly immobilized, as if they had lost control of their own bodies. Nothing is impossible. Lin Yin regarded them with an expression unchanging, embodying the very essence of dominion over this realm. As his words faded, he raised his hand and gently waved towards Han Yuan, unleashing a terrifying force that swept through the air, causing Han Yuan to vanish like smoke, his existence utterly erased as if he had never been. Hiss! Beside him, the demon emperor's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed the complete disappearance of Han Yuan, his heart racing with disbelief. It is the power of reincarnation. How could you possibly comprehend the force of the reincarnation Tao? That is a strength unique to the master of reincarnation. The demon emperor is, after all, a subordinate of the reincarnation immortal king, hence he is exceedingly familiar with this power. Indeed, it appears that all of this is the doing of your master. Lin Yin cast a cold glance at the demon emperor, his eyes glinting with a frigid light. By this point, he had roughly deduced the truth of the matter. These demons are not natives of this realm, but were specifically dispatched by the reincarnation immortal king to harvest the primal essence of this world. The ability to accomplish such a feat indicates that the reincarnation immortal king has attained an extraordinary level of cultivation. As for what the primal essence of a realm can achieve, it is all too clear to Lin Yin, who has grasped over 100 types of Tao powers. It seems your reincarnation master intends to sacrifice an entire realm in exchange for a breakthrough in cultivation, does he not? The demon emperor remained silent. This was a secret of the reincarnation immortal king, and if it were to escape his lips and reach the ears of the powerful figures in the immortal realm, it would certainly bring countless troubles upon the reincarnation immortal king. Lin Yin, observing the silent demon emperor, found no inclination to engage in further conversation and effortlessly erased him from existence. Whoosh! Following that, Lin Yin made a swift motion, and 2 pieces of celestial treasures fell into his hands. These celestial treasures could indeed serve as materials to elevate the 5-element sword into a celestial artifact. Lin Yin stored them away and then glanced at the remaining demon army being crushed by the human forces, having no intention of intervening. The Supreme Qi refinement technique has performed admirably. Lin Yin praised the Supreme Qi refinement technique and, with a flash of his figure, headed straight toward the demon realm. In truth, ever since the Enlightenment Tree began following him, the Supreme Qi refinement technique has been incessantly grasping the 3,000 Tao powers it encompasses. Now, he has already comprehended over 100. It is said that mastering 3,000 Tao powers enables one to ascend to the imperial throne. I wonder if that is true. In the high skies, amidst the endless thunderclouds, Lin Yin gazed upward at the flickering presence of a thunder pool within the crimson storm, murmuring to himself. The appearance of this endless thundercloud is indeed the result of Han Yuan and the demon emperor breaking the seal, which has triggered the true tribulation of the celestial path. Within this crimson sea of thunder, every bolt of lightning contains the essence of Tao power, sufficient to pose a threat or even to slay the mightiest of celestial beings. However, it is evident that the true tribulation conjured by the demon emperor and Han Yuan holds no peril for Lin Yin. Thus, after effortlessly collecting more than half of the crimson tribulation liquid from the thunder pool, the endless thunderclouds dissipated into the ether. The flavor is more intense than the tribulation liquid I collected previously. After drinking a mouthful of the crimson tribulation liquid, Lin Yin felt as if he had consumed the strongest liquor in existence, his tongue flicking out repeatedly. Buzz! The effects were unmistakable. Merely by ingesting this mouthful of crimson tribulation liquid, his cultivation surged directly to the utmost limit this world could bear, approaching the semi-mortal level. Moreover, having gained a deeper understanding of the power of the Great Path, Lin Yin suddenly grasped an additional insight. It was time to venture into the demon realm. With a swift motion, he vanished from his original location. When he reappeared, he found himself at the fringes of the demon realm, gazing upon the dim world. Shrouded by an invisible barrier, Lin Yin boldly stepped forward, disregarding the barrier, and set foot upon the soil of the demon realm. However, the moment he entered, he sensed an unsettling anomaly. This realm seemed not to be a product of natural formation, but rather a creation of human design. Chapter 219. The Truth Behind Immortality and the Demise of the Reincarnation Celestial King's Avatar in the Realm of Demons. Lin Yin stood high in the sky, gazing down upon the vast army of demons that had emerged en masse. A flicker of perplexity crossed his face. Within his perception, it became evident that the pathways of this demonic realm were not birthed by nature, but rather bestowed by human design. Moreover, this so-called realm of demons was not extensive, merely comparable in size to a single state of the desolate world. Therefore, with the might of his formidable soul power, he swiftly surveyed the entirety of the demonic realm. What is that? Suddenly, Lin Yan's expression froze, disbelief etched across his features. In an instant, his figure flickered and vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, he found himself deep within the heart of the demonic realm. Is this an imperial stronghold? Lin Yan's face bore a hint of astonishment as he gazed ahead. Before him stood a magnificent stronghold, towering to great heights and radiating waves of reincarnation power, silently imposing its presence. Indeed, has the plan ultimately failed? However, while Lin Yan remained entranced by the grandeur of the stronghold, a profound sigh unexpectedly resonated from within its walls. This ethereal sigh seemed to carry an infinite reservoir of terrifying power, causing the monumental stronghold to emit a faint hum. Upon hearing this sudden sound, Lin Yan snapped back to reality, retreating to a considerable distance, his expression wary as he fixed his gaze upon the stronghold. Even with his semi-immortal cultivation, he sensed the aura of danger emanating from that haunting sigh. Undoubtedly, the owner of this voice possessed strength that surpassed true immortals, reaching the level of a celestial king. Alas, if only I could break through to the imperial realm, how could I fear the invasion of the extraterritorial demons? Sigh. It seems fate has conspired to plunge my celestial realm into crisis. Yet, the voice's owner paid no heed to Lin Yan's words, releasing another sigh. This time, the voice was imbued with profound weariness and sorrow. Are you the reincarnation celestial king? A wave of shock coursed through Lin Yan as he pondered. A celestial king had long surpassed the limits this world could endure. How could he possibly manifest here? It is your fault. You have thwarted my plans. Or else how could my celestial realm be ensnared in peril? Nevertheless, the speaker offered no response to Lin Yan. Instead, he materialized atop the stronghold, his gaze icy as he fixated on Lin Yan, a surge of murderous intent suddenly igniting. Blame me? High above, Lin Yan found amusement in the abrupt shift of the other's demeanor. To attribute the fault to oneself was truly absurd. To sacrifice the lives of beings from an entire realm in pursuit of uncertain probabilities. How does such behavior differ from that of the extraterritorial demons? Lin Yan discerned that this was not the true body of the reincarnation celestial king, but rather an avatar stationed here to guard the stronghold. Yet, merely a clone. Its cultivation has already ascended to the pinnacle of true immortality, and this is in spite of the constraints imposed by this realm. The reason for my actions is solely to preserve the lives within the immortal realm. Sacrificing a mere mortal world is of no consequence. What truly surprises me, however, is the emergence of a talent such as yourself from this barren lower realm. Quite unexpected indeed. Buzz. At the moment the reincarnation immortal king's clone finished speaking, it summoned a reincarnation disc, which surged towards Lin Yan with ferocity. As the disc traversed the space, ethereal shadows of the temporal river flickered into existence, arriving before Lin Yan in a mere instant. To claim this is for the immortal realm. I perceive it as merely a manifestation of your own selfish desires. Bang! Faced with the disc so perilously close, Lin Yan dared not be careless. He enveloped his fist with the power of dozens of great avenues and struck directly at it. Accompanied by a soft chime, the reincarnation disc was sent flying. If I am not mistaken, behind that barrier lies the gateway to the immortal realm, does it not? After sending the disc soaring, Lin Yan turned to the reincarnation immortal king's clone, and a faint smile graced his lips. Upon hearing this, the expression of the clone shifted slightly, yet it swiftly returned to normal, gazing at Lin Yin with a cold sneer. And so what? Today, even an immortal king cannot save you. Your demise is inevitable. As the words fell, nearly 50 luminous halos ensnared the reincarnation immortal king's clone, rendering it akin to a divine entity. This was indeed the manifestation of 50 types of great avenues. Boom! A thunderous roar followed. From a distance, Lin Yin watched in astonishment as the towering barrier gradually ascended, transforming into a celestial artifact radiating waves of great avenue power, hovering above the reincarnation immortal king's clone. Could it be a treasure of immortal king caliber? As Lin Yin gazed at the barrier, which exuded such formidable power, he felt an overwhelming pressure. Simultaneously, upon the barrier's disappearance, Lin Yin was startled to discover a colossal bronze gate far in the distance, emanating boundless immortal energy. Intricate patterns were engraved upon it, pulsating with rich great avenue power. Is that the gateway to the immortal realm? Do you wish to enter? Alas, you shall never have such an opportunity in this lifetime. Opposite him, the reincarnation immortal king's clone cast a disdainful smile at Lin Yin. Then with a mere wave of his hand, 3 immortal treasures surged forth, each carrying the essence of 50 great avenues, shattering the void as they sped towards Lin Yin. This strike, let alone Lin Yin, a mere half-immortal, even a quasi-mortal king would meet a bitter end. Although I know not how you have comprehended so many great avenues. Before my 50 types of power, your ultimate fate is nothing but death. Opposite him, the avatar of the reincarnation celestial king gazed calmly at the myriad of more than 10 paths of power surging around Lin Yin, as if he had already foreseen the outcome of Lin Yin being vanquished by his might. On the spot, undaunted by the assault of 3 celestial treasures, Lin Yin exhibited no sign of panic. With a mere wave of his hand, more than 10 celestial formations were instantaneously summoned, effectively ensnaring those 3 treasures. It is no wonder that the denizens of the wasteland have searched in vain for many years for the entrance to the celestial realm. It was all orchestrated by you. However, from this day forth, such occurrences shall no longer persist. Buzz. As his words fell, Lin Yin was instantaneously enveloped by nearly 200 paths of power. And with a single strike infused with these 200 energies, he traversed the river of time, striking the avatar of the reincarnation celestial king. Celestial formations, too. 200 paths of power. How? How is this possible? Chapter 220. Lin Yin reaches the semi-divine king realm, the legendary power of the emperor. Deep within the demon realm, the reincarnation immortal king's avatar, struck across the chest by Lin Yin's sword imbued with the essence of 200 paths, gazed down in horror at the chaotic energies ravaging his being. In this desolate lower realm, how could one possibly comprehend 200 paths? Such a notion is utterly absurd. The life force of the reincarnation immortal king's avatar was swiftly depleting. He yearned to resist. Yet his own 50 paths seemed utterly powerless against the overwhelming force of 200. The pressure exerted by these 200 paths rendered even the slightest movement a Herculean task. Ultimately, the reincarnation immortal king's avatar let out a reluctant roar towards the heavens. Why? Is it the will of fate that my immortal realm is plunged into crisis? I refuse to accept this. As his voice faded, the avatar dissipated into the void, as if he had never existed. With a swift motion, Lin Yin summoned the 3 celestial treasures, which fell into his hands. After erasing the celestial soul energy from them, these treasures became his own. Perhaps your intentions were noble, but your methods were misguided, leading you down an extreme path. For the sake of the lives in the barren realm, I had no choice but to act thus. Lin Yin remarked softly, gazing at the spot where the reincarnation immortal king's avatar had vanished before stowing away the treasures. Meanwhile, in the immortal realm, within the reincarnation immortal palace near the cosmic sea, a figure with long closed eyes suddenly opened them, staring intently into the void. Has the avatar in the lower realm dissipated? The voice of the reincarnation immortal king was eerily calm, betraying no hint of joy or sorrow. It appears that the plan to seize the primal energies of the lower realm has failed. After a brief silence, the reincarnation immortal king's gaze sharpened as he looked towards the depths of the cosmic sea, murmuring, "It seems I must proceed with the next phase of my plan." With that, the reincarnation immortal king vanished from his location, delving into the cosmic sea, disappearing from sight. Simultaneously, As he plunged into the depths of the cosmic sea, several figures in various directions covertly followed suit. In the barren realm, deep within the demon realm, with the reincarnation Immortal King's avatar and all the demon kin eradicated, Lin Yin harnessed his immense power to completely purify and transform the once tainted demon realm into a land reminiscent of the eastern Xiandao prefecture. Moreover, since this part of the demon realm harbored an entrance to the immortal realm, celestial energies occasionally seeped forth from the bronze gates, revitalizing the entire demon realm. It stands to reason that the inability of the lower realm to ascend to immortality was due to the prior isolation enforced by the reincarnation Immortal King's avatar. In the realm of the demonic world, atop a towering peak that pierced the heavens, Lin Yin stood in serene contemplation, enveloped by the ethereal essence of the Tao. A profound sense of tranquility coursed through his being. "Here, I shall transcend to the true immortal realm," he declared. As the words left his lips, he gracefully settled into a meditative posture, eagerly absorbing the Tao's essence. Suddenly, a resounding thunderclap echoed through the cosmos, heralding the emergence of an endless expanse of dark red thunderclouds above Lin Yan's head. With a deafening roar, arcs of crimson lightning flickered ominously within the clouds, exuding an aura of dread. Then, a colossal bolt of dark red tribulation lightning descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Lin Yin atop the peak. Having already comprehended 200 forms of Tao power, the attainment of immortality was merely a procedural formality for him. Although the dark red tribulation posed a lethal threat to true immortal experts, for Lin Yin, it represented a profound boon. With a swift motion, he soared upward, immersing himself in the torrent of dark red tribulation, plunging into the heart of the crimson lightning pool. The liquid of the tribulation was imbued with immense Tao power, significantly enhancing his cultivation. Subsequently, Lin Yin produced the dark red tribulation liquid and the enlightenment pill, beginning to consume them voraciously. Within the lightning pool, Lin Yan's body greedily absorbed the essence, continuously elevating his cultivation level. As time flowed gently by, he lost track of how long he had been in this state of blissful training. It was only when the tribulation liquid within the pool ran dry that Lin Yin emerged from his meditative reverie, feeling a lingering sense of satisfaction. With measured steps, he exited the lightning pool, a wave of astonishment washing over his face as he assessed his newfound cultivation level. He had comprehended over 500 forms of Tao power, and his cultivation had ascended to the threshold of the quasi-immortal king realm. He was now poised to step into the immortal king realm at any moment. Calming the exhilaration within, Lin Yin prepared to depart, intent on journeying to the immortal realm to attain his destiny. However, just as he turned, he caught sight of an even more terrifying mass of thunderclouds hovering in the limitless sky above the dark red tribulation sea. Upon closer inspection, he sensed an aura more formidable than that of the Tao itself, seemingly transcending this realm. In that moment, it felt as though he were peering through the fabric of time and space. More fearsome than the Tao, Lin Yan's heart raced. Despite his mastery of over 500 forms of Tao power and his quasi-immortal king cultivation, the sight of those clouds beyond time sent a shiver through him, as if a mere glance more could spell his doom. Could it be the legendary power, the chaotic force, that only the emperors could wield? Chapter 221. The Phoenix Maiden reaches the pinnacle of heavenly sanctity. Is the reincarnation Immortal King considering betrayal? However, in the next instant, the elusive chaotic thundercloud vanished without a trace, and the terrifying pressure it exuded dissipated in an instant. It became evident that I am still woefully inadequate. Lin Yin retracted his gaze, a bittersweet smile gracing his face. Despite his current power being comparable to that of an immortal king, he had sensed an overwhelming aura of danger emanating from the chaotic thundercloud, as if a single strike from that chaotic lightning could obliterate him entirely. With this thought in mind, Lin Yin retrieved a wisdom pill from his system space and consumed it, embarking on an intense comprehension of the power of the Tao. With the troubles of the wasteland thoroughly resolved, it was time to return and bring Ling Shuang and the others over. Boom. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Yin cast forth a treasure of the immortal Tao resembling a gate, which instantly manifested into a colossal palace, towering majestically above the ground, continuously absorbing the lingering essence of the immortal Tao. Whoosh! After completing these tasks, Lin Yan's figure flickered and vanished from his original location, making his way towards the eastern Xiandao prefecture. With his current cultivation, he returned to the eastern Xiandao prefecture in mere breaths. Master, you have returned so soon? On the mountain peak, the Phoenix Maiden and the others had not departed. Instead, they had set up a grand formation and were quietly engrossed in their cultivation. As soon as Lin Yan appeared, the Phoenix Maiden, who had already reached the pinnacle of heavenly sanctity, rushed forward with a face full of joy. Impressive. You have reached the pinnacle of heavenly sanctity so quickly. The next step is to attain the status of a true immortal, isn't it? Lin Yan said with a smile as he gently descended upon the mountaintop. He noticed that as the Phoenix Maiden's power grew, she exuded a different kind of strength. I shall not hide it from you, Master. Thanks to the pills you provided, I have successfully awakened the bloodline of the ancient Phoenix. If I continue to progress smoothly, becoming an immortal king in the future will not be a dream. Seemingly sensing Lin Yan's curiosity, the Phoenix Maiden spoke with a smile, pride illuminating her features. Congratulations. Lin Yan felt genuinely pleased for the Phoenix Maiden, given his rapid advancement. He hoped that not only the Phoenix Maiden but also Ling Shuang and the others would keep pace with him. Such solitary cultivation would hold little meaning. Reflecting on this, Lin Yan turned and noticed that Ling Shuang and her companions had already reached the pinnacle of human saint level, currently striving vigorously towards the Earth Saint realm. Master, what are our plans moving forward? The Phoenix Maiden, having reached the apex of the Wasteland's power, understood that to advance further, they would need to enter the immortal realm and absorb its essence. Hence, she was eager to locate an entrance to that realm. Lin Yan discerned the longing in the Phoenix Maiden's eyes and responded with a smile. Heed not the haste, for once Shuang and her companions achieve their breakthroughs, I shall escort you to a remarkable realm, a place where one can ascend to immortality. A place of immortality? Upon hearing this, the Phoenix Maiden felt an undeniable thrill within her, yearning to embark immediately towards the path of enlightenment and ascend to the realm of true immortals. However, Lin Yan remained steadfast, and thus she dared not make a move. In the celestial realm, amidst the boundless expanse of the cosmic sea, the figure of the reincarnation immortal king pressed onward with unyielding speed, never pausing for a moment. As he journeyed at full throttle, gradually, a black edifice, shimmering with faint luminescence, emerged into his sight from the depths of the cosmic sea. With each step closer to this enigmatic structure, an aura that clashed with his own formidable essence enveloped him. Breakthrough. Yet, the reincarnation immortal king, fortified by his nearing ascendance to the rank of emperor, valiantly resisted the encroaching mysterious force. No one shall obstruct my path to becoming an emperor. Observing the increasingly colossal black structure before him, a chilling smile crept across his face. Suddenly, in the next moment, a gourd entwined with resplendent multicolored celestial light erupted, unleashing waves of sword light that halted the reincarnation immortal king in his tracks. Reincarnation, why the urgency? Where do you intend to go? Following this, 5 figures, enveloped in the power of the Tao and shrouded in celestial radiance, emerged slowly into the world, forming a surrounding formation that encircled the reincarnation immortal king. Reincarnation, we have been observing your every move. Your actions are quite perilous. We are aware of your deeds in the lower realm, and while we have turned a blind eye, your current actions raise suspicions of treachery against the celestial realm. Amidst the encirclement, the reincarnation immortal king appeared unfazed by the arrival of the 5, instead posing a question. Was it you who thwarted my plans in the lower realm? As he spoke, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Do not cast accusations upon us. We have not meddled in the lower realm. The true genius lies there, and you simply encountered a stroke of misfortune. Furthermore, since your doppelganger was vanquished in the lower realm, it is only a matter of time before he arrives in the celestial realm. Why the urgency now? Surrounding him, the 5 immortal kings, whose powers were on par with his own, regarded him with icy expressions. They were undoubtedly aware that his destination was the lair of the outer world demons, the arch-nemesis of the celestial realm. Thus, the reincarnation immortal king's actions spoke volumes. Are you 5 intent on confronting me? Upon receiving their answer, the reincarnation immortal king ceased his idle chatter, coldly inquiring before drawing forth his innate celestial artifact, the Hall of Reincarnation, unleashing the power of the Tao, poised for battle. The individual from the lower realms obstructed my path to ascension, and I shall inevitably settle this score in due time. However, should any of you impede my progress now, do not blame me for the consequences. Surrounding me, the 5 individuals observed the imminent clash with the reincarnation celestial king, their gazes growing increasingly frigid. Although they would falter in a one-on-one confrontation, united as they were, they embodied an invincible force beneath the threshold of the semi-emperor. Thus, in response to the actions of the reincarnation celestial king, the 5 spoke coldly. Reincarnation. It appears that you have given rise to inner demons. Your fixation on becoming an emperor has led you to the brink of madness. If that is the case, let us 5 assist you in liberating yourself from this torment. As the final syllable resonated, they summoned their respective innate celestial artifacts, radiating celestial light as they charged toward the reincarnation celestial king with lethal intent. Chapter 222. Supreme Celestial King Level 5 Elements Sword. Dual advancements in alchemy and artifact forging. In the desolate realm, the enchanting figure of the Phoenix Maiden gazed in awe at the towering bronze gate, a majestic edifice standing in the void. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise as she exclaimed, "Master, is this truly the place where one can attain the path to immortality?" The ethereal aura emanating from the gate seemed to invigorate her peak heavenly saint cultivation, hinting at a forthcoming advancement. "You shall cultivate here from now on," Lin Yan affirmed, a smile gracing his lips as he observed the astonished expressions on the faces of the Phoenix Maiden and Ling Shuangshuang. Ever since the 4 of them had successfully broken through to the Earth Saint level, Lin Yan had brought them to this sacred site, close to the Celestial Gate, where the presence of celestial energy would significantly aid in their cultivation. "Master, I can hardly contain myself. I must retreat and break through now. If you enter the celestial realm, please wait for me. We shall ascend together," the Phoenix Maiden declared, feeling the rapid surge of her cultivation. With a flicker of her figure, she sought a secluded spot to attempt her breakthrough to the true immortal realm. "Brother Lin Yan, we shall also begin our training." Striving not to hold you back, Ling Shuangshuang and the others resolved, their spirits ignited by the Phoenix Maiden's fervor. They each selected a corner within the palace to enter seclusion and cultivate. Though referred to as a palace, its interior resembled a miniature world, ample enough for Ling Shuangshuang and the others to engage in their retreat. Lin Yan nodded at their departing figures before lifting his gaze to the celestial gate, a glimmer of determination igniting in his eyes. Although this realm was enveloped in celestial energy, the maximum cultivation level it could support was merely that of a quasi-celestial king. Lin Yan understood that to transcend to the celestial king tier, he must venture into the celestial realm. The Phoenix Maiden would likely require considerable time to achieve her breakthrough. Thus, he resolved to refine some elixirs and forge artifacts in the interim. With this thought, Lin Yan swiftly ascended a mountain peak, retrieving his alchemical furnace along with numerous materials of saintly and even celestial grade, and began his crafting. For Lin Yan, the specific elixirs he produced were of little consequence. What he truly desired were the rewards from the system. "Congratulations, host, for successfully refining a batch of 5 patterned saint-level elixirs. A 10,000-fold return grants you 10,000 batches of 5 patterned saint-level elixirs. Congratulations, host, for successfully refining 10,000 batches of 5 patterned saint-level elixirs. You have obtained materials for true immortal-level artifact forging. Congratulations, host, for successfully refining a batch of 5 patterned immortal-level elixirs. A 10,000-fold return grants you 10,000 batches of 5 patterned immortal-level elixirs. Congratulations, host, for successfully refining 10,000 batches of 5 patterned immortal-level elixirs. You have obtained materials for celestial king-level artifact forging." Time swiftly passed. After 3 days, Lin Yan finally exhausted the various elixirs and materials he had gathered during this period. At this moment, Lin Yan gazed at the multitude of materials and techniques radiating various glimmers within the system space, his face alight with joy. Although this round of alchemy did not yield any enhancement in his cultivation, he had amassed a considerable collection of celestial-grade materials for forging. Upon meticulous examination, he discovered that there were over 100 materials at the true immortal level and more than 50 at the celestial king level. What delighted Lin Yan the most was a particularly striking piece of iridescent gold, enveloped not only in a profound aura of the Tao, but also tinged with strands of chaotic power. This was undeniably a quasi-emperor level forging material. The implications were profound. It meant that as soon as his forging skills reached the quasi-emperor tier, he would be capable of crafting treasures of that caliber. Lin Yan's heart swelled with elation. Moreover, through 3 days of alchemical endeavors, he had not only advanced his alchemical prowess to the Celestial King level, but was now ready to embark on forging. He lifted his gaze towards the direction where the Phoenix Maiden was in seclusion, realizing she was preparing to confront the true immortal tribulation. Without hesitation, he summoned the forging platform and commenced his work. Time flew by, and soon 5 days had elapsed. During this period, Lin Yan crafted numerous heavenly saint-level treasures, as well as several true immortal artifacts, successfully elevating his forging skills to the Celestial King level. It was now time to upgrade his 5-element sword. With that thought, Lin Yan retrieved his fated treasure, the 5-element sword. In truth, he had not utilized this treasured weapon extensively, primarily due to its tier lagging behind his rapid cultivation advancements. With an abundance of materials at his disposal and preparations to enter the immortal realm, it was indeed time for an upgrade. With this resolution, Lin Yan set to work. Within a mere day's time, he successfully elevated his fated treasure, the 5-element sword, to the pinnacle of the heavenly saint level, just a step away from the true immortal grade, needing only celestial materials to ascend to a true immortal treasure. Then came the main event. After another 5 days, the heavens suddenly darkened, crimson thunderclouds gathering ominously. A bolt of heavenly lightning, imbued with the essence of the Tao, descended directly towards Lin Yan's forging platform, aiming for the 5-elements sword that radiated rich celestial light. Boom. However, as the lethal thunder aimed to annihilate true immortals approached, Lin Yan slowly raised his head, offering no defense, but instead lifted the 5-elements sword high and made a gentle sweep. In an instant, a blade of sword energy, capable of rending the void, surged forth towards the ominous crimson lightning. Sizzle. The moment the crimson lightning met the sword energy, it disintegrated like snowflakes meeting a blazing ember. Moreover, the sword energy surged forward unabated, slicing through the dark red thunderclouds with a speed that transcended time and space, cleaving them in twain and dispersing them across the heavens. An unparalleled Celestial King-level treasure. It was complete. Gazing at the slowly dissipating crimson thunderclouds in the heavens and earth, Lin Yan's face revealed a hint of satisfaction. The mere swing of his sword, executed with casual grace, possessed such formidable might that it was almost unimaginable to ponder the heights he could attain when he unleashed his full power. However, Lin Yan refrained from fully exerting himself in this realm, for should he bring destruction upon it, he would undoubtedly be deemed a sinner. What lay ahead was his entry into the celestial realm, where he would not only transcend his cultivation, but also elevate his forging skills to the level of a quasi-emperor, thus enabling him to upgrade the 5-elements sword once more. A glimmer of brilliance ignited in Lin Yan's eyes. By then, not only would he be on the verge of becoming a quasi-emperor, but even if a true quasi-emperor were to descend, he would possess the means to contend with such a formidable presence. Chapter 223. Crisis in the Celestial Realm, the Emperor's Plan. Congratulations, Master. At the same moment, as Lin Yan elevated his 5-elements sword to the pinnacle of the immortal king level, the Phoenix Maiden successfully transcended the true immortal tribulation and approached Lin Yan. Her eyes filled with envy and joy as they fixed upon the sword in his hand. Even though the Phoenix Maiden had already attained the status of a true immortal, the mere sight of the 5-elements sword emanated an aura of extreme danger, as if even a wisp of its essence could annihilate her. And congratulations to you as well, for achieving the status of a true immortal. Lin Yan smiled as he gazed at the fully transformed Phoenix Maiden, sheathing the 5-elements sword. Now that she had broken through to the true immortal realm, her ancient Phoenix bloodline was completely awakened. Although she had just reached the true immortal stage, her cultivation was firmly established at the peak of the early true immortal level. In terms of her actual combat power, she would not fear even the late-stage true immortals and could stand her ground in battle. Compared to you, Master, I am but a mere speck. The Phoenix Maiden chuckled awkwardly, realizing that her true immortal cultivation was insignificant before Lin Yan, akin to that of an ant. Observing her embarrassment, Lin Yan chuckled in response. At least in this realm, you are indeed considered a top prodigy. As his words fell, Lin Yan turned to the Phoenix Maiden and added, I plan to journey to the celestial realm next. Do you have any intentions? Upon hearing the word celestial realm, a glint of brilliance flashed in the Phoenix Maiden's eyes, only to be quickly overshadowed by a hint of melancholy. She spoke softly, "I intend to return to my clan first. It has been quite some time since I left. And with the demonic forces attacking, I worry for their safety." Her sentence trailed off, but the implication was clear. Lin Yin nodded in understanding. "Given your current cultivation, you are already an invincible entity in this desolate realm. Go ahead, I shall not wait for you. I will venture into the celestial realm to scout the way." As he finished speaking, Lin Yin presented the Phoenix Maiden with a celestial treasure and a multitude of elixirs. Overcome with emotion, she accepted the gifts, tears welling in her eyes. She immediately enveloped Lin Yin in a heartfelt embrace before turning and departing. Standing still, Lin Yin watched her retreating figure until it vanished completely. He then glanced at Ling Shuang and the others beside him, and with a wave of his hand, several celestial formations enveloped them in protection. In the next instant, Lin Yan's figure flickered, hastening towards the celestial gate, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the celestial radiance. In the depths of the boundless cosmic sea, boom, a deafening roar erupted, akin to the explosion of a universe, as terrifying energy waves surged outward, shattering countless stars into fragments along their path. Whoosh! 5 figures, cloaked in celestial light, surged forth from the center of the explosion, standing resolutely in 5 distinct directions, their faces etched with icy resolve as they gazed ahead. Reincarnation. Should you remain obstinate and unyielding, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Buzz. As the words fell, an overwhelmingly terrifying force erupted from the 5 individuals. Unmistakably the power of the great Tao surging forth. Each of them was ensnared by no less than 2,000 strands of this remarkable power, which gradually converged towards the celestial king-level weapon in their grasp. It was evident that this time, the 5 were genuinely committed, intent on delivering a lethal blow to the reincarnation celestial king. Ha! Such audacious bravado. In the next moment, a figure clad in black robes surged forth from the epicenter of the explosion, hovering in the sky and coldly gazing down at the 5. With mere numbers, what can you do against me? I have declared that anyone who dares obstruct my path to becoming an emperor shall be my enemy, a foe to be pursued relentlessly. Kill. Upon hearing the reincarnation celestial king's declaration, the expressions of the 5 instantly hardened, their eyes igniting with murderous intent as they unleashed the formidable offensive in their hands. Initially, they had contemplated persuading the reincarnation celestial king to retreat, for within the entire celestial realm, none could rival his combat prowess. However, now that he had resolved to ally with the extraterrestrial demons, they could not allow his ambitions to come to fruition. Buzz. The combined strike of the 5 tore open a rift in the fabric of the cosmic sea, revealing a faint glimmer of chaotic power. Oomph, you have forced my hand. In the distance, the reincarnation celestial king, observing the joint attack now tainted by a thread of chaotic energy, felt a surge of apprehension rising within him. Without hesitation, he retrieved a black stone inscribed with various runes from his bosom, intending to shatter it. You dare. However, the moment the reincarnation celestial king brandished the black stone, the 5 top-tier celestial kings of the celestial realm were taken aback, admonishing him vehemently. Bang! Yet it was all too late. The reincarnation celestial king crushed the black stone before their very eyes. Buzz. In the next instant, an endless surge of corrosive dark magic energy erupted from the shattered stone, enveloping the realm almost instantaneously. The 5, who had just launched an assault against the reincarnation celestial king, swiftly withdrew, their figures transforming into streaks of light as they retreated. Meanwhile, the reincarnation celestial king stood amidst the torrent of dark magic, which gradually coalesced into a pathway through time and space, leading deep into the boundless cosmic sea. Damn it! Our celestial realm's coordinates have been exposed. What should we do? The 5 gazed at the reincarnation celestial king, now shrouded in endless dark magic, their faces twisted in rage, wishing they could annihilate him on the spot. Yet, that dark magic belonged to an extraterrestrial emperor demon, a force they could not contend with. Even with their supreme celestial king status, perhaps we should summon that esteemed emperor from the celestial Tao realm to intervene once more, employing his grand techniques to relocate our celestial realm deep into the cosmic sea. I would be inclined to do so, but But how do we contact that esteemed emperor? Since the last time we incurred a tremendous cost to summon his assistance in relocating, we have lost all contact with him. Shall we merely resign ourselves to fate? If that otherworldly demon truly descends upon us, will there be any living souls remaining in our celestial realm? The 5 individuals bore expressions of deep anxiety before the emperor. They possessed no means to contend. Perhaps the only chance for the survival of our celestial realm lies within the Tao tree of the 5 elements. Are you suggesting we unite the entire celestial realm's strength to cultivate a quasi-emperor? The 4 regarded one among them with astonishment, though this notion seemed preposterous. It might indeed be the sole viable path. Who would be the candidate? Among all in the celestial realm, we 5 are the closest to that quasi-emperor level. However, upon hearing this, the leader among them slowly shook his head and replied with indifference. As for the candidate, has he not already made his appearance in the lower realm? Chapter 224. The Reincarnation Immortal King ascends to sovereignty, transcending all realms. In the lower realms, behind him, the inebriated Taoist, a supreme immortal king holding a wine gourd, furrowed his brow upon hearing these words. Futu, that individual from the lower realms, merely stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity that disrupted the Reincarnation Immortal King's plans. Do you truly believe he is a prodigious talent that emerges once in several hundred millennia? To invest all the resources of the immortal realm in him, rather than considering us who are perilously close to the threshold of quasi-emperorship? As the words of the drunken Taoist fell, the Xianjian Immortal King, Danzun Immortal King, and Qi Tian Immortal King nodded in agreement. After all, it seems rather unreasonable to channel the entire immortal realm's resources into a mere junior from that desolate lower realm, who is not even an unparalleled immortal Taoist, even if we were to concede that he were indeed a once-in-a-100,000-year genius. There's simply isn't sufficient time for him to mature, to leap directly from the holy realm to the immortal realm, bypassing the vast expanse of the immortal level, and ascend to quasi-emperorship is, I believe, something you understand to be utterly impossible, Futu. In response to the remarks of the 4 behind him, the Futu Immortal King, the strongest being in the entire immortal realm apart from the Reincarnation Immortal King, maintained a placid expression, merely stating, "What if I were to say that he has already attained our level, having stepped into the Immortal King realm, and has now arrived in the immortal realm?" What? The moment the Futu Immortal King's words fell, a profound shock enveloped the faces of the 4 behind him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In such a short span, even if he is extraordinarily talented, he cannot possibly break through from the holy realm to the immortal king level. Indeed, furthermore, there are no conditions in that barren lower realm conducive to achieving immortality. The 4 expressed their incredulity, as this notion was utterly fantastical, shattering their understanding of the possible. However, in response to their disbelief, the Futu Immortal King merely smiled lightly. Whether true or false, we shall ascertain it together. With those words, the Futu Immortal King transformed into a streak of light and vanished from sight. In fact, he had long since established a secret formation at the entrance connecting the lower realm to the immortal realm upon discovering the Reincarnation Immortal King's plans. The moment someone ascended from below to the immortal realm, he would be immediately aware of it. At that moment, despite their inner doubts, the 4 supreme immortal kings, including the drunken Taoist, swiftly followed suit, for this matter concerned the very survival of their immortal realm. Reincarnation seeks an audience with Lord Tiamat. In the myriad realms, in a cosmic expanse unknown to mortals, the Reincarnation Immortal King was enveloped in overwhelming imperial demonic energy, standing before an imposing black palace, and respectfully clasped his fists in greeting. "Jia Jia Jia, a being from the myriad realms, you appear quite delectable." At the very moment the Reincarnation Celestial King spoke, countless black, demonic shadows materialized in the surrounding void, their sinister smiles fixated on him. Observing the dense array of these malevolent figures, the Reincarnation Celestial King felt an acute sense of alienation from the very fabric of this realm, particularly as each shadow exuded immense strength. If one were to assess their power by the standards of the celestial realm, each would be a formidable being above the true immortal level, with numerous among them possessing the might of celestial kings. As far as he was aware, the ominous black demon palace before him was merely a branch of the extraterrestrial demonic forces. Suddenly, the doors of the black demon palace swung open, revealing a pathway forged entirely of black, demonic energy, suffused with chaotic power, unfurling directly before the reincarnation celestial king. Enter. A voice resonated, imbued with an overwhelming aura of terror, causing the very cosmos to tremble. The previously visible demonic shadows vanished in an instant, plunging the surroundings into an eerie silence. In that moment, compelled by the voice, the reincarnation celestial king found himself stepping onto the black pathway, and in the blink of an eye, he was transported to another realm. As the scenery transformed, he opened his eyes to survey his surroundings. He appeared to be within a diminutive world, surrounded by towering, fearsome black demonic statues, each entwined with wisps of chaotic energy, emanating an oppressive aura. The reincarnation celestial king felt insignificantly small, akin to an ant in the presence of these statues. You possess the demon stone, thus, you are the chosen one. Speak your desire. Suddenly, the earlier voice, laden with palpable terror, reverberated throughout this small realm, weaving through the statues, creating the illusion that they were speaking. Power. I yearn for power. Initially gripped by trepidation, the reincarnation celestial king's desires erupted when he sensed the apparent lack of malice from the statues. I beseech you, great lord of demons, grant me the power of an emperor. Following his declaration, after a brief silence, the voice echoed once more. Offer your immortal soul, and I shall bestow upon you the power of an emperor. This time, the voice was devoid of emotion, cold and indifferent. Buzz. Without granting the reincarnation celestial king a moment to ponder, a mysterious force surged into his immortal soul, awakening his darker inclinations. Chaos power. This is chaos power, he exclaimed, laughter erupting from him. I have successfully ascended to the rank of emperor. Simultaneously, the reincarnation celestial king acquired the coveted power of an emperor, an endless reservoir of mysterious and potent magic flooding into his being, gradually augmenting his strength. However, if someone were present at this moment, they would undoubtedly notice the emergence of a demonic mark upon the brow of the reincarnation celestial king, and his entire being no longer radiated the previous celestial brilliance, but was instead shrouded in boundless demonic energy. Futu, I am on the verge of ascending to the imperial throne. Previously, you obstructed my path. Henceforth, I shall return to the celestial realm and ensure that each of you pays the price. From this day forward, I demand the entire celestial realm to bow beneath my sole authority. With these words, the reincarnation celestial king calmly seated himself and began to wholeheartedly harness this mysterious and formidable power. At the same time, beyond the realms of all heavens and worlds, upon a lofty plateau, we, who once sought the power above the emperor, have been trapped here for countless eons, oblivious to the passage of millions of years. At last, we have touched upon that level of power, capable of influencing the myriad realms. Indeed, as long as these mere ants can gather sufficient quantities of potent fresh blood for us, we shall unravel that secret and attain the ultimate transcendent force. That day is not far off. As the words faded, several enigmatic figures cloaked in chaotic energy gently waved their hands, causing countless black stones to cascade from the plateau, descending into the myriad realms. Chapter 225. The power of 2,000 great avenues shocks all celestial kings. In the celestial realm, upon an unnamed celestial mountain, Lin Yin pondered. Is this the might of the celestial king? Standing atop the peak, he was embraced by wisps of celestial mist, his white robes billowing in the wind, resembling a divine being. With a mere gesture, Lin Yin unleashed a terrifying force of the great avenues, causing the surrounding void to tremble precariously, as if it might shatter at any moment. With the aid of the enlightenment tree and enlightenment pills, he had comprehended 2,000 paths of the great avenues, drawing ever closer to the elusive 3,000. Feeling the surge of his formidable strength, a deep confidence radiated from his eyes. In this moment, unless an emperor-level expert intervened, he felt invincible. However, just as these thoughts coursed through Lin Yan's mind, several spatial rifts abruptly appeared around him, from which emerged 5 figures clad in celestial robes. Unfazed by the sudden arrival of these 5, Lin Yin maintained his composure, his expression as tranquil as ever. May I inquire why esteemed friends have come? He asked, wishing to avoid conflict in this new realm. Remarkable, indeed, the cultivation of a celestial king, one of them exclaimed, yet they did not respond to his question. instead staring at him in astonishment. You truly descended from the lower realms? The drunken celestial king questioned, his surprise palpable at Lin Yan's swift ascent to the celestial king stage upon entering this realm. The other four supreme celestial kings, including the towering figure known as Futu, also turned their attention to Lin Yan, clearly intrigued by this revelation. Atop the celestial mountain, Lin Yan, hands clasped behind his back, regarded the five with a flicker of surprise. Each of them exuded an aura of power surpassing his own, their mastery of the great avenues nearing the threshold of the emperor level. It was evident that these five were likely the mightiest beings within the celestial realm. Surely, the five most powerful celestial kings have not come merely to pose such a question. Lin Yan refrained from answering the drunken celestial king's inquiry, realizing that his entrance into the celestial realm had already drawn their attention, indicating they had been aware of him even while he was still in the lower realms. Oh, young friend, you are indeed a rare genius, discerning our true identities so swiftly. Futu, the supreme celestial king, responded, a smile slowly spreading across his face. Yet, you seem rather presumptuous. Knowing who we are, why do you not pay your respects? The drunken celestial king remarked, sensing Lin Yan's indifference and feeling a twinge of displeasure. As for the three supreme celestial kings, although they did not voice their thoughts, they were somewhat perturbed internally. After all, they stood at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, and Lin Yan, as a junior, exhibited a lack of respect towards them, which was rather inappropriate. If you find this displeasing, feel free to take action and teach me a lesson. However, Lin Yan was indifferent to their dissatisfaction. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Why should he diminish his own stature when he possesses such formidable power? Futu, you heard him. This is what he claimed himself. Do not accuse me of bullying the weak later, he said, glancing back at Futu, seeking his opinion. Indeed, the audacity of a newborn calf unafraid of tigers can be commendable, yet one must not be overly arrogant, for that is ill-advised. Drunkenness. You may proceed to teach him a lesson. Upon hearing Futu's words, a spark of excitement lit up Drunkenness's face. With a flicker of celestial light in his hand, a terrifying offensive surged towards Lin Yan. Of course, Drunkenness did not unleash his full power. He held back, as they needed to nurture Lin Yan to combat the extraterrestrial demons and could not afford to kill him. Nevertheless, as he observed Drunkenness's assault, Lin Yan shook his head in disappointment. Bang! With a mere wave of his hand, he effortlessly neutralized Drunkenness's attack. Drunkenness, if this is all the strength you possess, you might as well withdraw and not waste my time. Buzz. As Lin Yan's words resonated, 2,000 strands of Tao power manifested into countless divine rings, enveloping him and rendering him akin to a deity. The terrifying pressure emanating from these 2,000 strands of Tao power radiated outward, collapsing the very void, revealing numerous dark spatial rifts in its wake. What is happening? The commotion was so great that it attracted many formidable beings above the true immortal realm, including several celestial kings. How is this possible? At that moment, Drunkenness's eyes widened in astonishment, gazing at Lin Yan as if he were a monstrous entity. 2,000 strands of Tao power. You tell me this is someone from the lower realm? Not only Drunkenness, but all four supreme celestial kings, including Futu, were profoundly shocked. They had initially thought it astonishing that Lin Yan, having come from the lower realm, had achieved the realm of celestial king, but the spectacle before them shattered their worldview entirely. 2,000 strands of Tao power. This placed him amongst their ranks, at the apex of celestial kings. After a considerable time, the five of them gradually emerged from their state of shock. Although their worldview struggled to accommodate this reality, the evidence lay plainly before them. It seems the secrets held by this young friend far exceed our imagination. A smile graced Futu's face. The more terrifying Lin Yan's talent appeared, the more viable their imperial creation plan became. As for the inebriated immortal king beside him, upon witnessing the 2,000 strands of Tao power surrounding Lin Yan, he fell silent. He was acutely aware that, given his own strength, he could at most suppress Lin Yan, but capturing him was entirely out of the question. Alas, how infuriating it is to see such disparity among individuals. At the summit of the immortal mountain, Lin Yan observed the reactions of the five individuals opposite him. They did not appear to be seeking trouble. He inquired with curiosity, "Do you have any matters to discuss?" Noticing this, the floating stupa immortal king smiled and transmitted a message. "Might I have a moment of your time? young friend? Chapter 226, The Hope of the Entire Realm. In the celestial realm, atop an endless mountain rich with celestial energy, 5 supreme celestial kings, including Lin Yin and the venerable Buddha, gathered within a pavilion enveloped in ethereal mists. Upon hearing the Buddha King's proposal, Lin Yan's expression registered a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated that these 5 would be willing to bestow such an opportunity upon him. Fear not, young friend Lin, the Buddha King reassured. Our cultivation has reached its zenith. Unless a rare opportunity presents itself, no amount of resources can elevate our powers further. However, your remarkable talent and unbounded potential are perfectly suited for this endeavor. Sensing Lin Yan's lingering apprehension, the Buddha King continued, if you have no objections, it would be prudent to proceed with this plan post-haste. The return of the Reincarnation King, having activated the Black Demon Stone, has exposed our celestial realm's coordinates. Without an Emperor-level guardian, our realm is vulnerable to the encroachment of those outer demons. Should the Reincarnation King attain Emperor status, he will undoubtedly return to seize our domain. The intoxicated king, taking a swig of strong liquor, wore a troubled expression. He speaks the truth. In the eyes of the outer demons, our realm, devoid of Emperor-level protection, faces certain doom once our coordinates are revealed. The other celestial kings nodded in agreement. Their roots lay firmly within the celestial realm, and forsaking it was not an option. What say you, young friend Lin? The Buddha King inquired, casting a gaze toward Lin Yan. Despite the urgency of the matter, he deemed it essential to seek Lin Yan's opinion. Lin Yan, savoring a celestial fruit, observed the anxious faces of the Buddha King and the others. Though he had yet to encounter these outer demons, their ability to instill such dread in 5 supreme celestial kings indicated their formidable strength. Moreover, the critical point remained. The connection between the lower realms and the celestial realm was undeniable. An invasion of the celestial realm would inevitably jeopardize the lower realms, an outcome Lin Yan was determined to avert. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yan nodded resolutely. I shall undertake this responsibility. However, I do not require the entirety of the celestial realm's resources. Merely provide me with ample materials for alchemy, artifact forging, and array formation. Upon hearing Lin Yan's agreement, the 5 celestial kings exchanged glances of relief and joy. Your willingness to shoulder this burden marks you as a hero of our celestial realm, the Buddha King remarked. Yet, a note of confusion lingered among them. Why do you solely seek materials for alchemy, artifact crafting, and array formation, when we possess such an abundance of celestial resources more suited for cultivation? Moreover, during this extraordinary period, they were able to borrow the Tao tree of the 5 elements celestial king. In response to the inquiries of the 5, Lin Yan merely smiled lightly and said, I shall not conceal it from you. My cultivation is rather unique. During the processes of alchemy, artifact forging, and array formation, I find it significantly easier to enter a state of enlightenment, thus allowing my cultivation to progress at an accelerated rate. Oh, I had no idea that young friend Lin was such a polymath. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, the expressions of Putuo and the others were filled with astonishment. Given Lin Yan's current level of cultivation, the ability to achieve new insights from alchemy, artifact forging, and array formation is a testament to his mastery in these 3 disciplines, indicating that he has at least reached the pinnacle of celestial king level. In the realms of cultivation, alchemy, artifact forging, and array techniques, he has achieved a comprehensive level of mastery at the apex of celestial king. This is simply too prodigious. How on earth does he cultivate? The group, including Drunken Wine, gazed at Lin Yan, once again struck with awe. Such talent had never graced their celestial realm before. After a brief moment of shock, Putuo and the others quickly regained their composure. They promptly retrieved all the materials they had collected over the years related to alchemy, artifact forging, and array formation from their storage bags and presented them to Lin Yan. Young friend Lin, you may retreat to the summit of this mountain for your cultivation. I shall assign someone to guard the perimeter, ensuring no one disturbs your practice. As Lin Yan beheld the magnificent array of materials piled high before him, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Among these materials, the lowest grade was celestial king level, each radiating celestial light, resplendent and dazzling. Furthermore, Lin Yan discovered that among the numerous celestial king materials, there were 5 pieces of quasi-emperor level materials. This is my contact method. Should you have any needs in the future, Do not hesitate to ask. As long as it exists within the celestial realm, we will do our utmost to fulfill it. Before departing, Celestial King Putois tossed a communication token to Lin Yin and immediately turned, leading Drunken Wine and the others away. Within the pavilion, as Lin Yin watched the figures of Putois and the others vanish, his gaze remained calm, lost in contemplation. After a long while, he waved his hand, summoning dozens of supreme Celestial King formations that rippled into existence, enveloping the entire pavilion and rendering it impervious to external scrutiny. Dozens of supreme Celestial King formations. Outside the Celestial Mountain, Putois and the others hovered in the air, gazing at the mountain shrouded in boundless celestial energy, their faces etched with shock and trepidation. The instant deployment of such an array of formations was utterly unprecedented. We should withdraw early to gather resources for young friend Lin. If we linger here too long and provoke him, facing dozens of supreme Celestial King formations, it is likely that even our combined strength would be insufficient to withstand it. A bitter smile crept onto Celestial King Putois' lips as he led the four others away. Within the Celestial Mountain, in the pavilion, it was only after Putois and the others had completely departed that Lin Yin finally began to take action. I hope you all can perform admirably. As soon as he finished speaking, he put away the 5 elemental enlightenment pills he had previously taken out. Subsequently, Lin Yin summoned his alchemical furnace and began the process of concocting pills. Chapter 227. A century has passed. Lin Yin reaches the pinnacle of the Immortal Emperor. In the depths of the boundless cosmic sea, within the immense black hall of heavenly demons, numerous statues encircle a black blood pool at its center. Buzz. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a surge of chaotic energy suddenly envelopes the entire hall of heavenly demons. Hee. It is done. I have successfully broken through to the Emperor realm, becoming a quasi-emperor powerhouse. From within the black blood pool, the reincarnation Immortal King opens his eyes, which had been closed for an indeterminate period. Chaotic energy coils around him, and an extraordinarily formidable power surges forth, causing the surrounding void to collapse under its weight. Hee. Just wait, for when I return, I shall be the sovereign of the entire immortal realm. Whoosh. In the next instant, the reincarnation Immortal Emperor steps forward, appearing directly outside the hall of heavenly demons. Reincarnation, you have attained the Emperor status, thus you shall henceforth be the master of this branch hall. Your task is to conquer the 3 great realms surrounding the hall of heavenly demons, transforming them into the territory of our demon tribe. In the void, the reincarnation Immortal Emperor hears a voice resounding in his mind. Instead of surprise, he nods with excitement. Indeed, throughout the myriad realms, only our demon tribe is the true sovereign. We pay homage to the new hall master. Simultaneously, numerous figures of the demon tribe suddenly appear in the surrounding void of the hall of heavenly demons. Looking around, the weakest among these demon tribe members possesses the strength of true immortals, while the powerful demons at the Immortal King level are countless. Splendid. Let us conquer the myriad realms together. Whoosh. As soon as the words leave his lips, the reincarnation Immortal Emperor transforms into a streak of light, rushing towards the immortal realm. Fresh blood is on the way. Trailing behind him is a throng of demon tribe members. An impending crisis of life and death is quietly approaching the immortal realm. In the lower realm, near the entrance to the immortal realm, this place has long since become the center of cultivation for the entire lower realm, with powerful forces relocating their traditions here. Nurtured by the rich spiritual and immortal energies, some have successfully broken the shackles, attaining the true immortal realm. At this moment, within a colossal palace situated at the very center, whoosh, Ling Shuang and Ling Jiao, along with 2 others, finally opened their long-closed eyes. Phew, it has been quite a challenge. After such a prolonged retreat, we have finally succeeded in breaking through to the true immortal realm. Upon becoming a true immortal, Ling Jiao's figure becomes more voluptuous, exuding an aura of a celestial maiden. Brother Lin Yin and sister Huang entered the immortal realm a century ago. Now that we have also broken through, let us head to the immortal realm to find them. Ling Shuang gazes at her companions who have also achieved breakthroughs, her face alight with excitement. Now that I have become a true immortal, I trust one have not held back Brother Lin Yin. With such emotions in their hearts, Ling Shuang and the 4 others stepped onto the celestial light, entering the grand portal to the immortal realm. A century ago, atop the celestial mountain where Lin Yin and the other 5 resided, he let out a long sigh. Regrettably, the materials were insufficient. Otherwise, these imperial elixirs and weapons could have been further enhanced. Gazing at the pile of imperial elixirs, entwined in chaotic power and resembling a small mountain, as well as the numerous imperial weapons similarly ensnared, Lin Yin shook his head slightly. After a century of secluded cultivation, he had shattered his limitations, reaching the pinnacle of the immortal emperor realm. Moreover, he had comprehended the profound essence of the 3,000 paths of chaos, rendering him extraordinarily formidable. Yet, upon attaining this level, Lin Yin sensed the existence of another realm beyond the immortal emperor, but despite his relentless exploration, he found no clues. Lin, my young friend, we have uncovered the matter you previously requested us to investigate. As Lin Yin pondered, the immortal king of Floating Pagoda briskly entered from outside the pavilion, each step revealing a trace of chaotic power beneath his feet. Indeed, during this century, the immortal king and the other 4, with Lin Yin's assistance, had successfully broken through their constraints and advanced to the quasi-emperor level. Our investigations have revealed that within the universe where our immortal realm resides, there are 3 major territories, including ours, while the stronghold of the celestial demon race boasts over 5 outposts. Furthermore, the other 2 realms have already been invaded and occupied by the celestial demon race, with all living beings within mercilessly slaughtered, leaving no survivors. At this point, the quasi-emperor of Floating Pagoda paused slightly before adding, moreover, our inquiry suggests that the celestial demon race appears to be specifically collecting the blood of beings from various realms and infusing it into a mysterious formation, causing it to vanish. Upon hearing the report from the quasi-emperor, Lin Yin nodded, acknowledging their efforts. Understood. You have worked hard. The cycle will be entrusted to you. A great army of the celestial demon race is approaching the immortal realm, and they are not far off. Have they arrived? The quasi-emperor of Floating Pagoda's expression shifted to one of excitement, tinged with an inexorable killing intent, and he immediately bowed before turning to leave. A mysterious formation to transport the essence of that blood? Lin Yin pondered deeply. Then, with a flash, his figure vanished from the spot. In the boundless sea of the universe, the quasi-emperor of reincarnation cackled, I have returned. Immortal realm, prepare to welcome your new master. As he gazed at the vibrant immortal realm in the distance, a cruel smile crept across his face. Once handsome, he now bore the ghastly visage wrought by the taint of celestial demon power, rendering his smile terrifying and grotesque. At the same time, behind the reincarnation of the quasi-emperor, the throngs of the celestial demon clan revealed bloodthirsty smiles. Without waiting for the command of reincarnation, they could not resist charging towards the immortal realm. Cackling, the delectable blood feast, I am coming. However, in the next moment, just as those celestial demons surged halfway, a brilliant sword light cleaved through the air, and the densely packed celestial demon clan fell like cut wheat, collapsing in droves. Furthermore, after their demise, unable to withstand the chaotic power contained within the sword light, they shattered into countless wisps of demonic energy, completely dissipating into the cosmic sea. Reincarnation, who bestowed upon you the audacity to return to the immortal realm. Chapter 228. Who gave you the courage? The sudden turn of events left the army of the celestial demons, who had yet to charge forth, stunned in their tracks. They gazed ahead at the formidable figures of their kin, now reduced to mere ash scattered across the skies, their faces a tapestry of shock. Even as members of the celestial demon race, an unsettling fear gripped their hearts. This was their elite force. The vanguard comprised solely of those who had transcended to the realm of celestial kings. Yet, in this moment, all of them had been annihilated by a single sword strike, not even granted a semblance of resistance. Simultaneously, as a chilling voice echoed, 5 figures emerged from various directions, encircling the reincarnation sovereign. It is you. The reincarnation sovereign's expression shifted from arrogance to apprehension upon recognizing the 5 who had suddenly appeared. How is this possible? In just a century, how could you have all ascended to the level of sovereign? With your innate talents and the resources of the celestial realm, it is insufficient to cultivate 5 sovereign-level beings. The disbelief in his eyes was palpable. He had sacrificed his very soul to attain the title of sovereign. Yet now, the 5 before him stood as unscathed sovereigns. their profound strength instilling within him a sense of impending doom. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This cannot be real. It must be an illusion. Break. The reincarnation sovereign murmured to himself, raising his hand to unleash an attack imbued with chaotic energy, stirring the cosmic sea into a tumultuous wave. However, no matter how hard he struggled, the figures surrounding him, including Futu, remained with cold smiles, fixated upon him. Fool, you have become a sovereign. What formation could possibly bind you, aside from those of equal or greater power? Ultimately, with a sharp admonition from Futu, the reincarnation sovereign was jolted back to reality, the truth dawning upon him. 5 sovereigns, how have you accomplished this? With clarity came a surge of trepidation, and he felt the urge to retreat. He had finally achieved sovereign-level cultivation, yet before he could relish his newfound power, he faced imminent demise. However, despite his thoughts, his body no longer heeded his command. A compulsion to fulfill a mandatory task surged within him, to slaughter the beings of the celestial realm and pour their lifeblood into the teleportation array. We once offered you an opportunity, yet you failed to seize it. Your current predicament is entirely of your own making. As the words faded, the 5 figures surged forth in unison, unleashing a terrifying assault infused with chaotic energy upon the reincarnation sovereign. 5 formidable quasi-emperors united their might, unleashing a terrifying assault that even tore open a void within the cosmic sea. Encircled at the center, the reincarnation quasi-emperor gazed at the lethal onslaught from the 5, a look of dread immediately dawning upon his countenance. Rather than muster the resolve to fight back, his instinct was to flee. Yet the 5, having already sealed off his escape routes, left him with nowhere to run. Ultimately, the reincarnation quasi-emperor could only watch helplessly as the united strike of the 5 descended upon him. Boom! In the next instant, a tremendous roar erupted, and the terrifying shockwave surged outward, engulfing the surroundings. Those among the celestial demon race who failed to evade in time were obliterated, reduced to mere ashes by the explosive aftermath. Meanwhile, the 5 quasi-emperors, cold and indifferent, observed the epicenter of the explosion. Time rushed by, and moments later, when the shockwave finally dissipated, the scene within was revealed. How could this be? As the 5 quasi-emperors gazed upon the center of the explosion, their faces were etched with astonishment, disbelief filling their eyes. Against their combined force, the reincarnation quasi-emperor not only remained unscathed, but stood there as if he had suffered no harm whatsoever. Cackling softly, the reincarnation quasi-emperor's body had transformed entirely. His former quasi-emperor cultivation was gone, replaced by an overwhelming aura of oppression and danger that gripped the 5 in fear. It was as if the being before them was not merely a quasi-emperor, but a true emperor-level powerhouse. You are not the reincarnation quasi-emperor. The 5 regarded him with trepidation. To evoke such a sense of peril in beings of their caliber signified that his true strength was undoubtedly that of a genuine emperor. Cackling again, he replied, "Indeed, I am not that worthless being. I merely borrowed his body temporarily. Alas, I cannot linger in this realm for long, or I would surely cleanse the entire multiverse in blood to fuel my transcendent path." As he spoke, the reincarnation quasi-emperor cast a cold smile at the 5. However, annihilating you and a celestial realm would be more than sufficient. In an instant, he raised his hand, channeling a surge of chaotic power that pierced through time and space, appearing directly before the 5. Poof! Caught utterly off guard, the 5 quasi-emperors were sent reeling, blood spilling from their mouths as they were flung backward, gravely wounded and incapacitated. Alas, this body is indeed too feeble. Even the power of an immortal emperor is somewhat beyond its limits. In the distance, the reincarnation quasi-emperor observed the 5 individuals who had been grievously wounded and were now hurled backward, disappointment etched across his face as he shook his head. Subsequently, he took a step forward and appeared before the floating pagoda quasi-emperor and others, intent on delivering the final blow. However, just as he made his move, a terrifying wave of pressure descended from the heavens, instantly forcing him to the ground, rendering him incapable of movement. Who bestowed upon you the audacity to intrude upon my domain and harm those under my protection? Chapter 229, A Realm Beyond the World, Above the Celestial Emperors. The sudden onslaught of pressure forced the reincarnation celestial emperor to the ground, rendering him utterly immobile. Who are you? A flicker of astonishment crossed the reincarnation Celestial Emperor's mind. Though he was merely a fragment of power descended from that realm beyond the world, it still bore the cultivation of a Celestial Emperor. However, this individual could exert such overwhelming pressure that it incapacitated him completely, indicating the newcomer's formidable strength, nearly rivaling his own peak prowess. This chaos among the myriad realms was instigated by you, was it not? You seek to sacrifice the blood of living beings across the realms to obtain power above the imperial level, to transcend? The visitor was none other than Lin Yan, who, instead of responding directly to the reincarnation Celestial Emperor's inquiry, coldly fixed his gaze upon him and spoke slowly. Previously, he had traversed 2 other major realms, annihilating all members of the demon clan within, and through the remnants of a mysterious teleportation array, he had learned of the existence of the realm beyond. Simultaneously, Lin Yan discovered that the demon clan's widespread invasion of the myriad realms was driven by a few individuals from that transcendent realm, aspiring to ascend to even higher planes. How unexpected that there exists a being in this world capable of breaking free from constraints, achieving such heights. After hearing Lin Yan's words, the reincarnation Celestial Emperor fell silent for a moment before suddenly breaking into a faint smile. Alas, we cannot manifest in this world, otherwise. Your perfect bloodline would undoubtedly shatter the seals of that ancient palace, fulfilling our desires. With that, the reincarnation Celestial Emperor paused slightly before continuing. You must surely know the precise location of that transcendent realm. If you have the audacity, come seek us there. Otherwise, we shall continue to unleash the demon stones, cleansing the myriad realms in blood. With the conclusion of his words, the reincarnation Celestial Emperor exploded into a cloud of blood mist before dissipating into the void. Are there not others of his caliber? Lin Yan slowly raised his head, gazing towards the direction of the transcendent realm, a hint of gravity etched in his expression. Through their previous exchange, he had gleaned that the individual possessing the reincarnation Celestial Emperor's power surpassed even the peak of Celestial Emperors. If the cultivation levels he spoke of held true, it must be the realm of quasi-transcendence. It seems yet another troublesome matter has arisen. Lin Yan's demeanor grew calm. He understood that if he did not thwart their plans, one day these beings would return to the world to settle the score with him. Young friend Lin, you must tread carefully. Beside him, the floating pagoda quasi-emperor and others had overheard the reincarnation Celestial Emperor's ominous words and were acutely aware of the terrifying strength of these individuals. Thus, they regarded Lin Yan with deep concern. After a moment of silence, Lin Yan gently shook his head, turned to the floating pagoda and the others, and spoke softly. In the myriad realms, it is I alone who possesses the strength to undertake this endeavor. This is not an act of righteousness from Lin Yan. Rather, at the pinnacle of the Celestial Emperor, he has reached his limit. Should he aspire to transcend further, he would inevitably encounter the constraints imposed by the heavens. If he does not seize this opportunity while his adversary's power is comparable, he may find that once the foe grows stronger, the only fate awaiting him and his companions is death. After my departure, ensure that you escort these individuals to my celestial abode, he instructed. Subsequently, Lin Yan produced several ethereal portraits and entrusted them to the group, urging them to safeguard these vital figures. No sooner had he uttered his words than he vanished from their sight. The Emperor of Floating Two and the others gazed at the spot where Lin Yan had disappeared, their hearts filled with profound reverence for his noble act. The individuals depicted in the portraits shall be sought by the 5 of us. Upon hearing this, the 4 intoxicated companions nodded in agreement. Their current standing was entirely a result of Lin Yan's benevolence, and thus they were unwaveringly obedient to his requests without conditions. The figures in the portraits were none other than the Phoenix Maiden and Ling Shuang, who had entered the celestial realm. In the vast expanse of the myriad realms, above the transcendent domain, atop a mountain peak, a sudden occurrence made an elder stagger back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The unexpected event startled the other elders nearby, who turned to him with expressions of astonishment and concern. A rival of our caliber has emerged. Without uttering much, the elder known as Number 3 coldly regarded the transcendent realm, wiping the blood from his lips. A peak celestial emperor has appeared in the myriad realms, one step away from reaching a level equivalent to ours. Peak celestial emperor? The other 4 were momentarily taken aback, soon followed by expressions of elation. Could it be that such a formidable bloodline has manifested? Does this not imply that we are one step closer to transcending our current state? Indeed, if we can gather this individual's blood and offer it to the ancient temple, we could potentially unravel a significant portion of the seals. Number 3. Why not eliminate this person and retrieve his blood? Yes, only by advancing to the transcendent realm can we escape this wretched place and attain true freedom, commanding the beings of the myriad realms. In response to the inquiries of the four, Number 3 did not engage but slowly stated, "Prepare yourselves. This individual has discovered the coordinates of the transcendent domain and is hastening toward us with full force. I have a foreboding sense that this person will not be easily dealt with." As soon as he finished speaking, Number 3 transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from their sight and returning to his secluded meditation in the transcendent realm. Observing this scene, the other four were left in a state of bewilderment. What has come over Number 3? How could a mere peak celestial emperor render him so cautious? Indeed, a mere celestial emperor can be obliterated with a single strike by us. However, I believe it is prudent to exercise caution. After all, this realm of transcendence is already saturated with transcendent power. Should that individual arrive here and directly break through, they would ascend to a state akin to ours, achieving the threshold of transcendence. Upon hearing this, the previously disdainful expressions of the others vanished in an instant, replaced by a solemn demeanor. Swiftly, they retreated to their secluded chambers to commence their preparations. Meanwhile, across the myriad realms, within the boundless void, Lin Yan's figure materialized. Is this truly the fabled realm of transcendence? Chapter 230. The so-called truth, the great path, returns to one. Finale. At the farthest reaches of the boundless void, a continent floated serenely. Surrounding this land was an expanse of chaotic thunderclouds, with bolts of chaos resembling divine dragons in the primordial void, meandering through the tumultuous skies, evoking a profound sense of peril. Guarded by the endless chaotic dragons, this was indeed a realm of transcendence. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yan felt a stir of astonishment within his heart. It is no exaggeration to say that, faced with this infinite chaos, even the likes of the Buddha and other quasi-emperors would find themselves unable to traverse it, being reduced to mere ash by the chaotic thunder. However, for Lin Yan, this posed no threat whatsoever. Having comprehended the 3,000 powers of the chaotic great path, he stood before the chaotic thunder as its master. With a hum, Lin Yan transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from his original spot and heading straight towards the realm of transcendence. This seemingly nearby realm, however, took Lin Yan nearly a year of arduous effort at his peak celestial emperor cultivation to reach its very edge. This place, it seemed, was reserved for those of celestial emperor caliber. No one else had the privilege to approach. As he approached the chaotic thunderclouds, Lin Yan looked up at the vastness of the storm, a flicker of astonishment igniting within him. Without further contemplation, he took a decisive step forward, entering the boundless sea of thunder. Boom! The moment Lin Yan stepped into the chaotic thundercloud, innumerable bolts infused with the power of the 3,000 chaotic paths rained down upon him like droplets of rain. It appeared that many sought transcendence. Enduring the onslaught of these chaotic forces, Lin Yan noticed the remnants of several bodies floating amidst the turbulent waves of thunder, stirring a sense of reflection within him. These individuals were all celestial emperor-level powerhouses, unparalleled geniuses of their respective realms, yet they had perished in their quest for a higher truth. Shaking his head slightly, Lin Yan did not linger but instead surged forward into the depths of the chaotic thunder sea. Time flew by, and after 3 years, Lin Yan finally emerged from the endless thunderstorm, beholding the true realm of transcendence. Before him, at the horizon of his vision, a small continent hung quietly, encircled by the ceaseless tumult of chaotic thunder, presenting itself like a divine sanctuary. The moment he arrived, Lin Yan sensed an inexplicable force permeating the surroundings, a force that began to meld his previously comprehended 3,000 chaotic powers into one. Could it be that the essence of transcendence lies in unifying the 3,000 chaotic powers? Lin Yan suddenly grasped the truth. However, as these thoughts crossed his mind, an immediate sense of danger surged forth as an attack descended upon him. Instinctively, Lin Yan summoned his imperial weapon, his figure flickering as he narrowly evaded the onslaught. To my astonishment, you have indeed arrived here. Shortly thereafter, 5 elderly figures, each adorned in distinct attire, materialized within the void between the chaotic thunderous sea and the diminutive continent. Each bore a sinister smile as they fixed their chilling gazes upon Lin Yan, exuding an aura of terrifying might. Is this the power of the quasi-transcendent realm? Lin Yan's expression darkened, recalling his imperial weapon, only to discover that after withstanding that single strike, it had dimmed significantly, suffering grave damage. Comparatively, it is somewhat weaker than I anticipated. Young man, do you not fear your own hubris? However, Lin Yan's words pierced the ears of the 5 elders like a sharp thorn, inciting their ire. Buzz! In an instant, the 5 unleashed their assault once more, directing their formidable might towards Lin Yan. It is no exaggeration to state that their combined onslaught could obliterate any peak celestial emperor into a mist of blood. Nevertheless, upon witnessing their united attack, Lin Yan merely shook his head slightly, a flicker of disappointment evident in his eyes. Rather than retreating in the face of the 5 quasi-transcendent beings' assault, he remained steadfast, gesturing grandly as over a dozen imperial weapons emanating chaotic power materialized to shield him from their combined efforts. Over a dozen imperial weapons. How can this be possible? The 5 elders, taken aback by Lin Yan's simultaneous summoning of such an arsenal, displayed palpable astonishment upon their faces. It is worth noting that even they, despite their formidable strength, could barely wield a single imperial weapon at this juncture. Moreover, how could one possibly gather the materials necessary for forging more than 10 imperial weapons across the myriad realms? Nothing is impossible. Lin Yan observed the astonished expressions of the 5 and shook his head lightly before retracting the imperial weapons, his voice cold. Have you finished? Now it is my turn, I believe. As his words fell, before the 5 could respond, Lin Yan waved his hand, summoning dozens of formidable formations imbued with immense vitality, enveloping the 5 within. Do you think that with your imperial formations, you can entrap us? The 5, ensnared within the formations, exhibited no signs of panic, instead wearing expressions of arrogance. Yet, witnessing this, Lin Yan shook his head, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Perhaps you should take a closer look at the level of this formation? Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, the 5 felt a tightening in their chests, quickly raising their eyes to behold a power of the same level as theirs, yet surpassing it, gradually circulating within the formation. How could you possibly comprehend transcendent power in such a brief span of time? Observing the shock and fear etched upon their faces, Lin Yan could hardly suppress a smile. Moreover, he finally understood why these individuals had languished here for so many years, yet remained inferior to him, a mere peak celestial emperor. They had fundamentally strayed from the right path. It is not the power of transcendence that I possess, but rather the power of unity. In other words, I have ascended to the threshold of the unification realm. The term unification realm? The 5 individuals ensnared within the grand formation gazed at Lin Yan with expressions of utter bewilderment. Observing their lack of comprehension, Lin Yan deemed it unnecessary to elaborate further. With a decisive wave of his hand, he unleashed the formidable might of the unification realm, instantly reducing the 5 into a swirling mist of blood, obliterating their very essence. After vanquishing the 5, Lin Yan refrained from hastily approaching the small continent at the center. Instead, he settled into a meditative posture in the void, beginning to comprehend the forces of the unification realm. Beyond the realm of the immortal emperor, there exists yet another level, that of the unification realm, which harmonizes the powers of the 3,000 chaotic avenues. The 5 individuals had strayed from the path. They had not endeavored to unify the 3,000 chaotic avenues, but had instead sought to forcibly grasp the dispersed powers of unity that lingered in the cosmos, thus gaining strength. However, such augmentation was superficial, lacking a true understanding of its core essence. As time swiftly flowed by, 1 month later, Lin Yan awakened from his seclusion. Rising slowly to his feet, he cast his gaze upon the ancient black palace that stood solemnly at the center of the small continent, his expression grave. They were merely pawns, while you are the true orchestrator of chaos, were you not? In this realm beyond the world, surrounding Lin Yan were more than a dozen weapons of the unification realm, as he regarded the ancient black palace with a calm demeanor. Through a month of rigorous cultivation, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the unification realm, mere steps away from entering the true unification realm. Yet, Lin Yan understood that the secret to genuine unification may lie within that ancient black palace. With this thought in mind, Lin Yin transformed into a streak of light, arriving before the ancient black palace atop the small continent. The moment he materialized, he was immediately struck by an overwhelming pressure, compelling him to submit and kneel. Alongside this oppressive force came a mysterious energy that relentlessly invaded Lin Yan's soul, seemingly intent on usurping his very being. Buzz, begone! Sensing the imminent danger within his mind, Lin Yin bellowed, unleashing the full force of the unification realm. Simultaneously, the more than a dozen weapons radiated brilliant light, cleaving toward the ancient palace, successfully liberating him from the clutches of possession. Breathing heavily, Lin Yin retreated a distance, regarding the ancient palace with a sense of trepidation. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though his emotions had been entirely stripped away, rendering him utterly heartless, as if nothing in this world could evoke any interest within him. I know not how many eons I have waited, but at last, I have found a suitable candidate. At that moment, a voice, ancient and devoid of emotion, echoed from within the palace. Junior, do you not desire the power to control everything? As you take a step forward and enter this magnificent hall, you shall acquire the transcendent power to become the sovereign of this realm, surpassing all living beings. Upon hearing this ancient and merciless voice, Lin Yin's heart grew increasingly vigilant. He yearned for strength, not for himself, but to safeguard those dear to him. Yet, if such power demanded the forsaking of his emotions, transforming him into an unfeeling entity devoid of sentiment, he would resolutely refuse. At this juncture, Lin Yin also comprehended the essence of the so-called unification realm. The 3,000 chaotic paths converge into one. Upon reaching that state, you cease to be human, becoming the successor to the old path, embodying the new way. Indeed, the essence of unification is the Tao. Although at that point the entire cosmos would be under your dominion, and the laws of the world would be dictated by you, it necessitates the rejection of human emotion, becoming the unyielding heavenly Tao. This is not the outcome Lin Yin desired. Why not choose those 5 from before? Lin Yin inquired coldly, refusing to depart. They are too weak, consumed by greed. They are unfit. Only you have the potential to succeed me as the next heavenly Tao. The voice remained relentless, yet imbued with temptation. I'm afraid I'm not interested. With those words, Lin Yin turned away, for he had already beheld the inscription at the heart of the ancient hall, the words prison of the Tao. The meaning was clear. This was a mysterious edifice capable of imprisoning even the heavenly Tao, far beyond Lin Yan's comprehension. Who could possibly achieve such a feat? Lin Yin was uncertain and had no desire to delve deeper. Perhaps one day, after experiencing the world to his heart's content and feeling weary, he might return to this place, enter the prison of the Tao, and seek the truth upon attaining true unification. After Lin Yin's departure, within the prison of the Tao, silence reigned, seemingly indifferent to his choice. However, as he exited this small continent, Lin Yin left behind numerous contingencies, just in case. The crisis of the myriad realms had been averted. Now it was time for him to enjoy a peaceful life. In the celestial realm, within an ethereal abode nestled amidst the continuous celestial mountains, a young girl adorned in resplendent garments approached a middle-aged man. Father, when shall we return to the mortal realm to play? She inquired eagerly, standing before Lin Yin. It had been a millennium since he had transcended and returned to this celestial realm. He and Ling Shuang had long since wed and had a son and a daughter. Their son, Lin Long, had become the youngest celestial king in the realm, currently exploring the celestial expanse in search of breakthroughs. As for the girl before him, appearing to be in her teens, she was his daughter, Lin Shuang. Although somewhat indolent in her cultivation, she possessed the prowess of a true celestial being. Ah, you girl, all you know is to play. Look at your elder brother. He is on the verge of becoming an unparalleled immortal king. Lin Yin chided with a smile as he regarded the young girl before him. Humph, my brother is merely a cultivation fanatic. All he does day in and day out is practice. Previously, when Sister Feline invited him to a partner conference, he declined, stating he needed to cultivate and grow stronger. Just look at him, so charmingly indifferent. Sister Feline is the granddaughter of the immortal emperor, a figure of immense prestige not only in the immortal realm but across the myriad worlds. Yet he pays her no regard, behaving like a block of wood. Lin Shuang remarked, pride suddenly gleaming in her eyes as she turned to Lin Yin. I am different. I relish the process of cultivation. Having come to this world, one must savor it fully. Why exhaust oneself unnecessarily? Indeed, our Schwanger knows how to enjoy life. Do tell me, which boy have you mischievously tormented today? At that moment, Ling Shuang, with a noticeable round belly, emerged from a nearby pavilion, chuckling lightly. Weren't you told to rest in your room? Why have you come out? Aren't you afraid of disturbing the baby? Upon seeing Ling Shuang, Lin Yan promptly stood up, offering his seat and helping her massage her shoulders to ease her tension. Humph, you are the one to blame. You keep me cooped up in that room. I feel like I'm suffocating. With your extraordinary cultivation, why not take me to explore the myriad worlds? Lin Shuang interjected eagerly. Exactly. Father, you are so inconsiderate. It hasn't been long since you made Mother's belly grow again, Lin Shuang chimed in. Little girl, do you need a lesson? Lin Yan feigned anger as he looked at Lin Shuang. If you dare to strike Schwanger, you won't be sleeping in bed tonight. Ling Shuang quickly protested, giving Lin Yan a defiant glare. Seeing this, Lin Yan couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. You spoil her. With such conditions, why not indulge her? If not, why have so many children? All right, I concede. Though this tranquil life had persisted for nearly a millennium, Lin Yan felt a profound sense of happiness within. Yet, he could not shake the unsettling premonition of how long such days could last. He raised his gaze, eyes fixated on the distant realm of transcendence, as an ominous feeling began to unfurl within his heart.